Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, The Great Bombing in the North Wind, 4th update, 1,200 monthly tickets plus. On the morning of the 4th day, the first wave of zombie attacks showed something different. In fact, the zombies these days are no longer divided into waves. Before the first batch is completely eliminated, the next batch will immediately follow. The interval between the two batches is very short, only a few kilometers apart. Not giving the light-chasing army any chance to breathe is the strategy of the little zombie girl. She has made the most of the advantage of the large number of zombies. Most of the zombies in the first batch fell under the guns of the light-chasing army, and the height of the pile of corpses has exceeded 8 meters. The next batch of zombies has entered the range of 3 kilometers from the city wall. This time is just right, because the zombies under the city wall have not been eliminated yet, and they can't deal with the next wave with all their strength. They can only watch this group of zombies gradually approach. At this time, the tornado rocket launcher has basically lost its use, because the minimum range of this rocket launcher is also 20 kilometers. The zombies have also found the law of battle, and they just swarmed over. And this wave of zombies is different. The number of zombies in this wave is about 300,000. Except for a few rows of cannon fodder in front to block bullets, the rest are all high-level zombies. There are also a large number of mutant beasts mixed in the zombie group, and mutant rats are also densely mixed in the zombie group. Following forward, there are already a large number of mutant birds circling in the sky, waiting for the zombies to attack the city, and they will immediately go up to support. What's more excessive is that in this wave of zombies, there are not only those big-bellied zombies, but also many zombies with weapons. Street lamps, tree trunks, iron gates, and everything that can be used as weapons are held in the hands of zombies. It can be imagined that those high-level zombies, that are difficult to kill, will cause much damage to the defenders with protective gear and weapons. This is the trump card of the zombie group. Behind this group of zombies, another 300,000 zombies began to gather. They are waiting for the end of this wave of zombies to continue to follow. This is the strategy of the little zombie sister, rushing forward wave after wave, never stopping. Looking at this scene, Tang Zheng was silent. He had made a lot of preparations, but now everything was still unknown, and had to wait for the test of actual combat. Amid the howling of the north wind, the cannon fodder under the city wall was once again wiped out, and the main force of the zombies immediately achieved seamless connection. When the mutant zombies rushed up in groups, they immediately brought huge pressure to the city defense troops. The guns were no longer so sharp, and it was difficult to kill almost every zombie with one shot. The zombies quickly climbed onto the pile of corpses, and the pile of corpses was growing at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. At this time, Tang Zheng ordered all the Gatling troops of the direct battalion to go up to the city wall. All the anti-aircraft guns of the anti-aircraft artillery unit also went up to the city wall. Only this kind of large caliber firepower can cause a fatal blow to those high-level zombies. With these firepower suppression, the zombie offensive was finally effectively suppressed. But then, the mutant birds rushed up in overwhelming numbers. These guys are a big trouble for the light-chasing army defending the city. They swoop down from all angles in the air. The impact of their huge bodies is enough to knock a soldier off the city wall. The light-chasing army had to disperse its forces to deal with the mutant birds. There were also several rows of soldiers standing on the city wall. The flamethrower soldiers kept spraying flames to disperse a flock of birds. When the crisis came, the anti-aircraft guns had to turn their guns to support the soldiers on the city wall. In this way, the suppression of the zombies became less, and the pile of corpses was rapidly increasing. 9 meters, 10 meters, 12 meters. The TV kept broadcasting these situations, and the people watching TV began to worry. At this distance, the guerrilla zombies below were already able to swing their weapons to the height of the city wall. If there was no protruding boulder when the city wall was designed, it would be dangerous now. And some lickers also took this opportunity to start climbing the city wall. They kept climbing up from various places on the city wall and rushed up to attack the defenders. Although they were constantly being killed, they also constantly brought casualties to the Zhuang army. The situation of the 20 piles of corpses was the same. For a time, the walls of Zhuang City were swaying in the wind and rain, and the defense line seemed to be shaky. At this moment, Tang Zheng was not on the wall, but within the second ring. Within the second ring, a large number of high platforms were built at some point. These high platforms are now full of burning materials. Dry firewood, plastic bags, animal feces, and zombies' poisonous blood, etc. filled these high platforms. Tang Zheng stood on the platform and looked at Guo Yun beside him and said, "Are you sure these things are useful? General, don't worry. This has been tested many times. It is ineffective against zombies, but it is quite effective against mutant beasts. Today is a north windy day. This kind of thing will produce thick smoke with a strong pungent smell when it is ignited. It is just right to smoke those mutant birds in the sky. These mutant birds will definitely retreat. At that time, we will have air supremacy here." Tang Zheng nodded. "Okay, then it depends on you. Whether we can turn the tables depends on this time. It is worth it for you, the director of the research institute, to go and find them and yourself." I don't need to find it myself. Aren't there engineers?" Guo Yun handed Tang Zheng a gas mask. Both of them put on the masks, and then a large group of engineers started to light fires on various platforms. Hundreds of platforms burned at the same time, emitting green and yellow smoke. Whether it is plastic bags or feces, burning will release some toxic gases. Hundreds of platforms burned together, and a large cloud of smoke was immediately formed. As the north wind blew, the smoke left the city and floated directly into the sky. The defenders on the city wall also put on gas masks at this time. However, the mutant birds in the sky did not have such treatment. After being smoked by the fierce smoke, all the mutant birds made strange cackling sounds and no longer cared about attacking the light-chasing army. They flapped their wings and fled far away from the light-chasing city area. At this moment, even the Corpse King could not control these mutant birds and could only watch them flee. Tang Zheng, who was far away on the high platform, saw this scene and suddenly became excited. Success. Those mutant birds have really retreated. Now, bombers, send out, drop your ammunition, and the 10 thermobaric bombs I have equipped for each of your planes. Also, there is a small nuclear bomb. Drop it in the place where the zombies are most concentrated. All other planes, as long as they can fire, all take to the sky. Use up all your ammunition, and don't come back until you have used up all your ammunition. With their superiority, Tang Zheng's frustration from being suppressed by the zombies these days was swept away, and the planes could finally be dispatched. Over at the Zhuang City airport, a large number of planes roared, and one after another began to take off. Fighters, bombers, helicopters, and even those that were captured before and have not been sold yet, all flew into the sky. Fill up the ammunition and kill as many as you can. These planes flew over the zombies and began the most crazy strafing in history. All machine guns, aircraft cannons, rocket nests, and missiles were all emptied. Crazy firepower poured onto the ground, destroying a large number of zombies. Even those transport helicopters took off with a large number of gasoline bombs. There was no threat anyway, so they just had to drop the gasoline bombs and cause them to burn. No matter how many zombies there were, or how powerful they were, without the protection of the mutant birds, they were still powerless against the Air Force. The most powerful of them was still the bomber. This weapon, which was specially designed for ground bombing, could fly through the ground and air without the threat of the mutant birds, and drop thermobaric bombs one after another on the zombies. You know, the zombies gathered at this moment were all high-level zombies, and the killing effect was too obvious. A thermobaric bomb went down, and a large area of high-level zombies turned into ashes, and the number was over 1,000 each time. 10 bombers circled back and forth. Tang Zheng spent a lot of money for this bombing. Each plane had 10 thermobaric bombs. If they couldn't pull them all at once, they would come back to reload. 100 thermobaric bombs cost 500,000 gold, and all the money was thrown. But all the bombs could not be compared with small nuclear bombs. The explosion site of the small nuclear bomb was located in the middle of the two zombie groups attacking the city. There were no zombies anywhere else as dense as in this area. The two zombie groups of 600,000 high-level zombies and hundreds of thousands of mutant rats gathered in an area outside the south gate, only 2 or 3 kilometers apart. This distance was just under the cover of the nuclear bomb. After accurately calculating the distance, the nuclear bomb was dropped. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky outside the city, and the explosion caused it enveloped millions of zombies at once. The shock wave of the explosion spread wantonly until it reached the edge of the city wall. The raging flames were like waves hitting reefs, and a 100-meter high wall of fire was set off on the city wall. The scene was like a natural disaster. The soldiers wore gas masks and had already taken shelter when the explosion came. Those shock waves had almost no power at the city wall, but the burning flames still burned more than a dozen piles of corpses near the city wall. Under the fierce north wind, these smoke and flames that had lost their power were swept away again, and did not cause any substantial damage to the city. Compared with the nuclear explosion near the city wall, the explosions in other areas were also very powerful. The incendiary bombs brought by the transport planes also began to wreak havoc with the help of the north wind, engulfing a large group of zombies in the flames. The bombers repeatedly carried thermobaric bombs and threw them at the zombies again and again. This time, the battle lasted for a whole morning. The bombing of the light-chasing army lasted for a whole morning. At noon, the north wind weakened, the power of the thick smoke gradually disappeared, and the mutant birds and the zombies began to return, and the light-chasing army withdrew its troops. In this wave of battle, Tang Zheng spent more than 3 million yuan, and the loss of funds was not small. But the results of the battle were also very huge. This wave of bombing at all costs wiped out more than 3 million zombies, and basically all of them were elite. After this wave of bombing, the 20 million zombies on the opposite side finally dropped below 10 million, and now there are only 9 million. Chapter 277 A Sudden Discovery. Tang Zheng's counterattack was a heavy blow to the zombies. The zombie tide that had been going on since the siege finally stopped at this moment. The zombies attacking the city had been wiped out by the nuclear explosion, and the dozen or so piles of corpses at the south gate were also burned by the high temperature flames brought by the nuclear explosion. The zombies' early efforts were in vain. If the little zombie girl was alive, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood at this moment. She had to readjust and start over. This operation also stunned the people in front of the TV. No one thought that Tang Zheng could use thick smoke to disperse the mutant birds, thereby gaining air superiority near the city wall and launching a large-scale counterattack. This also gave everyone a reminder that high technology is good, but sometimes, if the local methods are used well, they may not be ineffective. And the power displayed by Tang Zheng was also shocking. Those fighters and bombers, as well as more than 70 helicopters of various types, are the foundation of the light-chasing army. If it were an ordinary base, you would not have the power to counterattack. Although this counterattack was aided by the north wind, there was some luck involved, but no one dared to say that the light-chasing army would not be able to hold on. The success of the counterattack made Tang Zheng feel relieved. The more than 3 million zombies killed this time were not just cannon fodder, but real elite troops. Most of them were mutant zombies, including quite a few level 2 zombies. However, the explosion destroyed almost everything, and he could not take this opportunity to collect crystals. The pile of corpses outside the south gate was cleared, which was a pleasant surprise. This meant that, if the zombies wanted to pile up such a pile of corpses again, they would have to pay a considerable price to do so. Of course, 9 million corpses were still a huge number, and it was not so easy to deal with them. Tang Zheng did not take it lightly. After the corpses stopped moving, Tang Zheng immediately asked the soldiers to take the time to rest and eat and to recuperate, because after the corpses adjusted, they would still launch an attack. The rare tranquility lasted for about 5 hours, and the little corpse sister did not give up. After the adjustment, the corpses launched an attack on the light-chasing city again. At this time, it was past noon, and the ammunition of the light-chasing army was all refreshed, and a new round of zombie annihilation war began immediately. Among the current 9 million zombies, there are about 1 million cannon fodder zombies, about 2 million mutant birds, and more than 1 million mutant rats. The remaining high-level zombies are still close to 5 million. After the previous failure, the zombie offensive has not weakened at all. In front, a high-level soldiers mixed with cannon fodder, and mutant rats are interspersed among them. With the cooperation of mutant birds, they launched an all-round attack. This time, without the help of the north wind, the light-chasing army began a difficult defensive battle again. The cannons in the city were roaring all the time, and the missiles on the armored trains were also fired. Even the armored forces rushed out of the city and dealt a wave of blows to the zombies. This time, even the fighters occasionally took off under the cover of the War Eagle, fired their aircraft gun bullets and missiles, and then hurried back. All the people hid, hiding themselves at home as much as possible. No one walked on the street, not giving the mutant birds a chance to attack. All the means that could be used were used. This time, it was the beginning of a real tug-of-war, and the little corpse sister gave Tang Zheng another vengeance under this situation. When the battle reached night, a large group of mutant rats suddenly broke through the underground of the city wall and dug 5 large holes leading to the city. The crazy rat tide gushed out of the large hole and counter-attacked the city wall, trying to attack the defenders of the city wall from front and back. If Tang Zheng had not arranged 10,000 military dogs and 10,000 war eagles in advance, this wave of the city might have been lost. Those rats came out like a fountain, and they could not be killed. The military dogs and war eagles rushed up to block the hole desperately. Many military dogs and war eagles were upgraded at this time. They became stronger and almost ate a rat with one bite. However, there was a huge gap in the number of both sides, and casualties still occurred violently. War eagles were better, after all, they could take off, but military dogs were relatively miserable. Often, more than a dozen rats rushed up and gnawed the military dogs frantically, and a strong military dog could be turned into a skeleton in 1 minute. Even some war eagles didn't have time to take off and were jumped on by a group of rats and would be eaten clean in a short time. But their casualties were not in vain, and they successfully delayed the speed of the rats entering the city, giving the flamethrower warriors time to start. The huge flame gun started, and a series of fire dragons blocked the hole. On the other hand, the special forces in the city prepared a large number of fire trucks. The trucks were filled with boiling water instead of ordinary water. The continuous water filling scalded the rats that rushed in, and then the engineers quickly stepped forward and poured cement mortar to completely block these rat holes. It is not easy for rats to dig holes here. The foundation of the city wall of Ziguang City is also 15 meters. They must dig 15 meters deep to bypass. If this wave did not succeed, it would be difficult for the next wave to come. It is worth mentioning that the engineers only blocked 4 holes, and the last hole was by the Fengming River, and the giant octopus Tang Tang crawled out of the river. This was Tang Zheng's intention, to break up the ice on the river and give Tang Tang a chance to perform. A large number of rats wanted to eat Tang Tang and crawled all over her body, but Tang Tang dived back into the river, and a large number of rats could only float on the surface of the river. The river water full of ice debris made it difficult for the rats to move, but Tang Tang opened her mouth wide at this time and could suck in hundreds of rats in one mouthful. Repeatedly, Tang Tang swallowed thousands of rats with an octopus, and her belly was full. After the other holes were blocked, the rats here would die fighting alone, and finally retreated. In this wave of crisis, Tang Zheng suffered a lot of losses. More than 2,000 military dogs were killed, and more than 300 war eagles were killed, but he finally resolved this crisis. About 400,000 mutant rats were eliminated, which was a brilliant victory. This was the most dangerous one in the past 2 days. After that, it continued for 2 days, all of which were dull wall defense operations. When the battle reached the 7th day, the number of zombies outside had dropped to 6 million. Among them, there were more than 3.5 million high-level zombies, only more than 200,000 cannon fodder zombies, 700,000 mutant rats, and the remaining more than 1 million were mutant birds. The pile of corpses outside the city wall finally piled up to a height of 8 or 9 meters under the unremitting efforts of the zombies. At this time, many people thought that the Ziguang army could hold on to the final victory. 20 million zombies have persisted, and now there are only 6 million, less than 1/3 of the maximum. Can't they hold on to the end? Most people think so, including Tang Zheng's enemies. But only Tang Zheng doesn't think so. The reason is very simple. He only has 800,000 funds left. more than 60 million after upgrading to brigade commander, plus more than 20 million in funds exchanged for jewelry from survivors, and a total of 90 million funds finally emptied. It is now the 7th day of the battle. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. The 800,000 funds can only support until noon at most. After noon, there will be another wave of ammunition refresh, but after the refreshed ammunition is used up, there will be no money to buy ammunition. Others think he can win, but Tang Zheng doesn't know how he won. In order to support the war, the gasoline reserves in the city were taken out, and a large number of incendiary bombs were made, which also caused a sharp drop in gasoline and diesel reserves. This kind of deal is not cost effective, but Tang Zheng has no other good solution, unless there is another capital injection. The zombies on the opposite side do not have this concern, and they still maintain a strong offensive and attack tirelessly. 6 million is still a huge number, and it is not so easy to deal with. Tang Zheng still has one last trump card in his hand, which is the last small nuclear bomb. He made 3 in total. One was used in Hezhou, one was used in the previous bombing, and the last one. If this small nuclear bomb is used well, it can at least take away more than 500,000 zombies, and it is not impossible to take away a million. But what about after that? Tang Zheng stood on the city wall and supervised the battle in person. Without a telescope, he saw the black mutant birds in the sky and the rats rolling like carpets on the ground coming again. Ning Yue stood beside Tang Zheng, protecting Tang Zheng's safety at all times. She saw the rats on the ground and frowned slightly. I hate rats. Seeing these rats reminds me of the time in Lombardy, when those rats rushed out of the sewer like a fountain, forcing us to retreat and give up the moment of entering the bank. Hearing Ning Yue's words, Tang Zheng was slightly stunned. Rats, Lombardy City. Bank. Thinking about it, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. The zombies came from Lombardy City. Little Corp's sister brought millions of rats from there. There is a bank in Lombardy City. The reason why we failed to enter the bank is not because of zombies, but because there are rats everywhere. The rats were brought to Ziguang City, so are there no rats in Lombardy? Or very few? That means that the bank can be entered. Ha ha ha. Zarawi, you are really a lucky general. Tang Zheng was so excited that he picked up his guard captain and turned around. It was the first time the general hugged her. Ning Yue was so excited that she kissed Tang Zheng on the face. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and was taken advantage of. But it is a blessing to suffer a loss. He is a very generous person, and will not quibble over such a small matter. Seeing the fierce battle outside the city, Tang Zheng could no longer stay. War Eagle unit, anti-aircraft unit, prepare to cover me as I take off. Guard company, follow me on board and head to Lombard City. I'm going to empty that bank. Chapter 278, Harvest of Lombard Bank. Tang Zheng gave the order, and the troops immediately took action. At the airport, the air defense troops were stationed to protect the airspace above the airport. The War Eagle troops also returned to the airspace above the airport and circled. Under normal circumstances, 10,000 War Eagles are enough to deal with 50,000 mutant birds. Tang Zheng led the guard company and some paratroopers of the Army Aviation Battalion and drove to the airport quickly. Here, the propellers of the Apache armed helicopter and a transport helicopter have begun to turn, ready to take off at any time. Tang Zheng led his men to quickly board the transport helicopter, and then the plane took off. When the plane took off, it was indeed attacked by some mutant birds, but under the double attack of the airport's air defense firepower and the War Eagles, many of these mutant birds were killed, and there was not much harassment from the extra aircraft. Tang Zheng's helicopter also quickly rose, and the Apache's aircraft guns kept firing, killing a group of mutant red-crowned cranes that were chasing them. After the plane flew over the Guan mountain area, after crossing several peaks, the mutant birds lost the trace of the plane and stopped chasing. After leaving Ziguang City, the plane flew towards Lumber. It took about 50 minutes to reach the distance of 300 kilometers. When the helicopter flew over Lumber, Tang Zheng felt something different. When he came to Lumber, the radar showed that the whole city was blood red, but now it is different. In an area in the center of the city, the blood red color seemed to have been dug out, and there was some space in the middle. And this area is exactly the area of the Royal Bank of Lumber. Tang Zheng repeatedly adjusted the radar and even scanned underground, but still did not find too many red spots. Seeing this, Tang Zheng excitedly clapped his fist. It is true. The little corpse sister tuck away the rats here, and now there are only a few scattered zombies wandering around this area. We can take down the bank. After confirming with the radar, Tang Zheng finally felt relieved and began to let the helicopter descend. Not only the mutant rats were taken away from lumber, but the mutant birds were almost completely gone. The plane descended very smoothly and landed in the parking lot in front of the Royal Bank. The roar of the plane attracted some zombies. There were no zombies here at first because there were too many mutant rats. The zombies were eaten by rats when they came, so the streets were relatively empty. Now there are some zombies wandering here, many of which are half covered under the snow, standing like sculptures. From the degree of cover, it can be seen that they are new arrivals. The buzzing of the plane woke them up from the ice and snow, and they rushed towards Tang Zheng's troops with their fangs and claws. The soldiers of the guard company fired decisively and killed these zombies one by one. Tang Zheng didn't even look at these zombies and went straight to the bank door. The bank's rolling door was down, and the snow in front of the door was more than 1 meter thick. The engineers quickly stepped forward and shoveled the snow away. Ji Yuoyun was about to use the skills of the scientific research soldiers to open the rolling door, but he didn't expect Ji Yunshan, the scout, to come up and poke it with a piece of wire, easily opening the lock of the rolling door. The scientific research soldiers are masters of lockpicking, and the scouts have also undergone some basic training. Ji Yunshan didn't give Ji Yuoyun a chance to get started. A few engineers lifted it, and the rolling door opened. There was a smell of corruption coming from inside, and there were several zombies trapped inside. These zombies were still staggering, and had not evolved at all. They looked like a group of antiques. Several soldiers from the guard company went up and easily solved them with bayonets, and threw them directly into the snow in the distance. After entering the bank lobby, several military intelligence agents who followed them turned on their flashlights to illuminate the situation inside. Tang Zheng locked the location of the vault as soon as he came in. The vault was located inside the business room and the lobby. From the business room, it was the door to the vault. And to enter the business room, you need to open a door lock, which is the door lock of the security door. Facing this door lock, Ji Yunshan was somewhat helpless. Scouts can open ordinary locks, but opening this level of anti-theft doors is not what he is good at. Seeing Ji Yunshan's embarrassment, Ji Yuoyun coughed and walked over with a square step. With his hands behind his back, he looked proud and awesome. At this kind of scene, I, a former scientific research soldier, have to take action. Before Ji Yuoyun finished boasting, he saw Tang Zheng standing in front of the door. He took out a huge door-breaking hammer and smashed the outer security door of the business office with 2 bangs. This kind of security door is double opened. When entering the business office, open one door, then close it, lock yourself in the middle of the 2 doors, and then open the inner door. This can effectively prevent people from following you into the business office. Even if someone follows him into the first door, they can't enter the business office unless the second door is opened. When there was electricity, there were surveillance cameras and alarms here, but now they are all broken. Without the added bonus of surveillance and alarms, this door is actually not as strong as many household security doors. Tang Zheng's sledgehammer was easy to use. He opened the outer door with 2 hammers and smashed the inner door with 1 hammer. Tang Zheng turned around and looked at Ji Yuoyun, who was stunned behind him. What are you hesitating about? Come in. Ji Yuoyun swallowed his saliva and followed Tang Zheng into the business office. There were also several zombie salesmen in the business room, but they had no power to fight back against Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, who was a level 1 peak double mutant, kicked the zombies into the corner with a few kicks. The soldiers went over to bayonet and killed several zombies. The group came to the door of the vault. Facing the huge iron door that was more than 2 meters high and more than 2 meters wide, Ji Yuoyun did not dare to pretend this time and wanted to wait to see the general's performance. Unexpectedly, Tang Zheng looked at him as if he was a fool. What are you waiting for? Do you think this door can be smashed open with a hammer? Oh, I'll do it. Ji Yuoyun finally got the opportunity to open the door, but he didn't feel any pleasure from pretending. After all, among all the door locks, the door of the bank vault is the most difficult to open. Jiao Yun opened the toolbox, got out the decoder, connected the battery, listened to the sound and dialed the number, and with the help of the decoder, it took several minutes to open the vault door. Compared to Ji Yunshan's wire poking the door, and the general sledgehammer opening the door, his was inferior, and attracted a lot of contemptuous looks. With a click, the round handle in front of the door turned, and the iron door opened. Tang Zheng took the lead, and entered the bank's vault. There was a sensor light inside the vault, and it did not need to be powered on. The sensor light lit up when he entered. The space inside the bank's vault was not small, and there were cabinets on both sides, and each layer was filled with money. However, it was not the current Guangyu nor the new currency, but the Hanyu currency of the Hanyu Empire. Walking all the way, there were tens of billions of money here, but now it is useless, and it is not even used to wipe the butt. After passing the money area, Tang Zheng finally saw the goal of his trip. The gold reserves of the entire lumbered city are basically all here. Maybe when the branches below have exchange tasks, they will come here to collect some gold, but they are all sporadic, and there is not much at all. Pieces of pure gold bars are piled up there like bricks, forming the appearance of a small city wall. Under the illumination of the induction lamp, the golden light was dazzling and intoxicating. Tang Zheng had obtained the gold in the vault of Hezhao Bank from Liu, but there were only 40 million there. He didn't know how much there was in Lombardy. Tang Zheng looked at the charming scenery for a while, swallowed his saliva, and then started to exchange. Under his operation, pieces of gold began to disappear and turned into the funds of the system. After working for about 10 minutes, the entire bank's vault was swept away by Tang Zheng. Congratulations, General, for obtaining 62 million gold. Hearing this number, Tang Zheng was also excited. Lombardy's capital reserves were actually more than Hezhao, a full 22 million more. This is also related to the different local customs and practices in each place. Lombardy is located in the grassland province, and many people in the grassland like to collect and wear gold, so the gold reserves here are also more. This amount of gold can be said to be life-saving money. Tang Zheng's almost exhausted funds suddenly skyrocketed. With more than 60 million yuan in funds, if Tang Zheng wanted, it would be easy to use him to blast tens of thousands of soldiers, including many planes, tanks, and cannons. However, Tang Zheng would not do that. This money should be enough to easily survive the crisis of this siege war, and there should be a lot of surplus. He wanted to leave some reserve funds for more needed places. After obtaining the funds, Tang Zheng did not stay here, and left the bank with his men. He boarded the plane again, and the plane took off, leaving Lombard City, and heading straight for Ziguang City. When he returned to Ziguang City, it was just noon. Tang Zheng's original 800,000 yuan funds were also consumed during this period. The soldiers who were almost out of ammunition and food regained their vitality when the ammunition was refreshed at noon. The fierce firing suppressed the zombies that were about to rush up again. After Tang Zheng returned to the city, he immediately ordered the arsenal to start working at full speed again and replenish ammunition. Among them, the bullets for anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns are now the focus of replenishment. With money in hand, Tang Zheng bought another 1,000 flamethrower warriors. Because Tang Zheng found that the mutant birds were the main attack during this period, he wanted to take advantage of this period to eliminate the mutant birds as soon as possible. As long as he could get their superiority as soon as possible, this battle could basically be declared over, and he could even save that small nuclear bomb. Under Tang Zheng's order, the focus of the troops' annihilation began to shift to the mutant birds. The snipers tried their best to snipe the fat zombies in the zombie team to slow down the zombies' advance. When all the flamethrower warriors appeared, when the attack and defense were fierce in the afternoon, the flamethrower warriors suddenly joined in and gave the mutant birds a heavy blow. Thousands of fire dragons rose into the sky, burning a large number of mutant birds to ashes, greatly reducing the pressure on the city defense. And the mutant birds finally began to decline rapidly under the repeated focus of the Ziguang army. From 1 million to 700,000. From 700,000 to 400,000. When it was close to night, there were only more than 200,000 mutant birds hovering over Ziguang City. Although not too many zombies were killed in the 7th day of fighting, the entire zombie horde, including the mutated birds and beasts, still numbered 5 million, but Tang Zheng knew that the balance of victory had finally begun to tilt towards his side. Chapter 279, Little Corpse Sister's Secret Weapon, 3 more chapters, plus 1,300 monthly tickets. The 9th day of the defense of Ziguang City. Before the war, no one could have imagined that the Ziguang army would be so resilient. It was impossible to count how much ammunition had been fired during this period. People only knew that the Ziguang army's guns and cannons seemed to have unlimited ammunition. They continued to fire day after day, causing huge casualties to the zombies. And on this day, the Ziguang army came up with a new trick. The tornado rocket launcher vehicle was pulled to Guian Mountain by a tank. The vehicle left the city from the north gate and moved along the rugged mountain road for about 10 kilometers. Then, in a call, it opened fire on the zombies again. Originally, this type of rocket launcher could only bombard distant targets due to its range, and it was difficult to use it in the city. But I didn't expect that there was such an operation. Tang Zheng dared to let the vehicle leave the city when the zombies were besieging the city. This bold operation gave the Ziguang army a huge advantage. The zombies that had originally assembled and were preparing to attack the city suffered a devastating blow, and a large number of zombies turned into ashes under the coverage of artillery fire. The ammunition of the rocket launcher seemed to be unlimited. It roared all morning and afternoon. It became even more fierce. As powerful as the rocket launcher, there were also flamethrowers and anti-aircraft guns. The mutant birds in the sky had become sparse under the continuous and focused attack of the Ziguang army. Although the Ziguang army also paid a considerable price for this, the pile of corpses outside the city piled up to 13 meters high, causing many city defense troops to suffer casualties under the attack of zombies. But Tang Zheng thought it was all worth it. When the number of mutant birds dropped to more than 100,000, those mutant birds did not attack the city much. Obviously, the little corpse sister also realized that the number of mutant birds was insufficient. But unexpectedly, a large number of war eagles flew out of Ziguang City. Although there were some losses in the early battles, Tang Zheng had money and immediately replenished the number of war eagles to 10,000. The war eagles are now fresh troops. They flew out of the city and started fighting with the mutant birds that wanted to withdraw. The two sides exchanged injuries. After a round of fierce air battles, more than 30,000 mutant birds were left. The number of mutant birds on the zombie side also dropped below 100,000 for the first time. This number of mutant birds obviously can no longer pose a big threat to the city. The fighter planes of the light chasing army seemed to be liberated and could finally take off. The second airstrike was launched against the zombies. The thermobaric bombs of the light chasing army began to wreak havoc again, throwing down one after another, constantly killing and consuming the zombies attacking the city. The number of zombies began to decrease sharply under this circumstance. Although the pressure of defending the city is still great, the current situation is no longer the same as it was at the beginning. The troops defending the city saw hope and their morale became more and more excited. In addition, there is now sufficient reserve ammunition. Although the zombies are still rushing forward desperately, they will be pushed back by the powerful firepower of the light chasing army every time. Those guerrilla zombies that were invincible in the past have also met their nemesis. The armed guerrilla zombies are not afraid of rifles, sniper rifles, or even heavy machine guns and Gatling guns, but when the 35mm caliber anti-aircraft guns are leveled, it is not something that the guerrilla zombies can resist. An orangutan holding a huge tree stepped onto the pile of corpses and was continuously shot at by bullets, sparks flying everywhere. But it was still fearless. With a height of 4.5 meters, it could raise its arms and use the tree to roll onto the city wall. Several defenders were swept into rolling goods by it, and even if they didn't die, they were all injured with fractures. Bang bang bang, sniper rifles hit their heads, leaving only shallow bullet marks, unable to penetrate. But the self-propelled anti-aircraft guns on the city wall became its nemesis. The anti-aircraft machine guns were laid flat, and a series of shells were fired fiercely. Boom bang bang bang. The bullets hit the head of the orangutan zombie, and it was immediately bloody. The orangutan zombie's head kept shaking and shaking, and the huge impact of the shells made it dizzy. Even the bulletproof cardor covered its skin. It couldn't resist. It only lasted for 2 seconds, and its head was directly smashed. Bang! The huge head exploded, and the huge body rolled down the pile of corpses like a golden mountain and a jade pillar. The wings of the war eagle flapped in the air, and it flew over, grabbing the second level crystal in its claws, and flew back to Tang Zheng, fighting and harvesting at the same time. Tang Zheng patted the war eagle's head encouragingly, and was also pleasantly surprised. As long as the city wall can be guarded, the victory of this battle will definitely belong to him. Under the continuous bombing of the Air Force, the number of zombies has dropped again, and now there are only about 4 million. Although this number is still large, his own financial reserves are sufficient to annihilate all these zombies. The current efforts are not without rewards. The jewelry collection after the war will also have a large amount of funds, and the harvest of countless zombie crystals can also be exchanged for funds in the market. According to this progress, in 2 days, at most 3 days, the battle may be over. Outside Ziguang City, a hidden place 20 kilometers away, the little corpse girl looked at Ziguang City with her scholar eyes, and the trembling in her heart gradually increased. She couldn't understand why this person called Tang Zheng was so powerful. She has been working very hard to command the battle, but that person always defeats her again and again. Even the gorilla zombies couldn't beat them. It seemed that it would be difficult to take down the light-chasing city. However, the little zombie girl did not give up. She had one last trick. That was catalysis. She distributed more than a dozen level 2 zombies on the edge of evolution to various hidden locations on the battlefield. Among them were 8 gorillas and 8 lickers. These zombies had devoured countless corpses of their own kind in the past few days, and were already on the edge of evolution. As long as they absorbed some more nutrients, they would become powerful level 3 zombies. Although she didn't know how strong the level 3 zombies were, her instinct told her that anti-aircraft guns couldn't hit level 3 zombies. Under her quiet control, catalysis was carried out at more than a dozen locations at the same time. There were still 4 million zombies outside the city. Although it was only 1/5 of the peak, it seemed that there was no difference between 20 million and 4 million. They were all boundless, and covered the mountains and plains. In this case, it was difficult for the light-chasing army to find those catalytic locations. The zombies in front continued to attack under the artillery fire, and the covert operations behind were carried out quietly. Near the little corpse girl, there was also a gorilla zombie and a licker catalyzing. Some level 2 zombies around lined up and came forward to let them devour them. The gorilla devoured the gorilla, and the licker devoured the licker. The height of the gorilla zombie reached more than 4.9 meters, and the length of the licker also reached more than 4.9 meters. Once it exceeded 5 meters, they would be out of the category of level 2 zombies. The licker was the first to complete the evolution. After devouring more than 20 level 2 lickers, this licker finally evolved to level 3. Hiss. The licker stretched out a tongue more than 2 meters long, swallowing and spitting several times, and the outer skin began to shed. After twisting bloody for a while, the licker shed its skin and replaced it with a blue scale armor. Its body also swelled after shedding its skin, and its length reached 7 meters directly. On all fours, it looked like the claws of a large lizard. The mouth was full of sharp fangs, and the long fiery red tongue had grown to more than 3 meters long. Hiss. The tongue spit out and actually shattered a rock in front of it. Little corpse sister knew that this was a level 3 agile zombie, which looked like a lizard. Normally, zombies that were over 5 meters long were level 3 zombies, but this licker was 7 meters long because it had just eaten too much. Jump. Little corpse sister gave the lizard zombie an order in her mind. The lizard zombie jumped on the spot and actually jumped more than 10 meters high. Little corpse sister's eyes widened. If this kind of zombie went to attack the city, it would almost be able to jump onto the wall directly. Run. The lizard zombie spread its legs and ran forward at a high speed. It almost jumped more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. This speed was definitely faster than some sports cars. Little corpse sister didn't know exactly how many, but it was almost impossible to be locked by guns at this speed. Moreover, the blue scales also proved that the defense of this thing was very strong. The 3rd level agile zombie had a defense power no less than that of the 2nd level gorilla zombie. The little corpse girl wanted the lizard zombie to join the siege immediately, but she still held back. If she went one by one, it would be easy for the light chasing army to defeat them one by one. She had to wait for the other third level zombies to evolve and then give the light chasing army a severe blow. After a while, the gorilla zombie beside her also evolved. A zombie that was more than 7 meters tall and looked like a tyrannosaurus appeared. This zombie looked like a tyrannosaurus, but it was different from a tyrannosaurus. Its head was like a tyrannosaurus, and its tail was also like a tyrannosaurus, but its forelimbs were also very developed, and still somewhat like the arms of a gorilla, but they were much thicker. The surface of the body was covered with thick metal-like scales, which almost covered all parts. When the huge soul stepped on it, the stones on the ground would be crushed. First of all, it shows the hardness of its body, and secondly, its weight. To be able to create such an effect, this Tyrannosaurus zombie must weigh at least 30 tons. The little corpse girl looked at the Tyrannosaurus zombie and the lizard zombie with satisfaction. She was still waiting. Don't look at her young age, but as a zombie king, she has plenty of patience. Although the Ziguang army is now fighting on the battlefield and killing countless zombies, the situation will be reversed soon. In half an hour at most, the 16 level 2 zombies here will all evolve into level 3 zombies. Looking at these level 3 zombies, the little corpse girl has enough confidence that Ziguang City will be broken by then. Chapter 280 Danger. Danger. 4th update, 1000 April tickets plus. General, the radar team has found something strange. Just as Tang Zheng was watching the battle, the signalman came over and pointed out several coordinates to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked at the coordinates and felt that something was wrong. War Eagle, investigate immediately. There were not many mutant birds in the sky now, so the War Eagle could go out for investigation. Soon, the War Eagle brought back the images it had detected. When Tang Zheng saw the images for the first time, he almost jumped up. He had seen this zombie in the image before. When Chen Filong attacked the city, he used the collective power to catalyze a zombie that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was exactly the same as the one in the image. Obviously, the little corpse girl also played the same trick as Chen Filong and started to catalyze the third level zombies. But the little corpse girl's hand was bigger, and she catalyzed a lot at once. In another picture, it was not this kind of Tyrannosaurus zombie, but a kind of zombie similar to a lizard. Seeing this, Tang Zheng knew that he had to take action immediately. These level 3 zombies were undoubtedly very difficult to fight. Tang Zheng immediately ordered the rocket launchers to disperse and lock onto these targets and fired rockets. The rocket launchers in the mountains behind received the order, locked onto the targets, and immediately opened fire. The rocket launchers with long tails whizzed out and immediately rained bullets at all the target locations. 4 vehicles locked onto one target, and the artillery plowed the ground. Boom 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 boom. All the target points were covered by the rain of bullets. The flames brought by the rockets burned and set all the zombies in the area on fire. When the smoke and dust finally dissipated a little, Tang Zheng knew that he had failed without waiting for the feedback from the perspective of the War Eagle. Because these red dots representing level 3 zombies still existed. Sure enough, the next feedback from the perspective of the War Eagle showed that the soil on the ground was shaking, and those level 3 zombies drilled out of the soil. In such a short time since the rockets, these guys actually drilled into the soil. Although it was not a very deep layer, it also provided them with great protection. Now that they have drilled out of the ground, all the zombies have not suffered any other injuries, except that their backs were a little burnt. After these zombies realized that they were being attacked, they all started to roar, left their homes, and rushed towards the light chasing city. The speed of the lizard zombies was very fast, and their normal speed was the same as that of a sports car. The speed of the Tyrannosaurus was not slow either, with huge steps. Each step was more than 5 meters, and the speed was faster than that of an ordinary car. At this time, the zombies outside also began to get agitated and launched a fierce charge towards the light chasing city. The third level zombies were mixed in the zombies, and began to run with the cover of the zombies. This scene was actually magnificent, and the roar of the zombies made people's eardrums itch. The sound waves were like substance, and they could even distort the trajectory of the falling snow in the sky. There was no doubt that the zombies were going to cover the third level zombies. If the light chasing army could not stop the third level zombies, or if the city wall was caught in a melee, this wave would be a general attack. Seeing this, Tang Zheng knew that his first attack just now was a bit hasty. He should not have used rockets, but missiles directly. If you want to eliminate this kind of thing, there are only two relatively safe ways now. One is the ground-to-ground missiles of the armored train. As long as they are at the core of the explosion, they should be able to be destroyed. Another way is to use thermobaric bombs, which are more powerful. As long as the landing point is not too far away, they should also be able to be destroyed. Of course, small nuclear bombs can also be used to destroy them, but the problem is that there are as many as 16 of them here, and the range is too large, and small nuclear bombs cannot destroy them all. Tang Zheng looked at these level 3 zombies mixed in the zombie group, and knew that this attack had reached the moment of deciding the fate of Ziguang City. If all 16 level 3 zombies were allowed to rush up, the city defense would collapse instantly, and conventional weapons would obviously have no effect on these big guys. We can't disperse our firepower. We must take advantage of now, and concentrate our forces, to annihilate some of them, otherwise once they get close to the city wall, it will be over. Tang Zheng immediately gave the order to launch the missiles of the armored train. This kind of zombie is too fast, and one missile may not be able to destroy it, and two missiles are not guaranteed. Tang Zheng asked the train to focus the 4 missiles on one zombie, and the target was the lizard zombie. Because this kind of zombie is faster, they can't be allowed to get close to the city wall quickly. The missiles on the armored train were launched. At this time, the advancement of high technology played a decisive role. The laser guidance of the missile has the effect of locking the target and correcting the trajectory. Although the lizard zombie was very fast, it was still hit by the missile. It did not hit directly, but it was also within the explosion range. When the first missile fell beside the lizard zombie, the powerful explosion shockwave directly overturned the lizard zombie. Boom. The second missile fell beside the lizard, and the flames engulfed it. The third level zombie with strong vitality still tried to struggle. The third and fourth missiles exploded within 5 meters of it. The third missile almost killed it, and the fourth missile killed it completely. The situation in the other places was similar. The 16 ground-to-ground missiles of the armored train destroyed 4 lizard zombies. At the same time, the bomber of the light chaser army also took off. The War Eagle escorted at this time, fighting with the remaining mutant birds in the sky, to provide space for the bomber to take off. Under the cover of the mutant birds, the bomber took off, and came to the outside of the second ring to start dropping bombs. 10 bombers dropped 10 thermobaric bombs. Some level 3 zombies tried to use the same trick again, and hide underground to resist the attack of thermobaric bombs. However, the most powerful thing about thermobaric bombs is that they can destroy underground targets and fortifications. 8 of the 10 thermobaric bombs were accurately dropped, directly killing the level 3 zombies underground. Another 8 zombies were killed. Although the level 3 zombies are powerful, the current Ziguang army has been upgraded to a brigade. Tang Zheng has unlocked powerful lethal weapons. His strength is no longer what it used to be. He is not without means to deal with such high-level zombies. However, the killing only stops here. By the time the train is loaded with missiles again, or the plane is ready to drop thermobaric bombs again, it is too late. 2 of the remaining zombies have already rushed to the city of Ziguang. There are 2 zombies that were not hit directly by the thermobaric bombs. They are still alive now, but they are already in a seriously injured state. Tang Zheng hurriedly asked the fighter jets to finish off the 2 level 3 zombies. They must not let these 2 level 3 zombies survive. The fighter jets also followed out of the city and successfully dealt with the 2 level 3 zombies. However, the last 2 intact zombies still climbed onto the wall of Ziguang City. One was a lizard zombie and the other was a tyrannosaurus zombie. The lizard zombie's body turned into a residual image, and it jumped onto the 20-meter high wall in almost one leap. With its claws on the top of the city, it rushed up. The tyrannosaurus zombie was similar, running with big strides, stepping on the pile of corpses, and then running up. They climbed onto the city wall, and were immediately hit by the fierce attack of the defenders. However, no matter what bullets were fired, they were almost ineffective. The speed of the lizard zombie had reached an incredible level. It ran all the way along the city wall, and its huge tail swung out. Wherever it passed, all the defenders were swept off the city wall. The Tyrannosaurus zombie was even more ferocious, completely ignoring the shooting of the Zhuang army. It waved its huge palm and slapped the jeeps, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, etc. on the top of the city like toys. The soldiers on the sentry tower shot at it, and it jumped up, and its huge fist smashed directly on the sentry tower, which could collapse the sentry tower. The city wall was in chaos, and the military dogs and war eagles rushed up to try to stop the two big guys from wreaking havoc, but it was completely useless. Neither the military dogs nor the minions of the war eagles could break their defenses. Instead, they could tear the military dogs and war eagles apart with a casual blow. More importantly, their sweep turned the city wall into a vacuum zone. The zombies behind immediately rushed forward, and the pile of corpses increased rapidly. Some agile zombies began to jump up along the pile of corpses, and jumped directly onto the top of the city. Some powerful gorilla zombies could not find a place to climb the city wall for the time being, so they threw some fat zombies onto the city wall. These fat zombies even began to spray strong acid corrosive poisonous water from above to attack the people below. The kitchen team and medical troops below were all affected and began to suffer casualties. Some gorilla zombies used too much force and threw the fat zombie over the wall and into the city. The fat zombie fell to the ground and exploded. Such an explosion was very terrifying. Almost everyone affected was killed. Some tall armored zombies began to imitate the gorilla zombies and threw some agile zombies or ordinary zombies up. The pile of corpses kept being thrown up. The height of the pile had reached 16 meters and was still rising. Hoo-hoo, some zombies began to jump up and grab the wall to climb up. More and more zombies climbed up the wall and the crisis appeared. Thermobaric bombs and missiles could not be launched at this time. If they were launched at this time, it was hard to say whether they could kill them, but they would definitely cause huge casualties to their side. Maybe they would even destroy the wall, making the situation completely irreversible. At this moment, all the people watching TV could not help but stand up. Whether they were Tang Zheng's enemies or friends, they all watched all this without blinking. No one thought that the little zombie girl had such a trick. 16 level 3 zombies were catalyzed at once. If it were any other base, it would have fallen long ago. The light chasing army used all its means, missiles and thermobaric bombs, and killed 14 of them. But despite this, a huge crisis still emerged. The source of this danger was to level 3 zombies climbing the city wall. If these two things could not be dealt with, the 9 days of efforts of the light chasing city would be in vain. The current situation is already in danger of getting out of control. If it is not handled properly, it will completely collapse. Chapter 281, Light Chasing Cannon, Ready to Fire. Tang Zheng knew that the most critical moment had come. As long as he could survive the attacks of two level 3 zombies, the siege would basically be settled. Although the remaining zombies still numbered 2 to 3 million, it was impossible for them to break through Zhuang City. If the two level 3 zombies that had already climbed the city wall could not be defeated in a short period of time, the chain reaction they brought would surely cause Zhuang City to fall quickly. The two level 3 zombies were now located slightly east of the main gate of the south gate and near 2 points above the southwest gate. The first thing Tang Zheng had to deal with was the lizard zombie that ran to the east of the south main gate. If calculated by combat power, the lizard zombie might be slightly inferior to the Tyrannosaurus zombie. After all, the Tyrannosaurus zombie was extremely powerful, and its armor protection reached a terrifying level. However, in terms of the current damage, the lizard zombie was even better than the Tyrannosaurus, because this guy was so fast that he rushed all the way on the city wall, causing hundreds of casualties to the defenders. But Tang Zheng was not without a way to deal with it. The best way to deal with this lizard is to let Tang take action. In the past few days, zombies have surrounded the city and martial law has been imposed. Ordinary people cannot see the fighting. Tang will occasionally rush out of Fengming River to swallow some high-level zombies or mutant beasts as snacks when there are no drones filming. After swallowing for several days in a row, Tang is getting bigger and bigger. Each of the 8 tentacles is more than 20 meters long. When stretched out and lying on the ground, the total length is even more than 50 meters. Tang Zheng doesn't know how much Tang has evolved, but looking at its size, it is not a problem to fight against the 3rd level zombies. It's just that the lizard zombies are a little far from Tang Tang's position now. The distance from the south gate to the water gate is 3 or 4 kilometers. Tang Zheng doesn't want Tang Tang to rush all the way. After all, Tang Tang's existence has always been a secret, and Tang Zheng has never thought of exposing it to people's sight. So the best way now is to lead this lizard to the water gate. At the critical moment, Tang Zheng handed this task to the War Eagle unit, because except for the War Eagle, no other troops can match the speed of the lizard. Tang Zheng called the 5-star War Eagle Kun Peng to his side and gave it some orders. The 5-star War Eagle was already extremely intelligent and quickly understood Tang Zheng's meaning, flapping its wings and flying out. The War Eagle's method was also simple, that is, to throw the meat down, to attract the lizard's attention. The War Eagle faithfully carried out Tang Zheng's order. The 5-star War Eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, exceeding 400 km per hour, close to 500 km per hour. But the result was not satisfactory. The meat was thrown down, but the lizard zombies ignored it and continued to attack the defenders of the city wall. In desperation, Tang Zheng sent out the guard company to open fire, trying to attract the lizard zombies to the bottom of the city wall. The guard company used Gatling machine guns, but still could not attract the zombies. The zombies just rushed back and forth on the city wall and refused to leave the city wall. Seeing this, Tang Zheng felt that his thinking was deviated. No, this zombie doesn't have its own thoughts. It is following the orders of the Zombie King. Little Corpse Sister's order should be to clear the defenders on the city wall and pave the way for the follow-up zombie army. As long as the large army can climb the city wall, it is worth it to kill this level 3 zombie. This is Little Corpse Sister's strategic goal. Whether you want the zombies to leave the city wall does not depend on it, but on Little Corpse Sister. Tang Zheng's mind was turning quickly, and he thought of a possible method. When he saw the scarf on Little Corpse Sister's neck, Tang Zheng had an idea that Little Corpse Sister might know him. Maybe he is also one of the targets of Little Corpse Sister's action this time, or even the main target. If he can change Little Corpse Sister's mind, then maybe he should go out as bait. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng immediately decided to act. The lizard zombie is too fast. If others go to attract it, they either can't let it leave, or are caught up and killed. However, Tang Zheng's speed can fight with the lizard zombie. As a level 1 peak double top evolution, Tang Zheng's actual speed is comparable to that of a level 2 mutant. If he operates well, he might be able to take the lizard away from this area. Ignoring Ning Yue and the others' dissuasion, Tang Zheng first quickly came to the Fengming River, talked to Tang Tang who was waiting here, and then climbed the city wall and headed straight for the lizard zombies that were rampant in the west. Running all the way, when he was only about 200 meters away from the lizard zombies, Tang Zheng opened fire with the Desert Eagle in his hand. Bang 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 emptied the magazine, and only one shot hit. The power of the Desert Eagle is still not small. Although it cannot cause substantial damage to the lizard, it is enough to attract its attention. The lizard zombie that was chasing the defenders turned around and saw Tang Zheng with its scholar eyes. Not only did it see it, but the little corpse girl hiding in the dark also saw it. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to change the little corpse girl's order, but Tang Zheng was different. She came to Ziguang City. Chasing the crowd was one thing, and the other most important thing was to kill Tang Zheng and eliminate the fear in her heart. But Tang Zheng was also very good. He knew his importance to the team and would not show up easily. The little corpse girl had not discovered Tang Zheng. Now Tang Zheng appeared, and he was facing the lizard zombie alone. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and must not be missed. The little corpse girl hiding in the distance immediately gave the lizard zombie an order. Kill that person. Kill Tang Zheng. The lizard zombie immediately abandoned the soldiers who were chasing the city guards, spread out its foreclaws, and rushed straight to Tang Zheng. The body had already left an afterimage, just like a flash of light, rushing over. Seeing the lizard zombie rushing towards him, Tang Zheng was overjoyed and turned around and ran. The speed of his feet soared to the limit. His strong physical fitness allowed him to run 100 meters in almost 3 seconds. Despite this, his speed was still inferior to that of the lizard zombie, and the distance between the two sides was rapidly shortened. Under the city wall, the soldiers of the guard company who were forced by Tang Zheng to give their tasks opened fire. They attacked the lizard zombies, and it was difficult to hit them with bullets, but they could still harass them. The defenders on the city wall and the guard tower were all covering the general at this moment. The lizard zombies were occasionally hit by bullets, which would affect their speed, making it unable to catch up with Tang Zheng for a while. In this way, under the cover of the soldiers, Tang Zheng rushed along the road on the city wall at the limit, and ran more than 2 kilometers without any danger. Not far ahead, it was already the water gate of Fengming River. The lizard zombie had chased Tang Zheng to about 30 meters behind him. This distance can be reached with almost one leap. The tongue in the lizard zombie's mouth kept swallowing and spitting out, and it was more than 3 meters long. It ran a few steps quickly under the rain of bullets, and pounced on Tang Zheng. Just like a wild beast pouncing on its food, this time it should be able to catch Tang Zheng. At this time, Tang Zheng also used all his strength. When the lizard zombie pounced out, he also jumped directly off the wall. This time, he jumped more than 20 meters away. The distance between the man and the zombie in the air was getting closer. Tang Zheng seemed to be able to feel the breathing of the zombie behind his head, and seemed to be able to feel that the flaming red tongue would pierce through him in the next second. But that didn't happen. Just when the lizard zombie was about to pounce on Tang Zheng, the Fengming River was flooded, and a black shadow shot out. Tang's more than 20-meter long tentacles flew into the air. The 4 long tentacles grabbed the lizard zombie that was still gliding in the air and trying to pounce on Tang Zheng. The huge suction cup bound the zombie's hands and feet, and the huge body exerted force to pull the lizard zombie down from the air. Plop. Boom. In the first one, Tang Zheng fell into the Fengming River, and in the second one, Tang pulled the lizard zombie into the water. In an instant, the water on the banks of Fengming River was tumbling, and the lizard zombie roared continuously. It tried to twist its limbs to get rid of Tang's restraints, but Tang was much larger than it, and undoubtedly had greater strength, so its limbs could not break free. The lizard opened its mouth, and tried to bite Tang, but Tang had 8 legs, 4 of which bound the lizard's hands and feet, and another stretched out, and wrapped the lizard's mouth tightly, making it impossible to open its mouth. Then, Tang's body began to sink into the water, and entered the bottom of Fengming River. A string of gurgling bubbles emerged from the bottom of the water. The battle between the 2 giant beasts made the bottom of the water extremely turbid. No one knew what was happening under the water. But as time went on, the water surface gradually became quiet. If the lizard won, it would definitely come out from the bottom of the water and continue to chase Tang Zheng, because that was the order of the Zombie King. But it did not come out, and the result was obvious. After Tang Zheng used himself as bait to kill the lizard zombie, he immediately jumped out of the freezing cold river, boarded the plane hovering overhead, and headed straight for the west gate. After killing the lizard, the east side stabilized, but at this moment, the southwest gate had some signs of erosion. Without the help of Tang Zheng had to find another way. While on the plane, Tang Zheng quickly bought some city walls and gates. After landing, he arranged the city walls and gates into a square inside the city, and asked several soldiers to stand on the winch of the city gate, and opened a gap in the city gate. Then the soldiers left, and Tang Zheng took the initiative to stand in the middle of this artificial square wall, with the city gate behind him. He raised his middle finger to the Tyrannosaurus zombie on the wall and shouted, "Come here." When Tang Zheng came over, the Tyrannosaurus also received the order to kill Tang Zheng. Seeing Tang Zheng at this moment, he immediately jumped down from the city wall. Just as the Tyrannosaurus was about to pounce, Tang Zheng suddenly lowered his head, rolled on the ground, and rolled out of the city gate. Tang Zheng rolled out, and the Tyrannosaurus fell in. A 7-meter tall Tyrannosaurus could not jump out of a 20-meter high wall without a pile of corpses as a base. After several attempts, the Tyrannosaurus finally rushed to the city gate in anger, and used his huge body and strange strength to push the city gate up. Because the city gate itself did not touch the ground, it was really lifted up slowly by the Tyrannosaurus, but the speed was extremely slow. In this way, the body of the Tyrannosaurus was completely exposed. Light chasing cannon, prepare to fire. On the turrets in the inner city, the cannons of the light chasing city had already turned their muzzles and pointed them at the city gate. The 1,250 kilogram shells were already loaded. Chapter 282 Victory. History always repeats itself in a strikingly similar way. When Chen Filong led the zombies to attack the city, Tang Zheng killed the third level zombies with the cannon of Zhuguang City and put an end to the siege. That shot was the turning point of the battle. The situation today is the same. The Tyrannosaurus zombie used its amazing strength to forcibly hold up a city gate, but the huge weight of the city gate made it almost impossible to move. When it lifted the city gate to the height of its shoulders, its body was completely exposed. The cannon of Zhuguang City was waiting for this opportunity. Firing from the inner city to the edge of the second ring, it was just within the range. As Tang Zheng gave the order, the cannon opened fire. Boom. The recoil of the cannon made the turret slide back 100 meters and hit the tire pad behind it directly before it stopped. And this shell accurately hit the chest of the Tyrannosaurus zombie. The huge body of more than 7 meters tall is more conspicuous than a tank. It is unreasonable not to hit it. Explosion. The extremely strong defense of the third level zombies could not withstand the frontal bombardment of the main gun of the Iowa class battleship. This cannon can easily destroy bunkers dozens of kilometers away, and the third level zombies can't stand it. The huge body was immediately blown into pieces, and the head that looked like a small house was directly blown into the sky. When the head fell, an engineer immediately took the head away and cut it. There was also a precious third level crystal inside, which must not be wasted. After bombing the Tyrannosaurus, the battle was not over. There were still a large number of zombies wreaking havoc on the southwest wall, and the Zhuguang army immediately organized a counterattack. The Gatling troops of the Direct Battalion became the main force at this moment. The Gatling machine gun roared wildly, and the large group of zombies were knocked down from the wall like mowing grass. The armored troops were also under the city, using their strong defense and vehicle-mounted machine guns to eliminate the zombies entering the city. The helicopters of the Army Aviation Battalion were also dispatched to attack from the sky. The reorganized city guards and field regiments also began to retake the city walls step by step. The flamethrower warriors opened fire again and burned the pile of corpses down again. Without the troublemaker of the third level zombies, the powerful counterattack ability of the light chasing army was reflected. The excellent quality and tactical literacy of the soldiers, as well as the correct orders frequently issued by the command center, the radar reconnaissance, and the perspective of the War Eagle formed an effective information network and combat network. In this situation, if it were other troops, they might be finished, even if they had twice as many soldiers. When faced with heavy casualties, human troops are prone to collapse, but the light chasing army will never. Everyone has been on the right path of battle, not doing unnecessary things, and the efficiency is very high. Inch by inch, the city wall was recovered, and zombies were eliminated one by one. Every time some places were recovered, the medical troops quickly followed up to treat the wounded and ensure that the injured soldiers could basically be rescued. After more than an hour of bloody battle, the city walls were all recovered. Outside the city wall, the corpses of zombies piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. As the number of mutant birds decreased, fighter planes continued to circle and bomb outside, cutting off the zombie support, which was also the key to recovering the city wall. As time gradually fell into the night, the sky was dark, and this wave of zombies offensive was completely extinguished. Although there were still more than 2 million zombies outside, Tang Zheng knew that they had completely lost their chance. With the continuous landing of thermobaric bombs, these zombies could only support until the morning of the day after tomorrow, and then they would be completely wiped out. It was too late today, and the distant flares in the world could not be taken care of, otherwise Tang Zheng would want to find out where the little corpse girl was hiding. Tang Zheng even had an idea that, if he could control the little corpse girl, it would be too easy for him to recover the city in the future. For a zombie king who can control 20 million zombies, it is not a problem to control 10 million or 5 million at a time. Even if he controls 5 million zombies at a time, it is almost a county town to recover at a time. It is easy to recover a prefecture level city in 10 days and a half. With her under control, as long as it takes some time, the restoration of the country can be done. After tonight, when the night is over and the dawn comes, Tang Zheng will do this. The little corpse girl was far away from the battlefield, looking at the Zhuguang city. Her eyes were a little wet. So scary. Tang Zheng was so scary. He was not even afraid of the third level zombies. Two third-level zombies were killed by him one after another. The little corpse girl knew that she could no longer win. What she was thinking about at this moment was no longer to conquer the Ziguang city, but to leave here as soon as possible, stay away from this human, and never come back. But she didn't dare to run during the day, because it would be easy to be discovered. So she waited here patiently, letting her men continue to attack, and she was waiting for the night to come. As the night fell, the sky became darker and darker, and the little corpse girl knew that her chance had come. After midnight and before dawn, when it was pitch dark, she found a white swan, which was a huge bird. It was her favorite among all the mutant birds, because this bird could easily carry her in the sky, and it was very fast, and would not be caught up by other birds. The little corpse girl tied up the scarf, wrapped it around her delicate neck, and then climbed onto the bird's back. The white swan flapped its wings, took off into the sky, and soon entered the clouds of the night. Under the cover of a group of mutant birds, it quickly flew southeast. The little corpse girl was on the back of the white swan, holding its neck tightly, feeling the biting cold wind in the sky, and kept flying eastward. Looking at the chasing light city, which was still like a volcano in the dark night, constantly spraying bullets, the little corpse girl wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She knew that, when she left a certain distance, she would be cut off from the zombies. Without a unified command, the zombies would be leaderless, and could no longer organize any offensive. They would only lie on the ground, and devour the flesh and blood of their companions, and it would be impossible to break the chasing light city. And if she left, she might never come back. If she didn't want to come back, then she wouldn't come back. The farther away from this human, the safer it would be. The little corpse girl knew that, as long as she didn't compare with this human, she would still be a powerful zombie king. The zombie king who can control 20 million zombies can live safely anywhere. The white swan flew for a while, and the little zombie girl's nerves suddenly relaxed. Except for the white swan under her, which was still under her control. All the other zombies had lost contact with her. It's over. Goodbye, Mangai Town. Goodbye, Tang Zheng. Bad Silver. The 10th day of the siege of Ziguang City. 4 o'clock in the morning. The zombies attacking outside the city suddenly seemed to have lost their souls and turned into zombies again. Except for some zombies that were closer to the city wall and were attracted by the flesh and blood on the wall. They were still waving their claws and trying to attack. The zombies farther away all stopped. The nearby gunshots did not attract them at this moment. They stopped and began to devour the flesh and blood everywhere around them. The sudden appearance of this situation greatly reduced the pressure on the defenders and also let Tang Zheng know that the siege was over. Not only was the siege over, but the little zombie girl must have escaped. The corpse king is intelligent and will not approach the city wall easily, so the little corpse girl could not have been killed, but could only have escaped. Tang Zheng had no way to deal with this. In such a dark environment, there was a group of mutant birds flying around, and he could not find where the little corpse girl had gone for a while. Even if he found her, it would be too late to chase her, because the speed at which the little corpse girl left was definitely very fast. Once she was out of the radar range, she could no longer be found. So Tang Zheng simply gave up this futile move. It was a satisfactory result to be able to successfully end the siege. As the sky appeared, the sky in the east turned pale, and the battle began to present another scene. The soldiers began to practice shooting, and large-scale bombing was prohibited. The 2 million zombies outside the city must be pursued as whole corpses, so that it would be convenient to collect supplies. Tang Zheng was very fortunate that this battle took place in winter. It was freezing cold outside, and the dead zombies almost all became zombies. Many supplies could still be collected, and there was no need to worry about rotting and causing plague. The light chasing army first annihilated the mutant birds in the sky, and then the planes were dispatched and began to strafing without any pressure. The helicopters circled in the sky and easily killed the zombies on the ground. Even the remaining guerrilla zombies could not resist the frontal bombardment of the aircraft guns. Therefore, there were no casualties in the following battle. The armored forces, direct battalions and field troops also began to leave the city one after another to encircle and annihilate the zombies outside the city. The engineering troops followed behind, collecting supplies and destroying the corpses. This was a siege of 20 million zombies. There were simply too many corpses outside, which forced Tang Zheng to add another battalion of engineers to carry out this extremely difficult battlefield cleaning work. Originally, Tang Zheng's troops were almost full, but this time, the addition of 2,500 engineers still did not make the current number of people full, which showed that the losses in this battle were not small. The system statistics of the losses came out soon. This siege lasted for 10 days. A total of 5,200 people were killed, and more than 26,000 were injured in the Zhuang army. A considerable number of casualties occurred on the 9th day, when the third-level zombies entered the city. The losses of military dogs and war eagles were not small, with a total of more than 3,000 killed, and more than 8,000 injured. Only Tang, the big guy, was not injured, and was constantly getting bigger and fatter. After swallowing the third-level zombies, this guy sank into the pool, and never came out again. He was digesting it, but its body size has exceeded the 60-meter mark, and the pool is almost full. Paying such a price is the first time since the establishment of the Zhuang army. But the great results of the battle also shocked the whole country and the world. 20 million zombies besieged the city, but were completely annihilated by a force of less than 100,000 people. This result made everyone who watched the battle feel unbelievable afterwards. There is no doubt that after this battle, Tang Zheng's dominance in the northern region can no longer be shaken. Chapter 283, A More Terrifying Existence Than the Little Corpse Girl. 3 more chapters, 100 monthly tickets plus. The 11th day of the siege of Zhuang City. This day can no longer be considered a siege, but a war of annihilation. After all, there are still many zombies outside the city that need to be annihilated. The Zhuang army has been constantly eliminating and cleaning them up since yesterday. It was not until the afternoon of the 11th day that the last armored man fell down with the cooperation of various arms of the Zhuang army. This siege was truly over. After that, there will be a long cleanup period, which is estimated to last at least a week to complete. Collecting funds and burning corpses, the soldiers of the Zhuang army are still busy. But Tang Zheng does not need to be busy, as his main work is basically over. There are still about 48 million funds obtained from Lumber City. After the zombies outside the city are cleared, he estimates that he can get more than 10 million funds. By then, the funds will not be a problem if they are more than 60 million. Tang Zheng, who was free, did not even have time to watch the news or the reactions of all parties, but chose to go back to the official residence to sleep. In the past 10 days, he had slept even less than ordinary soldiers and could only sleep 3 hours a day on average. Even if his physical fitness was good, he was extremely tired after 10 days. He fell asleep and slept for 40 hours. He woke up hungry, got up and had a meal, and then slept for more than 10 hours before he recovered. When he woke up again, 3 days had passed since he first slept. Back at the dining table, Tang Zheng ate slowly this time, while listening to the report from the communicator. General, after the siege ended, Liu spoke on the TV news and sent you a congratulatory message on behalf of Her Royal Highness the Princess. In the message, the princess praised you and the Zhuang army for fighting bravely and defeating 20 million zombies. In order to commend and encourage your great achievements, she has sent 2,000 tons of fuel, 100,000 bags of rice, and 10 tons of gold to reward the soldiers and civilians who fought hard. The supplies have now left Yuanjing and are expected to arrive in Zhuang City within 10 days. Oh, there are actually 10 tons of gold. Her Royal Highness the Princess really spent a lot of money this time. Tang Zheng was in a good mood when he heard about 10 tons of gold. This was 10 million yuan. In this way, the reserve funds in his hands increased again. Call Her Royal Highness the Princess back and tell her that I thank Her Royal Highness for her righteous act on behalf of the military and civilians of Zhuang City. Okay, General. Are there any other movements elsewhere? Basically nothing in the country. The surrounding army groups have remained silent on this matter and no one has expressed any opinions. Tang Zheng snorted. They are all powerful people. They know that it is not good for them to go against me at this moment, so they don't say anything. In fact, not saying anything is an attitude in itself. If they are willing to make friends with me, they should have expressed congratulations long ago. General, it seems that there has been some movement in Dalio recently. What's the movement? It seems that Dalio is holding a 5-nation summit and has invited people from the Bohemian Empire, Hansen Empire, Jylland Kingdom, and the Magic Lamp Kingdom to Dalio. It seems that they are discussing alliance matters. The summit has been held, and it is said that a joint military exercise will be held before the arrival of spring. When Tang Zheng heard these names, he immediately took out the map to check. These 4 countries are all located in the western part of Hanyu. Although they are not as large as Hanyu and Dalio, they are not small and their military strength is not bad. Although their territory does not border Tang Zheng's northern territory, 2 of them border Mobi. If you start from their country, as long as you pass through the desert area of Mobi, you can quickly reach Shazhou City in Mobi. And Shazhou City is only 1,000 kilometers away from the border checkpoint set up by Tang Zheng to enclose the land. Tang Zheng asked with some doubts, can Ferdinand invite them on behalf of Dalio? General, during this period, it seems that the royal side of Dalio has given Ferdinand a prince's title and let him be in charge of the central and southern war zone of Dalio. Now there are several survivor bases under Ferdinand's management. Now his strength has been greatly improved compared with the past. At least in terms of personnel, his foundation is already very strong. The population under his jurisdiction is not much less than ours. Oh. It seems that a lot of things happened during the few days I slept. Are there any other things? No, it's probably these things. The other several group armies are very quiet. Their news has been broadcasting some trivial things during this period. It seems that nothing big has happened. Tang Zheng nodded, and he was also a little alert. Nothing is impossible. Everyone is fine. This is an unusual thing in itself. As for what other armies are planning, Tang Zheng can't control it now, nor does he want to. Since the siege ended, his mind has begun to fly to the coastal areas. He can't stay in the northern region for too long. There are several reasons. One is that it is not close to the sea and can't develop the navy. Another is that the population is not enough for him to upgrade to a division commander. So if he wants to continue to upgrade, it is inevitable to migrate to the coastal areas. But before that, he still has to do something. The first is to stabilize the situation and make his jurisdiction regular. There is also a worry, that is, the Dalio volcano city. After all, the volcano city is very close to his territory. It is best to solve this problem before leaving. There is another thing that makes Tang Zheng a little worried. That is the disappearance of the little corpse girl. The little corpse girl ran away without a trace, and no one knows where she went. Tang Zheng has an instinctive intuition that he feels that the little corpse girl will not be able to come back in a short time after suffering this setback. But this is a hidden worry after all. However, what he can do now is to improve his strength as soon as possible, so that even if the little corpse sister comes again after a while, he will not be afraid. Go call Guo Yun and see if he has any research results in the past few days. For the army to make progress, the improvement of technology is necessary. I hope Guo Yun can give me a surprise. Far southeast of Ziguang City. It is 5,000 kilometers away from Ziguang City and is located in a province southeast of Hanyu. The white swan that the little corpse sister is sitting on can no longer fly. The little corpse sister looked at the ground and saw a huge city below. She didn't know where this was, but from the wind and temperature blowing around, it felt that this was definitely not the North Territory. Because compared to the severe cold in the North Territory, it was obviously warmer here. Many of her current thoughts still come from before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, she was a 5-year-old girl, and her mind was not very mature. After the end of the world, except for the side that a corpse king should have, she was still that 5-year-old girl in other aspects. But she is a relatively smart child and knows some basic knowledge. For example, the south is warmer and the north is colder. So now she knew that she had come to the south. She also knew that the south had a larger population, which would allow her to quickly restore her power as a corpse king and gain more subordinates. From the back of the white swan, she could see that the city was so big that there should be many zombies. So she made the decision to settle here and regard it as her home. Although she felt that this was not her home, she no longer had a real home or family after becoming a corpse king. The warm impression of her mother was just a symbol in her heart. So wherever she settled, that was her home. She drove the White Swan and landed in the city. After landing, it was indeed warmer than the North Territory. It felt like the end of winter, but it was not as warm as spring. The little corpse girl landed on the central street of the city. With the special ability of the Corpse King, she could feel that the city was full of zombies, many and many. This was a city that had not been recaptured by humans, or in other words, it was a city without humans. The little corpse girl was very confident at the moment. She was away from the human named Tang Zheng, and her confidence returned. As long as she summoned her subordinates, no one could threaten her. So, she immediately called out to the Corpse King. With a sharp cry, the sound waves echoed in the city, and the zombies within a few kilometers nearby would be attracted by her. But she failed. The little corpse girl was stunned. She had never failed before. Even when she summoned Chen Filong, the Corpse King was instantly conquered by her, because their powers were very different. But this time she actually failed, which was unbelievable. She summoned again with some disbelief, but still failed. The zombies here were not under her control at all. There was an invisible force that blocked her summoning. That was another Corpse King. Being able to resist her summoning proved that the power of the other Corpse King was also very strong. The little corpse girl was a little unconvinced, because she clearly knew that her power was also strong among the Corpse Kings, but she didn't expect to meet an opponent. Her temper flared up a little, and she summoned for the third time. This time, as soon as her summoning was sent out, it collided with another force. The little corpse girl felt a little dizzy, and that power seemed to be stronger than her. The little corpse girl was immediately horrified. She really didn't expect that there was a zombie king stronger than her. She immediately thought of the scene where Chen Filong was controlled by her. She didn't want to be controlled by this zombie king. The little corpse girl immediately drove the White Swan that was still under her control and wanted to fly away. But something even more unexpected happened. The White Swan was no longer under her control. The White Swan that was originally docile in front of her was now fierce. The huge wings flapped, causing a gust of wind. The little corpse girl was scared. Although she was a zombie king, her combat power was pitifully weak without controlling the zombies. The White Swan in front of her was a mutant bird. If it wanted to kill her, it would take only a few minutes. Her hands and feet were cold, and she was completely unable to resist. She didn't know what to do. But the White Swan looked down at her for a while and did not kill her. Instead, it stretched out its long neck and came to her side. The huge beak stretched out and bit her neck. The scarf with the words "There is love in the world, I love Tang Zheng" the most on it was taken away by the White Swan. Carrying the scarf, the White Swan flapped its wings and flew away, apparently giving it to its new owner. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 New High Technology. Jiao Yun came to Tang Zheng with a bunch of things in his arms. "General, you're up." "Well, I've been sleeping for almost 3 days. It's time to get up. How are you? Have you produced any scientific research results in the past few days? If I remember correctly, you haven't produced anything since I was promoted to brigade commander." Jiao Yun chuckled. "Before, I was too busy attacking the city and didn't have time to give you anything. But now, many things have been conquered during this period, and now I bring them all to you, General." "Oh, there's more than one? That's really good. Come and see." Jiao Yun arranged the things and took out the first thing. "This is a map." Tang Zheng took a look and saw that this thing looked like a tall pillar, thicker than a normal telephone pole, with a huge sphere on the top and a circle of steel rings in the middle. From the steel ring to the sphere, there was some electric current surging. Tang Zheng looked at the scale again and found that this thing was 50 meters high. "What is this? A giant electric pole? Or a new type of charging station?" "Neither of them, General. This is a breakthrough in our electromagnetic technology. In this siege, our new high-tech soldiers, the electromagnetic infantry, played a limited role. This is mainly because the battery life isn't sufficient and the electromagnetic gun has a short combat time. This is the drawback of our new soldier research and development, and it is also the direction we must overcome in the future. Therefore, all of us in our research institute have learned from our mistakes, and worked day and night to learn from them. When Tang Zheng heard him start to brag, he immediately waved his hand. Stop, don't tell me this. Your stuff is good, and research funding is indispensable. Let's talk about the results first. As he said that, Tang Zheng took out a check and placed it in front of Guo Yun. You are simple and concise. Fill in this number yourself. If you keep talking too much, I will fill in the last number. Guo Yun's tone really became serious. General, this is called an electromagnetic coil. It has a very complex circulating electromagnetic field inside, which can emit electromagnetic rays with a maximum length of 10 kilometers. Within this distance, anything with electricity will be destroyed by it, even the most advanced fighter jets in the world, even alien spaceships, as long as they use electricity. It also has the ability to identify friend or foe, and can distinguish between military and civilian targets, as well as our Zhuang army and targets outside the Zhuang army. 5,000 meters is the shooting range, but it's best not to open fire easily, because the electromagnetic rays are too strong, and will cause loss to the electromagnetic field. However, it also has an inner circle static field, which is within a range of 250 meters. All people and vehicles that enter this range, except for our Zhuang army targets, will be indiscriminately attacked by electricity. This attack is not fatal, but it can paralyze the body and greatly reduce mobility. Within this range, our soldiers will not be affected, and the electromagnetic infantry can fire unlimitedly within this range. The electromagnetic coil and the battery of the electromagnetic infantry will form a cycle, allowing the electromagnetic infantry to achieve unlimited shooting, and the range will also be increased to 200 meters. After hearing Guo Yun's introduction, Tang Zheng was also very surprised. The electromagnetic infantry did perform mediocrely in the siege, mainly because the battery could not fight too long, and the range of the electromagnetic gun was only 50 meters. So Tang Zheng once thought that this type of soldier was a bit useless, only able to fight in close combat, and not lasting. But the electromagnetic coil developed by Guo Yun now is a bit amazing. First of all, within 10 kilometers, as long as there is an electric target, it can ignore the killing of defense, which is very scary. Even if everyone has high-tech fighters in the future, they will definitely be hit if they are not careful. Secondly, this static field is also terrible. If used to defend the city, within 250 meters, entering this range will reduce the mobility. If there is this during the siege, it is not difficult to annihilate the third-level zombies. As for ordinary zombies, they will return to a staggering state again. The last one is also very strong. That is to say, within this 250 meters, the electromagnetic infantry will have unlimited endurance, and the terrible electromagnetic gun will continue to fire. The static field combined with the electromagnetic gun will definitely have a very terrifying performance. Guo Yun added, as long as we arrange the defense well, as long as the electromagnetic coil is not destroyed, then within this combat range, we are almost invincible, and the enemy cannot be our opponent. Tang Zheng nodded, not bad, then I will equip it. He used the electromagnetic coil mapping, and this thing entered the building list, and the price was 100,000 gold each. Then, Guo Yun handed Tang Zheng the second chapter mapping. Tang Zheng took one, and it was another pillar-like thing. This is a black pillar with many strange things on it, such as several pointed heads. And this height is 100 meters. What is this? General, remember when you were the head of the regiment, you asked me how to make it, so that the people in the outer city cannot see the inner city, even if they live in high-rise buildings? That's this thing. This is called a fog generator. In fact, we use artificial rainfall technology to generate fog, but control it so that it doesn't rain. Then we use it in the center of the inner city and use energy field technology to generate a semi-arc shaped, dome-like area to confine the fog to this area, forming a 10-meter thick fog layer. The line of sight cannot penetrate the fog, and the situation in the inner city cannot be seen. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. In other words, the sky above the inner city will be covered by fog all year round in the future. Guo Yun shrugged. It's like this now. Anyway, there is no sunny day in this doomsday, so it doesn't matter if there is one more layer of fog. Not only can people not see through it, but radar can't scan it either. Well, that's good. In this way, the outer city can build high-rise buildings at will, and solve the problem of overcrowding in our city. Tang Zheng used this map again. This one is more expensive, costing 200,000 gold each. What Guo Yun took out afterwards was not mapping, but the research and development of new soldiers. General, we have unlocked the research and development of some hero units, because many combat soldiers need to kill a lot of zombies to reach 5 stars in order to upgrade their hero units. These soldiers cannot be upgraded for the time being, but several soldiers can be upgraded, such as scientific research soldiers, spies, etc. The upgrade of scientific research soldiers can do better in scientific research and requires a 3rd level crystal. The upgrade of spies can give spies better reconnaissance capabilities and additional copying technology capabilities. Tang Zheng waved his hand. What is copying ability? Copying ability is the spy's own super memory combined with some of our scientific and technological means. As long as he enters a special place, such as a laboratory, he can quickly use radio technology without using power to quickly transmit the scientific research results and core technologies here to our combat command center through transmission. We call it copying technology. At this point, Guo Yun took out another small bottle. General, remember the white fox, right? She was involved in a kind of mental hallucination potion at that time. This potion has also been improved by us and can make people have hallucinations. For example, if a person wants to sleep with a woman and he takes this potion before sleeping with the woman, he will have a dream, and when he wakes up he will think that he really slept with this woman. Tang Zheng looked at the small bottle. Why do I feel that this thing is a bit useless? It's indeed a bit useless, but sometimes it can play a big role. General, don't worry about it. I have my own arrangements for this. Now I suggest that the general upgrade a spy first. Tang Zheng now has only 2 level 3 zombie crystals in his hand. In this zombie siege, he only got the crystal from the last level 3 zombie that was killed by the giant cannon. He was a little confused about which one to upgrade to a hero. After hearing what Guo Yun said, he also asked in confusion, why? I think it's also good to upgrade you, which can provide us with new technologies faster and more. General, of course you can upgrade me, but we need a spy more now. When I came here, I asked Director G of the Military Intelligence Bureau. He has a spy currently lurking in Volcano City. After hearing Guo Yun's words, Tang Zheng agreed with Guo Yun's idea. He handed a level 3 crystal to Guo Yun, and then he upgraded the spy. But he had to get progress as soon as possible in Dailyo. Guo Yun took out the last soldier. According to him, this soldier was developed by Hezu. After Hezu completed the fixed point blasting, he had a new idea and developed a blasting engineer. The main skill of the blasting engineer is to use fixed point blasting to demolish a skyscraper in 30 seconds. This technology can also be used on the battlefield, such as taking down the enemy's fortress, which will be very useful. Tang Zheng also added this soldier to the purchase sequence, and the price was 2,000 gold, which is considered a very expensive soldier. With these new technologies, Tang Zheng also took action immediately. He first built 2 electromagnetic coils at the 2 corners of the city wall of Ziguang City. After the electromagnetic coils were built, he arranged some electromagnetic infantry to be stationed here, so that the key defense areas of Ziguang City were further strengthened. Then he bought a fog generator in the inner city. After this thing was built, the sky above the inner city gradually became foggy. At the beginning, the residents of the outer city thought that the entire city would be shrouded by weapons, but soon they found that the fog was only spreading over the inner city, which was very strange. In response, Ziguang TV broadcast a program claiming that the inner city was conducting an artificial rainfall experiment, and in order not to affect the lives of the people in the outer city, the rainfall range was controlled. This artificial rainfall range test will be a long process, and the public should not be surprised. The people in the outer city were amazed. They had seen artificial rainfall before, but it was the first time they had seen it controlled. It can be seen that the scientific research level of Ziguang City has reached a considerable height. In addition to these two types of buildings, Tang Zheng did not immediately purchase demolition engineers. Now that the battle with the zombies has ended, there is no place for demolition engineers for the time being. In the next period of time, Tang Zheng's focus will be to complete the cleanup of zombies as soon as possible, and then stabilize the situation and consolidate the existing base. In addition, the places of Hezhou, Boya, and Jing in the east will also be included in his rule, and the zombies in the countryside and some counties will be cleaned up to obtain as much funds and supplies as possible. After a series of battles, the Ziguang army will rest for a while to lay the foundation for the troops to move eastward and go to the coastal areas. However, there is a unit that Tang Zheng thinks should be established. That is the Special Forces. Chapter 285 Independence. Tang Zheng's Special Forces have two arms. One is the Marine Corps and the other is the Special Forces. There is not much difference between these two arms in essence, but the training subjects of the Marine Corps are more operations such as beach landing and coastal defense exercises. The Special Forces are more likely to practice some anti-terrorism, anti-hijacking, rescue and other tasks. But these two arms are very powerful arms, with better military literacy and individual combat effectiveness than ordinary soldiers and even scouts. Open the system. Each arm is 1000 gold. Tang Zheng considered it and spent 1 million funds to buy 500 of each of the two arms. The first Marine Corps soldier, named Suzin, was appointed as the captain by Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng has his own plan for this Marine Corps. When he goes to the southeast region, this Marine Corps must follow him. So Tang Zheng thought about it and named this unit the Dragon Scale Special Forces. The Dragon's reverse scale, which cannot be touched, also comes from the ocean, which is more appropriate. The first Special Forces soldier, named Qin Muang, was appointed as the captain by Tang Zheng. As for this special force, Tang Zheng named it the Tiger Wing Special Forces. Adding wings to a tiger is quite appropriate, and it can also form a competitive relationship with Longlin. Tang Zheng also has plans for this unit. His guard company soldiers have been following him for a long time. Many 5-star veterans should be transferred to the grassroots to become officers. In the future, his guard company will use soldiers from the Marine Corps and Special Forces. But it is not possible now. Now, whether it is the Marine Corps or the Special Forces, they are still recruits without stars, which does not meet Tang Zheng's requirements. So Tang Zheng gave the two captains a task, which is to set off immediately and leave Ziguang City, but there is no specific destination. The task content is very simple, which is to clean up the zombies around and ensure the safety of life. Whoever reaches 5 stars first can enter his guard company. Being able to become Tang Zheng's guard is a lofty honor for the soldiers. Everyone's spirits are lifted up, and they all want to complete the task first and become a member of the general's guard. Suzin and Qin Muang looked at each other, and there was also a blazing fighting spirit in their eyes, and they both wanted to suppress each other. Tang Zheng also equipped the troops with various weapons and vehicles, including sniper rifles, Gatling machine guns, AK-47 rifles, and silent pistols. The vehicles also include Hummer jeeps, Polaris all-terrain vehicles, and even each unit is equipped with grenades, explosive packs, and some rocket launchers and mortars. The soldiers of the Special Forces are proficient in the operation of various weapons, and they can use these weapons with ease. Tang Zheng even equipped them with radios and individual battlefield radars, and even equipped them with antivirus serum and first aid kits, and also opened up the right to purchase ammunition for them. The only thing is that there is no cooking unit. The survival of Special Forces soldiers in the wild is a necessary skill for them. For the two troops, Tang Zheng adopted a free-range attitude and let them play freely. The two Special Forces of Longlin and Huai left Ziguang City. Tang Zheng did not designate a specific location for them. He let them decide on their own. He only looked at the results. After purchasing the Special Forces, the next thing is a series of things about people's livelihood. For example, the resettlement of the population of each base and the payment of wages. The railway transportation of each base began to be interconnected, and banks began to bloom in each base city. There are also electricity supply and drinking water supply in various places. Tang Zheng then took a plane and flew everywhere every day. Where is suitable for building a wind power plant? Where is suitable for building hydropower generation? where a stronger city wall is needed, where a checkpoint is missing, etc. He needs to go there to build it personally. After more than 10 days of busy days like this, Tang Zheng set out again and went to Jing County. Jing is located more than 1,000 kilometers east of Ziguang City. The city defense facilities itself are very good, but it was abandoned by Liu and others. In fact, it is more suitable to be a base city than Hezhou. The engineers have to open up the highway and railway from Jing to Ziguang City. Tang Zheng also flew to Jing in person and built an airport, a power plant and 10 military camps. As the easternmost part of his territory, he wants to take this place and start garrisoning. Winter has passed for most of the time, and the temperature has gradually warmed up after the first month of the year, but it is estimated that the real spring will not arrive until at least March. When Tang Zheng arrived in Jing, he started to build some basic facilities here, and also took over the TV station in Jing. When he got here, he even found that there were already about 10,000 survivors in the county. These people came here to settle down after Liu abandoned Jing, because the city walls here can resist zombies, but their lives are still very difficult. When Tang Zheng arrived, the survivors of Jing warmly welcomed his arrival, and many people consciously proposed to be included in the Ziguang army and accept the management of the Ziguang army. Tang Zheng certainly would not refuse such a good thing, and naturally accepted these survivors. At the same time, he also asked the TV station to announce in the territory that those survivors in Ziguang City, Manor Base, military camp base and other places, if they are willing, can take the train to settle in Jing for free. This is now almost an empty city. At the beginning, Liu accommodated more than 3 million people here. The area of this base is not smaller than that of Ziguang City, and it is also a livable place. The TV station's program is still very effective. Some people who are not living well in those crowded bases choose to leave there and settle in Jing. Among them, many people come to bases such as Manor Base and Military Camp Base, but no matter how crowded Ziguang City is, few people are willing to come to Jing. People began to migrate spontaneously, and Tang Zheng's territory gradually expanded under the continuous enclosure. This lasted for nearly a month. By the end of February, the territory under Tang Zheng's command had exceeded 1 million square kilometers. Of course, there were more than 300,000 square kilometers of desert. The harvest and results during this period were remarkable. The development of each base of the Ziguang army was thriving, and people's lives gradually settled down. There were also more than 200,000 people settled in Jing, the easternmost part, and it gradually became prosperous. In the surrounding areas, the purchasing power of Guangyuan has remained stable, and even in many places, its recognition has exceeded that of the new currency. Even the population under Tang Zheng's command has increased to more than 7 million. Among them, in Ziguang City, newlyweds and pregnant women also appeared in large numbers. It seems that by the autumn of this year, a large number of newborns will be born. With the arrival of new life, it means that the future of mankind will continue, and this is where hope lies. With the efforts of countless adventurer teams and mercenaries, the amount of funds in Tang Zheng's hands has remained stable. After receiving the reward-like assistance from Li Wuiyao, Tang Zheng now has about 70 million in funds. Even though he occasionally builds some things, there are always sporadic injections of funds, so that the amount of funds in his hands has not declined. Although the troops have not been expanded during this period, the situation in other aspects is already very good, and the dailyo that Tang Zheng was worried about before has now calmed down. It is said that Ferdinand, the lord of Volcano City, has recently pursued a favorite beauty. He indulges in tenderness every day, and only knows how to enjoy himself. With the natural danger of Tangshan River, he is not worried about the threat from Tang Zheng, and is not so concerned about other things. The military alliance he had previously formed with the Bohemian Empire and other countries was temporarily shelved due to disagreements, long distances and other reasons. The only thing that concerned him was the research and development progress of two new types of soldiers. One is the training of war bears, and the other is the development of unmanned radiation vehicles. These two things are still under the control of Ferdinand, and no one else is allowed to interfere. March 1st. A month has passed since the siege of the Little Corpse Sister. Tang Zheng had a relatively leisurely and comfortable life in the past month. The day before yesterday, his troops captured another county town, which made Tang Zheng's funds exceed 70 million, reaching 74 million, which made him very happy. Although it was still a long way to be promoted to division commander, it was good to have progress, and funds were his confidence and guarantee. In the official residence, brewing a pot of tea and turning on the TV to watch the show made him feel like he was in the end of the world. He was watching an old TV series with great interest, but suddenly the show was paused, and then a news broadcast came in. The news came from the 8th Army. Chen Hongchang, commander of the 7th Army, rarely appeared on TV programs. On TV, Chen Hongchang was dressed in military uniform and had a serious expression. My fellow Hanyu people, I'm Chen Hongchang. Today, I have to tell you something very solemnly and regretfully. In recent days, several things have happened that make me regretful. Some time ago, our 7th Army took over the military port and shipyard of Hayway City. We are currently developing ships. While this matter was still in progress, the Imperial Royal Guard learned about it and asked us to hand over the ship design drawings and core technology. As everyone knows, the Royal Guard has been in the unyielding area for a long time. After the end of the world began, the impact on zombies was the smallest. They did not do anything beneficial to the country and the people. In the name of protecting the royal family, they sucked blood from the people. Various taxes have never stopped, but there is almost no support. This matter alone is fine. My colleagues in the 7th Army and I are planning to hand over the core technology of the ship to the royal family when the technology is mature. But the matter is not over. The royal family has been unfair. Some time ago, they actually provided a lot of supplies to Ziguang City, including fuel, rice, gold, and everything else. Here, I really want to ask Princess Li Wuoyao, why? Just because Tang Zheng saved you once, you are grateful, so you start to treat him differently? Let me ask you again. Has Tang Zheng's Ziguang City ever been incorporated into the rule of the empire? If so, what position does Tang Zheng hold now? What level of noble is he in the empire? If not, how did he get all this? I once said that Tang Zheng was a traitor to the empire before the end of the world. He killed nobles and committed many evil deeds. Why do you keep shielding such a wanted criminal? And you turn a blind eye to the hard work of our 7th Army soldiers in defending the eastern coastal areas? We can't stand it anymore. There is no need to endure it anymore. After discussion among the soldiers of our 7th Army, we have made an important decision. The old calendar has been abolished. Last year was the end of the world. This year is the first year of the new era. Now it is March 1st. Our 7th Army and the 13 survival bases under the 7th Army, with a total of 43 million survivors, a total of 3.5 million square kilometers of land, and 2 million kilometers of sea territory, have collectively separated from the Hanyu Empire and established a new country named Dayan. I'm an incompetent person, but I was elected as the first emperor of Dayan. I announce that the 7th Army will be expanded and reorganized into 3 armies, each with 120,000 people, and the Dayan Navy will be established. The 4 eastern coastal provinces, starting from the northern peninsula, Ningbo Province, Hayway City, Dongao Province, Zhanghe City, Sanzhuang Province, Qianjiang Province and other places are all under the jurisdiction of Dayan. Tang Zheng and his Ziguang army are illegal armed forces. In the area under my control, the circulation of Guangyuan is prohibited. No person or force may enter these areas without the approval of Dayan, otherwise it will be regarded as declaring war on Dayan. Marine Corps Captain Suzin, played by group member Liunian. Chapter 286, Independence and Alliances. After Chen Hongchang announced his independence from Hanyu and the establishment of an independent country, the entire Hanyu was shaken. Even Tang Zheng felt that this matter was too shocking. Even though he had some guesses about this matter, based on the various behaviors of these army groups in the past, he still felt very shocked at this moment. Chen Hongchang is independent. There is no doubt that he has made breakthrough progress in science and technology, and the military has also been greatly improved. He said that the navy is under construction, and it may have been almost built. And without the air force, he would never dare to say such a thing, because Tang Zheng knew that the royal guards also had fighter jets. It seems that during this period of time, not only he is developing, but others are also developing. As for Chen Hongchang's announcement that he and the Zhuang army are illegal armed forces, Tang Zheng doesn't think it's strange. A reason is needed to establish a country, otherwise it will not be supported by the people in the jurisdiction. And his appearance just gave Chen Hongchang a reason. At least on the surface, this reason is still plausible. After all, he is not a noble of the empire, nor is he included in the rule of the empire. This reason is presentable on the table. Of course, even if there was no such reason, they would find other reasons, and he just happened to be there. Moreover, Tang Zheng had a hunch that Chen Hongchang was the first to jump out, but he would not be the last, and someone might follow soon. Tang Zheng had just thought about this for less than 20 minutes, and sure enough, a second person jumped out. This person was Xian Mingfei, the commander of the 8th Army. Xian Mingfei, like Chen Hongchang, also appeared in military uniform, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Mr. Chen Hongchang's speech was like a morning bell and an evening drum, waking me up. Many of the things he said were what I wanted to say. But I have to add one more thing. Tang Zheng illegally occupied the military base and killed Chief Liu Yucheng. This is immoral and a naked act of aggression. I now declare that the 8th Army will secede from the Hanyu Empire and establish an independent country named Jialing. I will serve as the first emperor of Jialing. From now on, Jiangxing Province, Dahu Province, Shuzhou Province, and Jing Province, and Western Sichuan Province are all territories of the Jialing Empire. The Qinsao area and Fengcheng area in Western Sichuan are legally occupied by Tang Zheng are all Jialing territory. The Zhuang bandit army must withdraw unconditionally, otherwise it will be regarded as a declaration of war on Jialing. The 8th Army will be reorganized to form 3 armies, 2 independent mountain divisions, and a Heojiang Navy division. We have the ability and confidence to defend our homeland. I would like to advise Princess Li Wuoyao that your willful behavior has ruined you and the Hanyu Empire. The glory of the empire for hundreds of years has been ruined by you. Tang Zheng is a villain. I hope you can see his true face in time and keep a trace of dignity and honor for Hanyu in the future. Otherwise, it will be infamous forever. If Chen Hongchang's declaration of independence was just a regional act, then Xian Mingfei's independence would instantly cause Hanyu to fall apart. Chen Hongchang controls the Hanjiang waterway, and the provinces within his sphere of influence are all located in the central region of Hanyu. His declaration of independence is equivalent to directly forcing Li Wuoyao in Yuanjing into a dead end. And it is obvious that the domino effect has already appeared, and the statements of Chen Hongchang and Xian Mingfei are definitely not the end. Sure enough, the 1st Army in the northeast region also began to express its position and announce the establishment of a country. The commander of the 1st Army in the northeast, the former Duke of the Empire, Li Heocheng, announced the establishment of the Yunhe Empire, and he was the first emperor. The 1st Army also began to reorganize and formed 3 new armies. Their territory includes Sishu Province, Baishan Province, Yunjing Province, the eastern part of Grassland Province, and the eastern part of Liang Province. Following the statement of the 1st Army, the 9th Army in Mobei also made a similar statement. The commander of this army, Lu Chen, also said on TV that he would establish the Great Wilderness Empire and he would be the emperor. However, his statement was even more intriguing. He not only announced that Mobei Province, Zhehe Province, Huangshan Province, Qinbei Province and other places would be included in his rule, but he would also form a strategic alliance with countries such as Daliu Empire and Bohemia Empire. Lu Chen also asked Tang Zheng to withdraw from Mobei Province as soon as possible, because it was his territory, and not a grain of sand belonged to Tang Zheng. By the time he got here, 4 armies had already declared independence. Next, 3 more armies in the southwest, south, southeast, etc. successively declared the establishment of a country. So far, among the 10 major armies of Hanyu, except for the 5th Army, which was revoked and incorporated into the Royal Guards because of the battle in Hezhou, only 2 of the remaining 9 armies did not declare independence. The 2 armies are the 3rd Army guarding the Pearl Islands in the Great East Ocean, and the 10th Army in the Blue Sea in the south. Because these 2 armies are located on islands, although there is a main island, there are also many islands around. They are now fully restoring the navy. The islands have not yet achieved full navigation, and they do not have the strength and conditions to be independent, so they have not spoken out for the time being. In this case, once they restore their naval power, it is estimated that they will not be far from independence. The huge Hanyu Empire fell apart in an instant at this time. The only thing left was the unyielding area, where Li Wu'ai was located, and the millions of square kilometers of land around it. No one has yet declared that it belongs to them. After all, Li Wu'ai is still the orthodox royal family. Their independence is already radical enough. If they still invade the original sphere of influence of the royal family at this time, then the step is a bit too big, and the risk is also very high. Another one is the Northern Territory, where Tang Zheng is located, but many places have also been declared to be others. For example, Sichuan West was declared his by Xian Mingfei, and he also asked Tang Zheng to withdraw from Qinsao and Fengcheng. For example, Mobi was declared his by Lu Chen, and Tang Zheng was asked to withdraw from the desert. If Tang Zheng withdrew according to their orders, there would be no hope of upgrading forever. Tang Zheng sat for a long time, digesting all the information he had obtained today. He felt that he should call Li Wu'ai. After all, her current situation was also very bad, and from the excuses these people made, she was also implicated by him. He called Li Wu'ai and the call was quickly connected. There was a girl's shallow breathing on the other side, but she didn't speak. After a while, Tang Zheng spoke first. "Have you given up?" Li Wu'ai's voice came back, as expected. "I won't give up. It's best if you think so, but don't worry too much. Now it seems that they are aggressive, but in fact everyone has their own internal and external troubles. These people are not satisfied with being warlords and have established their own countries, but they can't be of the same mind, and now no one dares to touch you. The key is to consolidate your ruling area first." "Yes, I know. Believe me, they won't jump around for too long. There are many uncontrollable factors in this world. Everyone is wary of each other and checks and balances each other. There is also the variable of zombies. The future is still unknown. At least we will join forces. Everyone should consider it." "Yes," Li Wu'ai answered softly, and finally asked another question. "Have you considered establishing a country?" Tang Zheng laughed. "What's the point of establishing such a small country? I haven't forgotten our original agreement. We made a pinky promise." Li Wu'ai was silent for a while, and then he hummed heavily as an answer. The phone was hung up, and Tang Zheng stood up. He asked the guard company to prepare the car, and he set off for the TV station. When he arrived at the TV station, the station director Li Zhaoqiang was already waiting at the door. Tang Zheng didn't say much, and went directly to the studio. When he arrived at the news live broadcast room, Tang Zheng was in the live broadcast room, and started the news broadcast. He tidied up his clothes, and started the live broadcast. As soon as the news about Ziguang City appeared, the ratings soared instantly. Many people saw Tang Zheng appear in the news, and thought that Tang Zheng was also like those warlords, announcing the establishment of an empire, and proclaiming himself emperor. After all, Tang Zheng also had a good foundation, occupied the borders of several provinces, and his strength was not weak. But the content of Tang Zheng's live broadcast was different from everyone else's. Today is the darkest day in the empire. Many rebels in the empire have found various excuses to declare themselves emperors. You are still claiming to be righteous and moral. This is the greatest betrayal. I declare that from now on, the light-chasing army and the royal guards of Princess Li Wu'ai will form an alliance to jointly fight against all rebels in the empire. All your declarations of independence are illegal and invalid. From now on, I will enter a state of war with the 7th, 8th, and 9th army groups. If you dare to enter the area under my control, the light-chasing army will ruthlessly annihilate you." After saying this, Tang Zheng left the live broadcast room and returned to his official residence. After he returned to his official residence, Li Wu'ai also broadcast a TV news, announcing that all independent army groups were rebels in the empire, and she would fight them at the appropriate time. She also represented the royal guards, and formed a strategic alliance with Tang Zheng's light-chasing army, to face the increasingly complex situation in the empire together. Li Wu'ai's declaration also represented her attitude. Contrary to many people's expectations, this weak-looking little girl has a strong heart. She was not frightened or collapsed by other people's rebellious behavior, but chose to face it bravely. The Royal Guard now has 500,000 people, plus the Zhuang army, which has advanced technology and extremely strong combat power, although it has only about 100,000 people. No one dares to touch this alliance easily. Just as Tang Zheng thought, although each group army is independent, they have their own ulterior motives, and it is impossible to twist them into a rope. No one can predict the direction of the situation in the empire. At least at this stage, the possibility of a war is very small. Back to the official residence, Tang Zheng found Ji Yuoyun again. After meeting, Tang Zheng said straight to the point, "How is the progress of the drawing of the medium-sized shipyard?" 2 days. Give me 2 more days, and this drawing will be completed. Okay, you stay and prepare for the meeting. As he said, Tang Zheng called the communicator and asked him to notify all officers above the battalion level of the Zhuang army to come to the official residence for a meeting. The content of the meeting is the plan for the next action and the direction of the Zhuang army. As long as this specific goal is determined, Tang Zheng will lead the Zhuang army, leave the Northern Territory, where he has fought for more than half a year, and open up a new world. He too still owes 3 extra chapters to the Silver Alliance, and I will pay them off this month. In addition, there are extra chapters for everyone's monthly votes, so if you have a vote, just vote directly, and every vote will not be wasted. Chapter 287 Dicky Island. The meeting of officers above the battalion level of the Zhuang army was held at Tang Zheng's residence. Compared with the previous small number of people, this time there were many more people. In addition to the 5 regiments stationed at the military base, the other 4 field regiments were all here. There was also a city guard regiment, 2 armored battalions, and 2 artillery battalions, an aviation battalion, a direct battalion, a special service, a military intelligence bureau, 2 special operations teams, and inland waters. In addition, there was a guard company that had always been by Tang Zheng's side, as well as a scientific research institute, a combat command center, and a large number of internal affairs departments. There were dozens of battalion level officers here, and Tang Zheng could no longer remember the names of many of them. After everyone was seated, this time Tang Zheng personally presided over the meeting. Everyone is here. You all know the current situation without me saying much. The Hanyu Empire has almost become history. Although the royal army is still there, in fact, the royal family currently occupies less than 1/10 of the land area of Hanyu, and has declined to the lowest point in history. And we are not immune. We have become an excuse for those people to be independent. Here, I want to say that those people chose the wrong excuse and target. They can use me, Tang Zheng, as an excuse today, so don't blame me for using this reason to fight back against them in the future. The problem facing us now is that the region we are in has already restricted our development. At least here, our navy will never be established. At most, we can establish some inland naval forces. So we must go out and head towards the coast. The purpose of holding this meeting today is where we are going. Zhao opened the map. Ning Yue opened the electronic map. This time it was a map of the entire territory of Hanyu. The map was divided into many blocks, marked with different colors. Each color is a country that has declared independence. There are now 7 independent countries. In addition, there is part of the area controlled by Li Wuoyao, part of the area controlled by Tang Zheng, the Pearl Islands in the Great East Ocean, and the White Sand Islands in the Southern Blue Sea. Tang Zheng stood up and pointed at the map and said, "The only place we can go at present is near the ocean, and according to the division of forces, there are about 5 such places. The first place is the territory of the Dayan Empire established by Chen Hongchang, which covers all the coastal waters in the east of Hanyu, including the inner bay and the entire western part of the Storm Sea. The second place is the southeast region, which was originally the base of the 3rd Legion, including the entire Coral Sea and the Pearl Strait. The third place is the southern region, which was originally the base of the 4th Legion, including the entire northern part of the Blue Sea, as well as the White Sand Strait and Shark Bay. The 4th place is to cross the Pearl Strait and go to the Pearl Islands, where there are vast waters of the Great East Ocean. The 5th place is to cross the White Sand Strait and go to the White Sand Islands, where there are the central and southern waters of the Blue Sea. These are the maritime boundaries of Hanyu before. If we don't go here, we may have to go east along the Tang Zheng River, walk tens of thousands of miles, and enter the waters that originally belonged to Dalio, but that distance is too far and uninhabited. It does not meet our future strategic requirements and is not considered. Generally speaking, these are the 5 sea areas. Please consider them. After that, Tang Zheng sat down and began to drink tea. The people below began to discuss and analyze the pros and cons of these 5 areas. After some discussion, Director G of the Military Intelligence Bureau finally spoke. General, I think there are 2 places that can be abandoned. That is, the Pearl Islands and the White Sand Islands. These 2 places are far away, and they are also separated by a strait. It should be difficult for our existing inland navy to cross the strait, so I think these 2 places can be abandoned. Tang Zheng nodded after hearing this. That's right. We really don't have the ability to cross the strait now. Please continue to analyze. At this time, Captain Chu Zuen of the City Guard Corps said, General, before making a choice, I think there is another problem that needs to be solved. That is, the places we entered have been divided into spheres of influence by several newly established countries. How can we gain a foothold there in the early days? Do we start to build troops and establish bases in the past and then fight against them? If so, it may be difficult in the early days. Tang Zheng was also pleased when he heard it. That's right. We can't fight the enemy on the coast in the early stage. We need a foothold to build our naval forces. Otherwise, the enemy already has a navy. If the base we have established is bombarded by the enemy's artillery, it will be difficult to gain a foothold. At least the shipyard will not be able to be protected, so it is important to find the right foothold. After Tang Zheng said this, everyone's goals narrowed down a little bit and began to look for a place to gain a foothold. But this place is not easy to find. These coastal forces all attach great importance to marine rights and naval power. They also patrol the sea borders. It is difficult to gain a foothold without being discovered. For example, Chen Hongchang's Dayan has built many survival bases on the seashore. Those are Chen Hongchang's eyes. While everyone was discussing, Tang Zheng said another thing. He played a short film that was shot in Hezhou. After the ice layer of the river in Hezhou was blasted, someone caught fish. One of them, which looked like a snake, attracted people's attention. What kind of fish is this? Why does it have whiskers? This doesn't look like a snake. Why does this monster look so familiar? After everyone talked for a while, Tang Zheng finally spoke up. This is a loach. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. How could there be such a big loach? There was the Fengming River in their Ziguang city, and there were fish in the river, but they had never seen fish grow this big. Tang Zheng spoke up to explain to everyone. The fish in our Ziguang city can't grow big, because there is Tang Tang in the river. All the bigger fish are eaten by him. His existence limits the growth of fish in Fengming River, and we didn't see any big fish when we went out this winter because the river surface was frozen and the big fish couldn't get out of the water. But in fact, aquatic fish are getting bigger and bigger now. This situation cannot be unique to us. It exists all over the world. It is conceivable that the fish in the ocean must have grown bigger. Some people may ask, since the fish in the ocean are bigger, why are there no news reports? Don't forget that after the end of the world, almost all ships are scrapped and no one can go out to sea. And those larger fish generally don't enter the shallow waters of the seaside, so this kind of report can't be seen. I'm telling you, now that there are big fish in the water, not to make you worry, but to make you careful. We have found the base and a foothold, and we must also pay attention to the fact that the defense situation there is different from that on the shore. Maybe the enemies we will face in the future will not only be humans, zombies, and mutants, but also a large number of sea monsters. This matter is Tang Zheng's speculation, but he is almost certain that the sea monster must exist. This is also one of the problems that the Navy needs to face in the future, especially for small boats. There is really a big risk. At this time, Ji Yuoyun proposed a concept. General, since the ocean is very dangerous, then I think we can find a place where the river and the sea meet, such as the estuary of a river. Some large rivers can also pass warships. If there is an island, it will be more convenient to gain a foothold. Hearing Ji Yuoyun's words, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. At this moment, he followed the gaze of the crowd and searched together. After a while, Tang Zheng's eyes fell on an island. This island is called Dicky Island, located at the estuary of Heojiang River, near Zhonghe City. Zhonghe is the economic center of Hanyu, and the shipping industry is extremely developed. There is not only shipping, but also shipping on Heojiang River. And here at the estuary of Heojiang River, Dicky Island stands here like a pearl, dividing Heojiang River into two, and flowing through both sides of the island. The entire island covers an area of about 2,600 square kilometers, making it the fourth largest island in Hanyu. Tang Zheng did not forget that one of his requirements for promotion to division commander was to occupy at least 3 islands of more than 100 square kilometers. There are only 5 such islands in the entire Hanyu, and 2 of them are located on the Blue Sea. The strategic significance of Dicky Island is extremely important, and it is surrounded by water on all sides. If it can be taken, it is really a natural foothold. I just don't know if this island is currently occupied by Chen Hongchang's 7th Army. Tang Zheng thought about it and immediately asked Li Zhaoqiang of the TV station to replay the news of Chen Hongchang's declaration of independence. Soon the TV screen was replayed. The 4 eastern coastal provinces, starting from the northern peninsula, Ningbo Province, Heiwei City, Donggao Province, Zhonghe City, Bulk Province, Kianjiang Province and other places are all under the jurisdiction of Dayan. When Chen Hongchang said this, Tang Zheng paused the TV screen. He didn't mention Dicky Island? Everyone shook their heads, and indeed he didn't say it. Tang Zheng pondered for a while. It was unlikely that Chen Hongchang had forgotten such a feng shui treasure land as Dicky Island. Moreover, the geographical location of this island is so good that it is impossible for no one to be here. So what is the reason why Chen Hongchang didn't mention this place? After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng handed the call to Li Wuoyao. He himself lived in the northern region and didn't know much about the outside world, but Li Wuoyao, as the person who ruled the empire for more than half a year, knew more than anyone else. After the call was connected, Li Wuoyao greeted Tang Zheng and sounded in good spirits. After a few pleasantries, Tang Zheng went straight to the point. Your Highness, do you know the situation on Dicky Island? Li Wuoyao's tone was a little lower. I know, the situation there is very complicated. How complicated is it? Tang Zheng asked. Dicky Island is located in the area of Zhonghe City. It used to be a tourist destination in Zhonghe, attracting countless foreigners. Many countries have set up consulates there, and many foreign-funded enterprises have settled there. Therefore, it is almost the place with the most foreigners in the whole of Hanyu, even more than the locals. After the end of the world, it has also become a paradise for foreigners. Foreigners from the entire Zhonghe and some nearby provinces all around there. In fact, it has been completely occupied by foreigners. Now the entire Dicky Island has been established by multiple foreign forces. It is actually no longer under the control of the empire. I want to take back Dicky Island, but I'm powerless. Especially in the later period, many foreigners have established connections with our country, and it is really tricky to move the whole body. Chen Hongchang deliberately omitted Dicky Island when announcing the territory. In fact, it was also to avoid suspicion. It is not under his control. After hearing Li Wuoyao's last words, Tang Zheng was finally relieved. Chapter 288, The Beauty Corpse King. After finishing the call with Li Wuoyao, Tang Zheng faced the whole audience. After listening to the phone call, everyone present knew that the general had already set a goal. That is Dicky Island, a strategic location located on the eastern coast of Hanyu, which controls the estuary of Heojiang River. As long as this island can be successfully taken, the Zhuang army will have a foothold on the eastern coast. Moreover, Dicky Island is surrounded by water, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Not only can the navy be vigorously developed here, but it can also be used as a support to compete with Chen Hongchang and others. After determining the goal of the march, Tang Zheng began to arrange the departure. However, this time, Tang Zheng planned to keep a low profile. He did not want people to know that he had left Zhuang City. This time, the march to the coastal area was to be carried out quietly in the early stage. So he decided to let Han Yang find someone to make him look like himself and stay in Zhuang City. He didn't need to do anything every day, just occasionally show his face on TV. As for himself, He was going to leave quietly with some people. However, before the trip, Tang Zheng also had a lot of things to deal with, explain, and arrange. After all, he is not without enemies in the North Territory. Ferdinand is his enemy, and now there is Lu Chen in Mobi. Although Lu Chen is probably just bluffing at the moment, necessary defensive measures are indispensable. There are two main defense locations. One is the border of Mobi, where Tang Zheng needs to deploy a troop. Another location is Bifengdu. Huishan City and Bifengdu are only separated by a river, but there has never been a garrison at Bifengdu, which is not acceptable. Although Tang Zheng has already made arrangements in Huishan City, it is not enough. If he wants to closely monitor Daliao, he must set up a garrison at Bifengdu. It is not easy for anyone to cause trouble when they are separated by a river. Tang Zheng's original number of Zhuguan troops is close to 100,000. He has previously built 10 military camps at Jing River. The maximum number of troops in Zhuguan troops can reach 125,000. He successively established a military camp in Bifengdu and Mobi, and then purchased a 5,000-man troop, which belongs to the 2nd City Guard Regiment, and the strength of 2 reinforced battalions. One battalion was stationed in Mobi and the other in Bifengdu as the garrison troops on the border. Tang Zheng also wanted to lay the railway line to these two border areas, so that he could immediately transport troops to support them in case of war. In addition to the soldiers, Tang Zheng also built a small fortress in each of these two places. He surrounded them with walls, built gates, sentry towers, radars, etc. for defense. Each place had an air defense missile system, and the troops were also equipped with a lot of anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft infantry. These two troops were not expected to attack, but mainly for defense. With Tang Zheng's constant busy work, the Mobi fortress and the Bifengdu fortress were built one after another, and a total of 2.2 million gold was spent. After spending more than 2 million, his funds were still more than 70 million. In this way, the number of Zhuguang army now officially exceeded 100,000, reaching 102,000. Tang Zheng did not fill up the barracks, because he planned to build the remaining barracks on the coastal side. After all, going to the coastal area for development also requires some barracks, and soldiers cannot be left without a place to live. It will take about 3 days to deal with these things. After 3 days, Tang Zheng will set off, first quietly arrive at Jing, and then leave from there. Bulk Province. Fengzhou City. It is located in the east of Hanyu, and is not on the coast. Although it is not on the coast, it is not far from the coastal area. It is about 1,700 kilometers to the east coast. The little corpse girl has been here for many days. Since her scarf was taken away by the White Swan that day, she has no way to leave the city. The White Swan takes her, and can fly everywhere, but in this city, she can't control any zombies. She is alone, relying on her short legs. It is almost unrealistic to want to walk out of the city, and that terrifying existence will not let her leave. After a few days, the White Swan came back and took her to a place. It was an abandoned street, but there was no messy abandoned traffic here, and it was cleaned up. Before the end of the world, this was definitely the prime location of the city. There is a restaurant at the intersection of the prime location. The White Swan did not go through the main entrance, but landed directly on the roof of the restaurant. On the rooftop, the little corpse girl saw the terrifying existence. Originally, the little corpse girl felt that she was approaching this terrifying existence, and she was trembling. But when she saw this existence, she couldn't help but speak. She has the ability to speak, but her pronunciation is still unclear. This has nothing to do with age, but with the ability of the Zombie King. When she just became the Zombie King, she could only say some simple words such as and kill. Later, when she led 20 million zombies, she could say some more difficult words, such as Tang Lanterns and Bad Silver. She didn't speak at ordinary times, because she had no one to communicate with. Now seeing this terrifying existence, she couldn't help but speak again. Pretty sister. On the rooftop, a girl wearing a white windbreaker, light blue jeans, and short hair sat there. A white scarf was tied around her slender swan neck. She was fiddling with a scarf in her hand, her eyebrows were drooping, and she was as beautiful as a painting. The little corpse girl felt that she had never seen such a beautiful sister before, and she was attracted to her immediately because she loved beauty. When the little corpse girl spoke, the girl's eyelashes flickered, her eyes opened, and her blood-red eyes looked over, and then a unique and sharp aura that belonged to the corpse king came to her face. But the little corpse girl was not afraid. She was a little girl who liked beautiful things, and in her opinion, the red eyes of the corpse king were normal and there was nothing to be afraid of. The big beauty looked at the little corpse girl, stretched out her delicate hand, and called her, "Come here." Her pronunciation was very clear, and from this point alone, it can be seen that her strength is definitely above the little corpse girl. The little corpse girl pinched her white coat, instinctively afraid that she was not clean enough and would make the beautiful sister in front of her unhappy, and then walked over carefully. She walked all the way to the front of the big beauty. The big beauty looked at the little corpse girl, and her red eyes looked at her for a while before she said, "You are very cute. Sister, beautiful." The little corpse girl began to flatter without any instruction. The big beauty pulled her to sit beside her, and then picked up the scarf in her hand. "Where did you get this scarf?" The little corpse girl was stunned for a moment. "The wind blew it over here. It belongs to Tang Zheng." The beautiful woman frowned and thought, "Tang Zheng? I don't seem to recognize it." She had forgotten too many things, but she had some impression of this scarf, because she also had one around her neck, but compared with the little corpse girl's, it had a few fewer words on it. She had forgotten the words she knew, and now she was almost illiterate. But when she saw the scarf for the first time, she instinctively felt that this thing was very important, so she took it immediately. But she couldn't remember what the scarf had to do with herself, so she found this little girl, hoping that she could give her an answer. But the little girl spoke unclearly and gave a name called Tang Zheng, which made her feel a little strange, which made her very confused. After thinking about it, she tied the scarf with a few fewer words around the neck of the little corpse girl. "Are you willing to stay with me in the future?" The little corpse girl nodded her head vigorously. She liked this beautiful big sister. It was so happy to be able to stay by her side. Besides, she was the corpse king. It was also a rare thing to find another corpse king. Seeing the little corpse girl nod, the big beauty smiled. It was a beautiful smile. Then she took the little corpse girl's hand and pointed to the huge city and streets below and said, "I don't know why, I just like sitting here and watching the changes here day by day. Spring is here, the flowers and plants are reviving, and seeing those plants grow slowly makes me happy." The little corpse girl nodded. "I'm happy too." She didn't know what was so good about these things, but since her sister liked them, she liked them too. But at this moment, the eldest sister's eyes showed confusion. "But, I think I may have to leave here." "Sister, where are you going?" "I don't know what I'm going to do here. I don't remember anything. I've been with these zombies every day. I can't remember anything about my past, so I want to go to the human place to have a look." Hearing that the eldest sister was going to the human place, the little corpse sister waved her hands in fear. "Humans are scary. Tang Zheng is scary. Sister won't go." The beautiful woman smiled. "I know that humans and zombies are natural enemies and are incompatible. If I go like this, unless I take countless zombies with me, I will definitely be killed by them. But I don't want to take zombies with me. I have other ways to prevent them from recognizing me." After saying that, the beautiful woman turned her head and looked at the little corpse sister. "There are two differences between us and humans. One is the desire to kill that is unique to corpse kings, but the situation of each corpse king is different. When your strength reaches my level, and you don't like killing by nature, you can actually hold back. When you hold back your desire to kill, some sensitive humans won't notice it." The little corpse girl nodded frequently. She didn't like killing either. If Chen Filong hadn't been killed, she would have been able to hold back. The second difference is our appearance. Now my appearance is nothing more than my eyes being different from humans. As long as I'm like this. The little corpse girl looked at the changes on the face of a beautiful sister. Her mouth opened wide. It turned out that the corpse king who was more powerful than her could actually do this. Chapter 289 Return to Sanjiang. 3 updates. Silver Alliance plus 18. On the morning of March 4th, Tang Zheng came out of the courtyard where his father was. He had breakfast here and told his father and others that he was leaving. Although his father was a little reluctant, he didn't say anything. After all, his son had grown up and had grown into a man who could stand on his own feet. He didn't need to worry about many things. After saying goodbye to his father, sister, Zhu Jingqiu, Xiao Dili and others, Tang Zheng left here. When he returned to the official residence, Ji Yuoyun was already waiting here. Seeing Tang Zheng coming back, Ji Yuoyun handed Tang Zheng a blueprint. Medium-sized shipyard, price is 1 million gold. Seeing this blueprint, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Before he left, Ji Yuoyun finally got this done. Using the blueprint, a medium-sized shipyard appeared in the building. Tang Zheng looked at the vehicle page again and found that the battleship and light aircraft carrier had been unlocked. These two types of ships are what Tang Zheng has been looking forward to for a long time. This is his capital for traversing the ocean in the future. However, it cannot be built now. The small Fengming River cannot carry such large ships. It can only be used in coastal areas and on unfrozen waters. But Tang Zheng discovered that there was another thing in the vehicle. M3 self-propelled pontoon bridge vehicle. 4 passengers can quickly build a floating bridge on the water surface. The floating bridge is 15 meters long, 10 meters wide, and has a maximum load of 70 tons. The price is 30,000 gold. Tang Zheng was stunned when he saw this. He was sure that there was no such vehicle before. Ji Yuoyun, what's the matter with this pontoon bridge vehicle? General, this is the latest vehicle developed by the Research Institute, and it is also unlocked by the medium-sized shipyard. This vehicle can quickly build a floating bridge and allow our army's main battle tanks to pass through. This is also to cope with the complex river environment in the future, so that the troops can quickly cross the river. After listening, Tang Zheng nodded. It is always good to have one more type of soldier, but he can't use it for the time being, so he didn't buy it. With the medium-sized shipyard, all his things have been settled, and he can leave. Han Yang has already found a stand-in for Tang Zheng, an ordinary soldier of the Zhuang army, who looks 80% similar to Tang Zheng. After putting on makeup, after wearing the military uniform, ordinary people can't tell at all. In order to avoid people from finding out, Ning Yui also chose to stay in Zhuang this time, and continue to be her guard company commander. And Tang Zheng didn't even bring the previous guard company soldiers with him this time. He didn't even bring those faces that had appeared on TV before. Almost all the people who followed him this time were new faces. In addition to the correspondent Wu Di and Han Yang, Ji Yunshan also wanted to follow, so Tang Zheng asked Han Yang to put on makeup for him and then follow him. In addition, Tang Zheng brought a guard squad. The 8 people in the guard squad, 4 are from the Dragon Scale Special Forces, and 4 are from the Tiger Wing Special Forces. These 8 people are all 5-star Special Forces, and their personal strength is so strong that they can completely rival the second-level mutants. Among them, Suzin, the captain of the Dragon Scale Special Forces, has been the first to upgrade to 5 stars. This time he temporarily served as Tang Zheng's guard squad leader and set off with him. Tang Zheng brought his correspondents Wu Di, Han Yang, Ji Yunshan, and 8 soldiers from the guard squad to the Zhuangcheng airport. From here, Tang Zheng boarded an An-124 large transport plane. Under the escort of the War Eagle, the transport plane took off from Zhuangcheng. In the early morning light, the plane took off, and the target location was Jing Airport. After flying in the air for more than an hour, a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers passed in a flash. The plane landed at Jing Airport, and the defenders here were already waiting here. The plane was parked, the cabin door opened, and after Tang Zheng got off the plane, there were already vehicles waiting here. A group of people got on the car and set off from the airport, heading straight to the dock in the southern area of Jing County. Jing is in the east of Hezhou, and there are 2 rivers passing through the urban area of Hezhou. One is the Jin River. After passing Hezhou, it does not pass through Jing County, but the other Xiangshu River flows through Jing County. This time, Tang Zheng is going to set off from Xiangshu River and take a boat to the east coast. It is the end of the world now. There are countless dangers in the wild. Zombies are rampant everywhere. Especially after the 5th Army left, there are almost no regular troops stationed in the entire Hezhou area and several provinces in the east, and there is no one to eliminate the zombies. As far as Tang Zheng knows, the other newly established countries have not yet created any large-scale safe zones, so if you go out in the wild, the road is more dangerous. There is no such concern on the waterway. Although there are also mutated fish in the inland river, they cannot cause any impact on large ships, so you can still go forward with confidence. It is already March, and the latitude of Jing County is more southerly than Zhuguang City. The ice on the river has melted. Although there are some floating ice, it does not affect the passage of ships. Tang Zheng and his party arrived at the shore of Jiangshu, where a ship had already docked. It was not a transport ship of the Zhuguang army, but an ordinary civilian cargo ship. After the end of the world, it is difficult for military ships to be launched, but since the corrosive air disappeared, this kind of civilian cargo ship can still be used. Because the technical requirements of these ships are very low, they can be easily manufactured. Some old hulls can still be used after refurbishment, as long as you replace the power equipment and power equipment inside. This time Tang Zheng went to the eastern region. He needed an identity. Of course he could not appear in his original identity. Han Yang completed Tang Zheng's macup on the plane, and now Tang Zheng has changed back to Zhao Fan, and his identity is an arms dealer from Liang province. There are a lot of guns and ammunition on this ship to prove his identity. A group of people boarded the ship. There were also some sailors of the Zhuguang army dressed as boatmen and sailors, responsible for driving the ship, a total of more than 40 people. Starting from here by boat, Tang Zheng must first travel more than 1,000 kilometers southeast along the Jiangshu River, and then enter the north-south Grand Canal from the south of Yuanjing. Travel more than 2,000 kilometers on the canal, and enter the Beilang River. Travel 600 kilometers from the Beilang River to the south of Sanjiang, and then to Heojiang. After that, there is only a waterway of less than 100 kilometers to reach Dicky Island. Of course, you can also enter the Storm Sea from the mouth of the Beilang River, and go around the Storm Sea to Dicky Island, but that is a long way around, and the risk is also high. This process is quite arduous, and it is estimated to take about 10 days. When Tang Zheng left, he also explained to the troops. In addition to the troops left behind in Zhuguang City, 2 field regiments, an armored battalion, and an artillery battalion all began to enter Jing County. Because it is closer to the east coast from here, once Tang Zheng needs it, these troops can be dispatched at any time to support there. After saying goodbye to the garrison, Tang Zheng and his party boarded the ship and started the freighter. This freighter is not small, with a length of more than 100 meters. Fortunately, there is no heavy ammunition on board, such as tanks, otherwise it would be a bit difficult to sail on the Jiangshu River. The surface of the freighter is rusty and mottled, which is more in line with the norm of the end of the world. However, the power system of the freighter has obviously been modified, and the speed of travel is very fast. In addition, the ship is now traveling from west to east, with a smooth wind and water, and it feels no slower than the road. Tang Zheng came to his room, where soldiers had prepared meals and were waiting. On this ship, there were also cooks from the Zhuguang army responsible for cooking, otherwise the general would not be able to eat well after a long journey of thousands of miles. However, after Tang Zheng tasted the food, he found that he had no appetite. After the end of the world, Su Jingqiu, the chef, was very qualified. He cooked for Tang Zheng every day, which made Tang Zheng's appetite become more picky. The big pot rice, that used to be very delicious, was now a little difficult to swallow. But he was not a hypocritical person, so he ate some, and then turned on the TV on the ship. The facilities of this ship were also added to be relatively complete, and you can watch TV. Tang Zheng even knew that there were several machine guns installed in this ship for defensive operations. For the outdoor adventurer team, machine guns are almost invincible. As long as they don't encounter regular troops, the safety of this ship is not a problem. Tang Zheng actually has some understanding of the target of this trip, Dicky Island. Sanjiang City, which he left before, is actually more than 200 kilometers north of Dicky Island. To the south of Dicky Island is Zhonghe City, and to the north is the jurisdiction of Sanjiang City. Before the end of the world, Tang Zheng had traveled to Dicky Island and had a deep impression of it. There are indeed many foreigners there, many foreign funded enterprises on the island, and dozens of consulates from all over the world. But I didn't expect that after the outbreak of the end of the world, the land belonging to Hanai was completely occupied by foreigners. This time, when Tang Zheng arrived there, he would definitely have a conflict with those foreigners. But Tang Zheng didn't care. After getting the system, he was destined to go to the opposite side with many forces in the world, and armed conflict was inevitable. While thinking about what to do, when he arrived at Dicky Island, he watched the TV series on TV. In the slight shaking of the ship, Tang Zheng fell asleep. After sleeping all night, when he woke up the next day, the ship had moved away from the Jing area and came to the edge of the two rivers. After eating breakfast, which still had no appetite, Tang Zheng was a little bored and dazed on the boat. Sailing on the water is very boring. There is nothing special about the scenery on the shore. Especially in the end of the world, there are hundreds of miles of uninhabited areas everywhere, with overgrown grass on the shore and few people. Seeing more makes people feel sleepy. In the Jiangsu River area, the boat sailed for more than 3 days and finally entered the north-south canal in the south of Yuanjing from a relatively narrow waterway. The canal is 200 meters wide and runs through the waterway from Yuanjing to Qianzhou. The transportation is very convenient. When he got here, Tang Zheng was a little more energetic, because he saw here that the grass and trees on the shore gradually became green. After staying in Ziguang City for a long time, he was used to seeing ice and snow, mountains and snowy wastelands. Now he felt very comfortable to see the rare green. Spring is here. Although it has not yet reached the North Territory, it has already appeared in the south. The further south you go on the canal, the more green you see. Even after sailing for a few days, Tang Zheng saw wildflowers blooming on the shore. Standing at the bow, Tang Zheng looked at the shore from afar. Suddenly, Tang Zheng saw a huge boundary marker on the road parallel to the shore. Welcome to Bulk Province. Seeing this, Tang Zheng suddenly felt like he was revisiting an old place. Now that he had reached the northern part of Bulk Province, he would be almost back to Sanjiang after another 1,000 kilometers. Thinking of the scene when he left here, it was still vivid in his mind. Now that he was back here again, Tang Zheng felt as if he had been away for a lifetime and couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Chapter 290 An Acquaintance at the Checkpoint. The ship had just entered the Bulk Province when its speed suddenly slowed down. The communicator came to report, "General, there is a border water checkpoint of Dayan ahead." Tang Zheng nodded. His current identity was not a problem, but it was the first time he encountered an inspection after sailing in the end times for so long, and he felt quite novel. When he came to the deck, he saw a half-new water police boat on the water in front of him, which was approaching the freighter. "We are the water security officers of Dayan border." The ship stopped for inspection. The freighter slowly stopped, and the officers and soldiers on the ship were on alert. As long as Tang Zheng gave the order, they would launch an attack and sink the inspection ship. Tang Zheng would certainly not choose to take action at this time. He came here to keep a low profile, and the purpose of the initial stage was to settle down smoothly. Signaling everyone to be patient, Tang Zheng stopped the ship, and then lowered the sampan to let the other party board the ship. A dozen water security guards came to Tang Zheng's boat. One of the leaders said arrogantly, "Who is the captain?" Tang Zheng walked over and said, "I'm the captain. Show your IDs. Where is this boat from? Where is it going? What is on the boat? What are you doing? You need to register it." Tang Zheng handed over his ID and said, "We are from Liang Province and plan to go to Dicky Island. The things on the boat are weapons." "Weapons? Arms?" "That's right. Hanai originally allowed private ownership of weapons. After the end of the world, arms became a legal transaction. For a long time, no one cared about it. Later, Tang Zheng's Ziguang City system was improved, and there was some management of arms, but it was only limited to the city. In the wild, there was no management of arms. So Tang Zheng chose to come as an arms dealer as a disguise. The leader's eyes widened immediately. "Arms are now contraband in Dayan. We need to confiscate them all. Open the cabin and let me see how many arms there are." Tang Zheng hurriedly said, "Sir, why are arms still contraband now? And I'm selling them to Dicky Island. I'm just passing by the river here. There should be no problem, right?" "What nonsense." I said no. It is no. Now is different from before. Dayan has established a country. Don't use the past Hanai set to make things right. Quickly open the cabin. Tang Zheng's eyes moved, and he directly signaled the communicator in the distance to bring a box. Opening the box, Tang Zheng took out some new coins from it. He was very sincere and handed over 500,000 new coins to the other party. "Commander, we are all trying to make a living in this world. Please give me some convenience." The leader took the new coins, but did not say anything. "What are you doing? Are you trying to bribe me? There are dozens of brothers here who rely on me for food. I won't fall for your tricks." Although he said this, he did not let go of his hand, and his eyes kept looking into the box in Tang Zheng's hand. Tang Zheng's box contained 1 million new coins, which was used for emergencies. At this moment, seeing this greedy water sheriff, he took out the remaining 500,000 new coins. "Brothers, please have some tea." The man took it again, and even gave it to others when he couldn't hold it, saying, "No, no, this kind of thing is too risky. If I'll let you go, I might lose my head. I can't make this money." Tang Zheng's face turned cold. He took out 20 yuan with a face value of 1,000 from his pocket and stuffed them into the other person's hand. At the same time, he put one hand on the desert eagle on his waist. "Sir, we are new here, and we really don't know the rules of Dayan, but my brothers also need to eat. If things are done to the point where there is no profit, we might have to take risks. We don't want to do that. Harmony brings wealth, don't you think?" While speaking, Tang Zheng's aura as a top mutant was released, and the atmosphere on the ship suddenly became tense. The greedy sheriff on the opposite side certainly felt it, and he was immediately a little afraid. These arms dealers all make money with their lives. In the wild, it can be said that they kill people like crazy, and things like fighting against each other often happen to them. Although he was greedy, he did not dare to go too far. He accepted the 20 yuan with a smile on his face. "Don't be nervous, brother, don't be nervous. It's true that harmony brings wealth. This yuan is a good thing, but it's a pity that it is now banned from circulation. But there are still many people who recognize it on the black market. I accept this as a token of my appreciation." After taking the money, his tone finally relaxed. "Brother, you are sensible. Your ship can go through, but I still advise you not to go directly to Dicky Island, because there is a checkpoint over there. Arms are indeed contraband here. You can't get through there. The chief of the checkpoint over there is a weirdo. He is still ruthless, and doesn't charge any money. It's too difficult to get concessions from him. I'm indeed taking risks with you." Hearing this, Tang Zheng also retracted his momentum. "Oh, then what should I do to be safe?" "There are ways to do this. The first is to find an acquaintance in Dayan to help you get an exemption certificate, so that your ship can enter and exit freely. However, with the chief of the checkpoint here, I don't think you can do it. But there is a second way. You are going to Dicky Island, so find buyers on Dicky Island and let them take you there. As long as there are foreigners there who come forward and use diplomatic channels, things will be easy. The chief can't control foreigners, but the price of your goods will probably be discounted by then." Tang Zheng smiled and nodded. "Oh, that's easy. I still have some connections there." Hearing Tang Zheng's assurance, the sheriff was relieved, smiled and said goodbye to Tang Zheng, and took people off the boat without even opening the cabin for inspection. Tang Zheng watched their boat leave, and his own boat started, and left this section of waters. It's really a place where geese pass by and pluck feathers. If it weren't for the geographical advantage, such a place would be finished soon. Next to Tang Zheng, Ji Yunshan came over. "General, I think such a person is suitable to be my informant." Tang Zheng also nodded. "In the future, you should also pay attention to developing your informants here. There are dozens of countries on Dicky Island. The situation is complicated. If we want to gain a foothold, we need to master a lot of intelligence." "I understand. Otherwise why would I follow the general? This is our military intelligence bureau's opportunity to go out of the Northern Territory and become famous in the world." Tang Zheng's boat continued to drift on the water for 2 days and finally approached Sanjiang City. Sanjiang City has not been recovered yet. Tang Zheng's boat was sailing on the Beilang River, and he could still see the scene when he left, especially when passing by a section of the riverside park. He even saw the road, where he and several mobilized soldiers drove motorcycles, and rushed all the way. There was also that riverside park, where he first encountered agile zombies, and the situation at that time was extremely dangerous. And more than half a year has passed, and now looking back, there are still zombies wandering in that riverside park. Seeing Tang Zheng and his team passing by, there are still zombies roaring by the water, and some big-bellied zombies are trying to spray water arrows here, but the distance is too far, and they still can't reach it. Chen Hongchang and his people are too inefficient. This place is located on the edge of Sanjiang City, and it has not even begun to recover. If this goes on, it will probably be like this in another year or two. If Tang Zheng gets off the ship here, with his current strength, he can buy a group of soldiers and even return to the rental house where he lived. But that is no longer meaningful. It is not his home, and there is no need to revisit the old place. The freighter traveled for most of the day, and passed through the urban area of Sanjiang. After passing the urban area, the waterway suddenly widened. This is the waterway, where the Beilan River enters the Hao River. As the largest river in Hanyu, Haojiang River has a very wide waterway, and there is no problem for warships to pass through. When he arrived here, many large red spots appeared on Tang Zheng's radar screen, which were mutant fish underwater. Because the ship was large, the mutant fish underwater could not do anything to his ship, and he came here safely. But after entering Haojiang River, Tang Zheng found that the red spots had become much larger, and even standing on the boat, he could occasionally see some huge black shadows cruising underwater. But this is in the river after all, and the ship is large enough, so it is safe for the time being. And when he arrived on this waterway, the shadows of some other ships gradually appeared. Looking at the direction of the ships, many of them are traveling to and from Dicky Island. Although the number of ships is far less than before the end of the world, it is already much more prosperous than the wilderness of Zhuguang City. It is less than 100 kilometers away from Dicky Island. Looking left and right from the ship, the north is the suburban part of Sanjiang City, and the south is the huge Zhonghe City. Both sides are big cities, and the number of zombies is simply too much. As the boat sailed on the water, what he heard was not the constant cries of monkeys on both sides, but the constant roars of corpses on both sides. When he got here, Tang Zheng was also a little worried. Many of the arms on his ship were seized by him. Those that were not sold out in the Northern Territory could just be sold here. The seized materials could not be stored in the system space, but could only be placed on the ship. But as the inspector said before, arms were prohibited here, and could not pass the checkpoint. Tang Zheng did not have any acquaintances on Dicky Island, so it was not feasible to find those foreigners for the time being. So Tang Zheng decided to dock the ship first, and go to the distant checkpoint to see the situation. If there was really no other way, he could only take a stupid way, buy a vehicle on the shore, and load the arms and load them onto the vehicle, go on land, and then go over empty, and then load the ship, after passing the checkpoint. But this method was not small. After all, the number of people here had increased, so it was better not to use it. With the idea of trying his luck, Tang Zheng temporarily docked the ship, then disembarked, and a jeep drove down from the ship. He and several guards got in the car and headed straight for the checkpoint in front. The checkpoint from Dayan to Dicky Island has formed a small market town. Many boatmen will go ashore here to rest and eat something. Tang Zheng originally wanted to see if there were people who could apply for exemption certificates, but after walking around, he didn't find anything. The management of this checkpoint is indeed strict. Those scalpers and those who apply for certificates are nowhere to be seen. Tang Zheng was a little disappointed, so he planned to return to the boat and do some private work in the night. But just as he was leaving, he saw a sheriff appear. The sheriff brought a team of people, as if they were going to inspect the boat. Seeing the sheriff's face, Tang Zheng was stunned. This turned out to be an acquaintance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, First Hearing of Slaves. Tang Zheng didn't know many people in Sanjiang. Those he knew before basically died in the apocalypse. Besides, the apocalypse was a huge natural disaster. Only those who met after the disaster were meaningful, because these people survived the disaster. The person Tang Zheng saw now was someone he met after the apocalypse. This person had left a deep impression on him. During his time in Sanjiang, he had seen the darkness of human nature after the apocalypse, but this person was a shining point in the darkness. He was a person who saved many people when he saw him in Yida City. This person was called Meng Zilliang. At that time, he was the leader of a survival base in Yida City. Tang Zheng still remembers the warmth of that base. When Tang Zheng left, he also left some guns and bullets for them. The sheriff now seemed to be the highest commander of this checkpoint. When he came out, he was surrounded by people. This person was Meng Zilliang. Seeing him, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder the sheriff said that the station master here was ruthless and impartial. Meng Zilliang was indeed such a person, and Tang Zheng was relieved. He stopped the car in the distance and shouted, "Meng Zilliang." Meng Zilliang, who was about to check, suddenly heard the shout, and his body suddenly alerted, then slowly turned around and looked at Tang Zheng with an incredible look. When he saw Tang Zheng's face, his expression was a little confused. Tang Zheng was wearing makeup at the moment, so it was normal for Meng Zilliang not to recognize him. But Tang Zheng still waved. "Old friend, don't you want to chat?" Meng Zilliang became more and more confused, but he still waved and signaled the people around him to stop. He came to Tang Zheng alone. "Who are you?" Tang Zheng smiled. "Can I trust you now?" When Tang Zheng was talking, Ji Yunshan and Susan beside him were already prepared. If this person found the general and dared to expose it, they would immediately kill him. At most, they would give up the previous plan and force the island. This was the worst result. But Meng Zilliang's eyes lit up at this moment. After careful observation, he found the shadow of the past on Tang Zheng's face now. "You can trust me." Meng Zilliang nodded heavily. "Then I need a free pass to Dicky Island. Can you get it for me?" Meng Zilliang didn't say anything. He called a subordinate over and took a free pass from him. He signed and stamped it, and then handed it to Tang Zheng. "Can I ask your last name?" Tang Zheng smiled. "My last name is Tang. I left from here, passing through Yida City." Meng Zilliang's eyes showed excitement. He handed the free pass to Tang Zheng. "Can you leave your contact information?" Tang Zheng asked the correspondent to give Meng Zilliang his phone number, and they left their contact information. Meng Zilliang also knew Tang Zheng's identity. After all, this person is still an enemy of Dayan, and often appears on TV news. He couldn't be unaware of it, but he would not expose Tang Zheng. He always remembered the friendship and help in his heart. Without the guns given by Tang Zheng, they would never be able to leave Yida City, let alone today. So he didn't say anything, just shook hands with Tang Zheng. "Sir, I'm in charge of this checkpoint now. If you have any questions, just come to me. I will do my best. To be honest, I don't like the current Dayan, nor do I like Chen Han Chang." He lowered his voice and said the last two sentences very carefully. Tang Zheng nodded, and everything was said without words. Meng Zilliang didn't say too much to Tang Zheng, as that would attract attention. After giving Tang Zheng the exemption certificate, he got up and left. Tang Zheng didn't expect things to go so smoothly. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh that things are so unpredictable. Who would have thought that a good deed at the beginning would actually bring rewards today? There are still many good people in this world. After all, ungrateful people like Liao Yucheng are still a minority. With the pass, Tang Zheng returned to the ship. After that, the freighter started and headed straight for Dicky Island. When he came to the channel of the checkpoint again, he met the inspector. Tang Zheng showed the exemption certificate, and the ship was released directly. After passing this checkpoint, the waterway ahead is wider, and Dicky Island is already in sight. After Heojiang bypasses both sides of Dicky Island, he will enter the sea. Standing at the bow, Tang Zheng can already smell a hint of salty sea breeze. In the sky, huge seagulls occasionally fly by. These seagulls are also mutant birds, but the seagulls nearby are often fed by people, and generally do not take the initiative to attack people. Unless you look very weak and are alone, these seagulls sometimes reveal their hideous faces as mutant birds. But there is no way. This is part of the end of the world, which is completely different from before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, there were also incidents of fierce birds attacking people, but now it is just more serious. In the end of the world, you can only adapt to these and learn to protect yourself. The ship gradually approached Dickey Island, where there are dozens of docks. There are even broadcasts on the shore, as well as huge fluorescent billboards, telling passing ships some precautions. Each dock here belongs to a country. The foreigners who occupied Dickey Island have already regarded this place as their territory. Li Wuyao's opposition was ineffective at the beginning, and no one could restrain them. Now that Hanyu has fallen apart, this matter has become a fact. Ships can choose any dock to dock, but they have to pay tariffs. This short waterway is like going abroad. After paying taxes, you will be protected by this country. They will ensure that your goods enter the market smoothly, but they will not care about what happens afterwards. Your tariffs can only play such a role. Tang Zheng chose the largest dock to dock. This dock belongs to the Magnolia Empire. The Magnolia Empire is also a leading power in the world, which can be seen here at the dock. Someone at the dock guided the ship to dock at a suitable location, and then some people from the Magnolia came to collect fees. The leader was a blonde woman, about 30 years old, with a good figure. This time, the woman checked Tang Zheng's cabin. Shocked by the dense oms inside, the Magnolia woman's attitude towards Tang Zheng became better. "Sir, you are a very capable person, but we need to count the supplies." Tang Zheng waved his hand. "You can make a rough estimate, based on your experience. I'm also in a hurry." "Okay, then I will estimate that the goods here will need to pay a tax of about 50 million Singapore dollars. 50 million Singapore dollars, for Tang Zheng, is just 5 million light yuan, and Tang Zheng found that the price estimated by the tax officer was actually about the same. Tang Zheng did not bargain at all, and directly paid the tax of 50 million Singapore dollars, which surprised the tax officer. "You are such a generous person. You don't have to worry about the next thing. We will send someone to help you unload the goods and deliver them to the largest trade market on Dickey Island. If you need a warehouse, I can make the decision now and get you a suitable warehouse at a 50% discount. You should know that warehouses in the trade market are very popular now, and many people want to own one there." "Okay, then please, ma'am, I will pay the full amount." "Okay, nice to meet you, sir. My name is Alina. We can leave our contact information." Tang Zheng and Alina left their contact information. Alina continued, "Then you can go to Dickey Island first. If you want to live here for a long time, I suggest you buy a house here. After all, although the houses here are expensive, it is still easy to buy with your financial strength." Tang Zheng nodded. He really needed a house. Alina in front of him looked smart and should be a suitable guide. "Miss Alina, I don't know much about this place. I wonder if you can take me around the island and help me find a suitable house." I'm a little busy here. I wonder how big a house you need." Tang Zheng pointed to his ship and said, "I have a lot of guys here. I may need a bigger house. The bigger the better. Don't worry. If you help me find a suitable one, I will give you a commission." Hearing this, Alina was tempted. "Okay, we can set off now." Some sailors were left behind to load and unload the goods, and followed the people of Beiulan to the trade market. Tang Zheng followed Alina out of Beiulan's border dock and entered the interior of Dickey Island. This island covers an area of more than 2,000 square kilometers, just like a small continent. People from dozens of countries are entrenched here. Walking on the streets, people of all races and skin colors can be seen. This feeling is like being in a foreign country. Although almost no one can launch a warship now, ordinary shipping has actually recovered a lot. After all, a cargo ship with no technical requirements, even if the appearance is mottled, can go to sea, as long as the equipment is replaced, which is easy for each country. Therefore, foreign ships would arrive at the harbor of Dickey Island every day to deliver some supplies to their people. As long as they avoid the deep sea and go along the shallow sea, sea transportation is not impossible, but the voyage will generally double, and the transportation cost will be greatly increased. Tang Zheng drove down several Hummers on the ship, taking Alina, his own guard squad, Ji Yunshan, Han Yang, Wu Di and others, and drove slowly on the streets of Dickey Island. As he talked with Alina, Tang Zheng gradually learned more about this island. All the forces here originated from their consulates, and these consulates have basically established contact with their own countries. No matter who is in power in their own country now, they attach great importance to the consulate in Hanyu. In order to ensure the right to speak on this land, those countries have given great support to the consulates here. They sent ships, transported a lot of advanced weapons, and even sent troops. And there are a large number of foreign survivors here. When the apocalypse broke out, too many foreigners ran here, so Dicky Island is now densely populated. Although the island is so big, there is not much open space. The population of the entire island even exceeds 20 million. The large population has led to a special trade here, that is, the slave trade. Elena introduced that here. As long as you have money, you can buy any kind of slaves. Many slaves were actually very talented people before the end of the world. They were proficient in many things, such as cooking, painting, musical instruments, dance, songs, and even opera. It's just that many things that were sought after by people before the end of the world have no place to use after the end of the world. Many people can't eat, and finally they can only become slaves to survive. For example, in Ziguang City, there are too few places where there are stages for them to show in the end of the world. Even many foreigners will take the initiative to catch some homeless people, make them slaves, and take them to the trading market to sell. Elena even asked Tang Zheng if he needed to buy a slave after buying a house here. There are many beautiful girls here, but Tang Zheng has no interest in this. Now he just wants to find a house first. Chapter 292. Airdrop a big octopus. 3 more chapters, 200 monthly tickets plus. Elena asked Tang Zheng about his specific requirements for the house. The first condition Tang Zheng mentioned was that it had to be close to the sea. On Dicky Island, the only place close to the sea was the east coast. Tang Zheng's current landing place was on the west coast. They had to drive across the island. After walking along the road from west to east for about an hour, they gradually approached the eastern coast. From a distance, the sky was still gloomy, but the gloom had weakened a lot compared to the early days of the apocalypse, and even occasionally the blue sky would appear. Under the sky, the sea surface no longer looked blue, but seemed to be black. There was a sea breeze blowing over, and the waves were raging. There was no beauty of the sea view house in the past. Tang Zheng and his friends came to the coastal area, and began to look for the house they liked. Elena was indeed very familiar with this place. She even checked the location of the houses for sale here. She walked and looked all the way, and the focus of her search was on the seaside villas. But in the process of searching, Tang Zheng found that the coastal area here was basically occupied. There were seaside villas, but they were all located in developed communities. Many communities were built before the end of the world. They were sea view communities, with villas connected one after another, which did not meet Tang Zheng's requirements at all. When he chose a house, his first requirement was that it was big. The bigger the better, because he might have to send troops here. The second choice was concealment. There couldn't be too many neighbors around, otherwise he would be discovered if there was any movement, and he couldn't play his own advantages. With these two requirements, it was difficult to meet. Although many of the houses that Elena found were very beautiful, they still didn't satisfy Tang Zheng. After searching for a whole morning at the beach, he didn't find a suitable one, and he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. At noon, he ate something outside and continued to search in the afternoon. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Tang Zheng and his party arrived at the northeast corner of Dicky Island. A villa was listed for sale. The owner was a Nansao person, and it was said that he was their country's ambassador here. Elena took Tang Zheng into the villa yard on the pretext of looking at the house. This is a corner of Dicky Island protruding to the northeast, which is deeper into the sea than other places. This is the estuary of the Hao River. Standing here, looking eastward, you can see the vast sea. Looking northward, you can see the wide Hao River and some of the situation on the other side. Moreover, there are many reefs on both sides of this corner. They have been washed by the sea for thousands of years, and are extremely smooth. Those reefs are still very high. The reefs on both sides are distributed along the beach, forming a natural angle. There is a silvery white beach here at the angle. When Tang Zheng came here, he felt that the sea breeze here was particularly strong. Waves surged over and kept washing the beach. Not far from the beach, there is a villa. Together with the yard and the beach, it covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. This is almost the largest villa yard that can be found on Dickey Island. Moreover, the neighbors of this villa are relatively far behind him, because this corner is deeper into the ocean, and the neighbors are naturally far behind. Seeing this place, Tang Zheng took a fancy to it. Just when he wanted to negotiate the price with the owner, Elena spoke. "Mr. Zyro, there is something wrong with this house." Tang Zheng still appeared under the pseudonym of Zyrofan, so Elena called him Mr. Zyro. Tang Zheng was puzzled. "What's the problem?" Elena said seriously. "I think you have already known about the house we looked at today. The villas by the sea are not very easy to sell." Tang Zheng nodded. It was indeed true. The prices of villas by the sea were not too high, at least a little lower than he imagined. Elena continued, "That's because there are some aquatic animals in the ocean that grow very large. Even if we are at the seaside now, there are often some marine creatures running to the shore, such as crabs as big as pots, and turtles bigger than tables. These things may attack people when they come up, so the safety of villas by the sea is not very high." Tang Zheng nodded. He knew this a long time ago, and guessed that this should be the reason why the villas are not too expensive. This location is deep in the ocean, with strong winds and waves, and the reef is a natural wind outlet. There will definitely be more marine life coming ashore during high tide, so the safety here is the lowest. I think the reason why the Nansao man sold this house is because someone there may have died at the hands of marine life. He was scared, so he sold it. You have to think carefully before buying it. Tang Zheng thought about it and felt that what Elena said was indeed reasonable. If there are many marine life hidden under the water, it is indeed not good for the people living there. He was looking at the concealment here and the large area of the beach. Whether the soldiers land here or send troops on the spot, this place is more suitable. But if someone appears here and attracts marine life, the problem will be a bit troublesome. How to solve the safety problem here is very important. He closed his eyes slightly and began to think of a solution. Underwater. Marine life ensures underwater safety. Well, isn't this what Tang Tang is talking about? Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Tang Tang had been living in the pond in Ziguang City, and it was already very suffocating. The pond was about to be unable to accommodate it. This time when they went out, the river was still frozen, so it was not convenient for Tang Tang to travel, and the place to stay was not decided, so Tang Zheng did not bring it with him. If Tang Tang could come here, with the ability of this big guy, it should be no problem to ensure the safety of this area of water. I believe that, no matter how big the general marine creatures are, they will stay away from this 60-meter long octopus. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng immediately made a decision. "This is the place," he said to Elena. "Miss Elena, don't worry. I prefer the wind and waves here. Let's go and talk to the owner about the price." Seeing that Tang Zheng insisted on buying it, Elena shrugged and said that she had tried her best. The next step was to discuss the price. The owner was eager to sell the house and offered a price of 30 million Singapore dollars. Tang Zheng bargained down the price to 15 million. Although this house is nice, houses in the end times are not that valuable. It's just that there are many people here on Dickey Island. If it were other places, there would be houses everywhere, and there would be no people at all, let alone selling them for money. After Tang Zheng finished bargaining, the owner shook hands with Tang Zheng directly, indicating that the deal was done. This made Tang Zheng feel that he had given too much. If he had known earlier, he would have been able to get it with 10 million. Fortunately, Tang Zheng was not short of money. 15 million was only 1.5 million light yuan, and he quickly completed the transaction with this person. The transaction procedures were very simple. Everything was kept simple in the end times. It was done quickly, and Tang Zheng became the owner of the villa. After the transaction was completed, and some commissions were paid, Elena chose to leave. Tang Zheng led people into the villa. The yard was large, but the house was not particularly large. It was a 3-story villa with a basement. The owner left after the transaction was completed, and did not want anything in the room. So the furniture here is complete. Everything is there, and it even looks a bit messy. Tang Zheng would not take the initiative to clean up these things. He sat down on the sofa on the first floor of the villa and began to contact Ziguang City. He asked Jiuo Yun to think of a way to transport Tang Tang to him first. Otherwise, it would take 1 or 2 months for this guy to swim here. After thinking for a while, Guo Yun gave Tang Zheng a solution. That is to use the N-124 large transport plane, and the research institute will be responsible for making a huge water bag, placing it inside the cabin, and then filling it with water, so that Tang Tang will be temporarily wronged, and stay in the cabin. Although Tang Tang's body is huge, the octopus is a mollusk, and can curl up, and enter the cabin of a large transport plane. Then the transport plane took off from Ziguang City, and flew directly to the island, where Tang Zheng was. There may not be a suitable airport to land here, but it doesn't matter, just throw Tang Tang into the sea. People may die in the sea if they fall from a high altitude, but Tang Tang, a mollusk, will definitely be fine. Then the plane will not stop, and return directly to Ziguang City. Hearing this plan, Tang Zheng agreed almost immediately. He immediately asked Guo Yun to do this. At the same time, he also issued an order for the large force of the Ziguang army stationed in Jing County to start from Jing County and head to Dickey Island. Now that he has a foothold, what he needs to do now is to grasp the situation on Dickey Island as soon as possible, and then when the large force arrives, launch an offensive here to wipe out all the foreign forces on Dickey Island. Tang Zheng can directly recruit troops here, but according to the current situation he has, the strength of the foreigners on Dickey Island is not weak. They also have armored vehicles, tanks, and even airplanes. In order to extend their tentacles to Hanai's territory, those foreign forces spared no effort to build people on Dickey Island, and their weapons and equipment are relatively powerful. It takes a process for Tang Zheng to recruit troops locally. Once discovered during this process, he will definitely be hit by foreign forces, which is likely to lead to failure. Therefore, there must be cooperation from a large force. As long as Tang Zheng can find a way to get the large force to land on the island, it will be considered certain. Tang Zheng's order was passed down, and the Ziguang army began to act. The research institute began to dismantle the interior of a transport plane, and then made a super large water bag for Tang Tang to board the plane. The earliest arrival time is tonight. The 1st and 2nd Field Regiments, the 1st Armored Battalion, the 1st Artillery Battalion, the Direct Battalion, and part of the Aviation Battalion located in Jing River all started from Jing River, started at night, and headed east. It will take a long time for the large force to set out from Jing River to the east coast. Those tanks and other things need to be transported by heavy trucks, and they must be careful not to be discovered on the road. It should take at least 10 days to get here. This means that Tang Zheng must still hide his identity and stay on this island for more than 10 days. After finishing these things, Tang Zheng felt his stomach growling. Thinking of the cook's big pot rice cooking skills, Tang Zheng really couldn't stand it. I heard from Elena before that there is slave trade in the market on Dickey Island. Maybe I should go to the market and at least get someone who cooks well. Thanks, Janzian's Han Ziji Leishu. Chapter 293 Tang Zheng's Fangs. Because Tang Tang would not arrive until midnight, Tang Zheng had nothing to do now, so he simply went to the trading market on Dickey Island. The sailors who came with him have now settled down at the trading market, and a large number of arms have been loaded into the warehouse. Some arms have even begun to be sold on the market. Dickey Island is a chaotic island, with the forces of dozens of countries scattered all over the place. Even some big countries, such as the empires of Magnolia, Dalio, and Bohemia, do not have any great advantages here. After all, this is not their homeland, and at this stage, the level of weapons everyone has is not much different. So it is very chaotic here, and there are fights and killings every day. Arms trading, crystal trading, poison trading, flesh trade, gambling, slavery, and even organ trafficking. Basically, all the evil things you can think of have happened here. There is a story behind the gradual establishment of this place. At the beginning, Dickey Island was still dominated by the Hanai people, but the foreign forces did not like the local Hanai people. After the end of the world, the Hanai people's country could not help them, so the foreigners united and defeated the local Hanai people. After this battle, the status of the Hanai people on Dickey Island fell to the bottom, and foreigners began to rule here. That time was the first time that foreigners united, and then they fought each other. After a period of time, they found that it was too chaotic here, so after consultation, the countries established a joint law enforcement bureau here, which was their second union. Each country sent some people to establish such a department. However, the strength of this department is not very strong. They are mainly responsible for the core areas of the island, such as the safety of various trading markets, the safety of various entertainment venues, etc. As for the embassy buildings, residential areas, docks, etc., they are not within their scope of responsibility. But their safety is also relative. No one cares about fighting. As long as no one is killed, they will not go out. As for other places, they don't care at all. Whether you can be safe depends on whether your firepower is strong enough. And arms are always a scarce commodity. Everyone's firepower determines your status on this island. Tang Zheng led his men and drove out of the villa to a trade market on the island. His arms stall was right here, and he wanted to come and take a look. Driving to the market, it was like a microcosm of the world, with people from all over the world everywhere. Elena of Magnolia was quite capable, and found a stall with a good location for Tang Zheng, which was now open for business. When Tang Zheng arrived in front of the stall, he saw a large number of firearms on display. After Tang Zheng entered the apocalypse, he defeated many enemies, and seized countless arms. There were almost all kinds of guns from all over the world, and all kinds of models were on display. There were also grenades, bullets, and even rocket launchers and other weapons on display. When Tang Zheng arrived, the stall was already crowded with people. Wow. There are so many AK-47s. Did you rob an armory? Desert Eagle, my favorite. I want to buy it. How much is this gun? If I buy 2, can you give me an extra box of bullets? No way. You also have Barrett? I don't know if I can afford it. Hey, this rocket launcher, I want it. I will use it to bomb those old men smoking dens at night. Brother, I want 10 of these grenades, but I don't have much cash. Can you exchange them for this first level crystal? You have to know that 3 of our brothers died in order to kill that armored beast. The main currency for transactions here is the new currency. It is said that light yuan can also be exchanged, but Ziguang City is very far away from here, and light yuan is not a mainstream currency. Tang Zheng's stall price is not too high or too low. After all, the market has its own rules. If you are unconventional, you will not end well. But despite this, Tang Zheng's stall still attracted many hostile eyes from his peers. The reason is also very simple. Tang Zheng's goods here are too many and too complete. After a while, a group of people came over. They were all wearing the unique clothing of the Rainforest Kingdom, and they all had some strange tattoos on their faces. The leader was bald, with a tattoo of a Tang snake on his head, covering his entire head and face. His eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake walking out of the rainforest. As they came over, many people who were buying weapons retreated, obviously fearing them. Some people were still whispering quietly, "Go, go, the Black Mamba is coming. These Hanyu people are going to be in trouble." Some people who didn't know asked, "Who is the Black Mamba?" "The local snake in this market of the Rainforest Kingdom. A lot of the arms business here is done by them. If you don't pay them protection fees, you can't do it. It seems that these Hanyu guys are going to bleed a lot today." Hearing this, the people around retreated again. There are many such gang forces on Dicky Island, and behind many gangs, there are actually embassies of their country supporting them to do things that are not worthy of being on the stage. These people are very vicious and no one dares to offend them. The bald man walked to the front of the stall and looked around with his eyes slanted. "Whose stall is this?" Tang Zheng walked over. "Mine. What's wrong?" The bald man looked Tang Zheng up and down. "Hanyu people dare to make money on Dicky Island. When you came, didn't you ask who is doing the arms trading on the island? In fact, there are some leading figures in all walks of life on the island. After such a long time and the end of the world, it has been divided into many forces. There are some unwritten rules about who is in charge of a certain industry and who is in charge of a certain trade market. But Tang Zheng did not try to understand this rule. There are dozens of trade markets on Dicky Island, big and small. He couldn't understand them, even if he wanted to. Facing the bald man's question, Tang Zheng said expressionlessly, "I don't know what you said, but before you, it was all done by us Hanyu people." The bald man was choked by Tang Zheng's words and immediately became furious. The arms in this trade market are mainly made by their Rainforest Kingdom. To do arms business in this market, you usually have to pay tribute to them. Besides, all of them are foreigners, and the Hanyu people are in a weak position here. He is used to being rampant here, so how can he let Tang Zheng disobey him? The bald man was about to explode on the spot and kick Tang Zheng's stall. The people around him seemed to be very experienced. When the two people broke down in the talks, they retreated and hid far away. This group of Hanyu people who don't know how to live or die dared to speak nonsense on Dicky Island. They deserve to be taught a lesson by the Black Mamba. But no one expected that he was fast, and Tang Zheng's movements were faster. When he raised his foot, Tang Zheng had already drawn his gun. Bang! The Desert Eagle fired a shot and hit the bald man's ankle. This powerful pistol can smash the bald man's foot with one shot. The bald man screamed and fell to the ground on the spot. He never dreamed that this Hanyu man was so tough and pulled out a gun without saying a word. This was completely inconsistent with the image of many Hanyu people he knew before. Kill him. The bald man screamed and ordered his men to shoot. He didn't care about the ban on killing in the trade market, nor did he care about being punished by the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. He wanted to vent his anger first. The two quick-moving men had just pulled out their guns when their hands were shot. Bang! Ji Yunshin and Susan pulled out their guns and fired at the same time, breaking the hands of the two men. The others wanted to resist, but everyone at Tang Zheng's stall raised their guns. Huolala. The bolt was pulled, and the safety was released. Facing a large area of black muzzles, these people all stopped. This group of arms dealers is a bit fierce. It is rare to see such Hanyu people on Dicky Island. They don't care about the underground rules here. Don't they know that the status of Hanyu people on this Dicky Island is completely at the bottom? Why don't they have any sense of being at the bottom? Aren't they afraid of retaliation? Do they still want to do business here in the future? But facing the muzzles of guns, they really dare not act rashly. Just by looking at the neat movements and the speed of drawing the guns, these Hanyu people are not easy to mess with. The bald tattooed man stared at Tang Zheng. What's your name? It doesn't matter if I tell you. Xiaofan. Okay, I'll remember you. I'll settle accounts with you. We'll see. Hearing this, Tang Zheng suddenly showed a trace of cold smile and drew his gun again without any warning. Bang! With a gunshot, the other leg of the bald man was also broken. Since you want to settle accounts with me, then settle more. I don't mind too much debt. The bald man screamed and almost fainted after being shot. If it weren't for the mutant's strong physical fitness supporting him, he might have been finished. This Hanyu man didn't play by the rules. He said a cruel word to leave the field, but he was shot again. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. He saw that this arms dealer named Xiaofan was very fierce, and his men were also a group of experienced thugs. He was really no match for him in a head-on confrontation. But it doesn't matter. Even tigers have their naps. Xiaofan must have a place to live on the island. He can find out soon by asking around. When it's midnight, he will sneak over and throw a grenade to kill these people. The bald tattooed man endured the severe pain and bleeding, let his men carry him away, and hurried back to get treatment. He didn't dare to say a word of nonsense. After this group of people left, the people who came to buy things around Tang Zheng's stall came back. They seemed to be afraid that, if they didn't buy today, they wouldn't be able to buy tomorrow. The sales of arms were extremely hot. Tang Zheng certainly knew that this matter was not over, but he didn't care. He would have a falling out with these people sooner or later. Since he came to Dicky Island, he was destined to be an enemy of these foreigners on the island. The best plan is for him to come here quietly, hide for 10 days or half a month before taking action, but that doesn't fit Tang Zheng's character. So as soon as he got here, Tang Zheng showed his fangs. Whoever dares to make trouble, Tang Zheng will bite him to death. Chapter 294 Returning the Pearl to the King. After a sudden storm, Tang Zheng remembered the purpose of coming to the trading market. Slave trading is popular here, and he wants to buy a few people to do some chores. This time, he was accompanied by a lineup of pure men, without a single woman. These people can fight with 10 of them, but they can't do housework with 10 of them. After explaining to the people at the stalls, Tang Zheng got up and left. Strolling in the trade market, he came to the slave trading area after a while. There were men and women, young and old, domestic and foreign. There were all kinds of slaves in this market alone. There were more than 1,000 slaves. A small number of them could not survive and voluntarily became slaves, and most of them were captured by some foreign adventurer teams, because here, population also represents money. When Tang Zheng and his friends walked on the street, many people kept greeting them. "Boss, are you looking for a woman? Here are some white-collar workers from listed companies. They look very stylish in uniforms. You can take them away for 100,000 yuan. Sir, come and take a look. They are good products from the Western continent. They are blonde and blue-eyed hot peppers. I guarantee you have never tasted them. Are you looking for a housekeeper? Boss, she is from a noble family in Dalio. Once she wears a small swallowtail, you will enjoy the treatment of the royal family. Are you looking for a chef? I have the former chef of Zhonghe Hotel here. He specializes in more than 1,000 dishes. His monthly salary used to be 200,000 yuan. Now you only need to pay 200,000 yuan to take him away." Tang Zheng took a look at the chef and saw that he was a middle-aged fat man. He shook his head and gave up. There were so many people here, and he still wanted to find someone who looked a little more pleasing to the eye. And he also found that there were basically few good products among those who were chatting up on the roadside. Good products did not need to be chatted up, and people would rush to buy them. After walking for a while, a large group of people gathered in front, and it was very lively. Tang Zheng squeezed over with his people, and found that this was actually an auction. On a high platform, a woman stood, and was being selected by the people below. The slave trader in front was introducing the items to the people. Now it's the second auction. A manager from a multinational company, proficient in accounting, computers, flower arrangement, and a good coffee maker. The starting price is 20,000, and the bid will be 10,000 each time. The one above was a mixed race woman, a mixture of yellow and white, about 27 or 28 years old, and she looked pretty. After the slave trader finished introducing, someone bid below. But there were not many bidders. After several rounds of competition, one person bought it for 70,000. The next one to come on stage was a woman who looked more elegant, saying that she was an artist. But the market was not very good. It was not the time for people to talk about art these days. Most people still focused on practicality. In the end, the woman was sold for only 30,000. The slave trader seemed to feel that he had lost some money. The next two people who came on stage were also shouting hard, but the response was average. Tang Zheng wanted to leave, but the next woman who came on stage immediately attracted his attention. The woman was not very old, at most 20 years old, and her white windbreaker was a little dirty. It seemed that she had fallen when she was caught. The windbreaker tightly wrapped her exquisite curves, and her shawl hair was a little messy. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes with a stubborn and unyielding look. Her face was as pale as paper, and her pearly teeth bit her red lips slightly, standing there like a weak white lotus. Her facial features were very beautiful, the kind of stunning beauty, and there was a teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of her eye, bright red, which added a lot of seductive charm to her, pure and lustful. When this woman, or girl, appeared, many people present gasped. Super extreme. There are many beautiful women, especially in front of the camera, and each of them is a great beauty after putting on makeup. But the girl in front of you is pure without makeup, and the impact brought by the amazing beauty is so strong that people can't take their eyes away. Even if she has no talent, taking her back to warm the bed is not comparable to other women. Moreover, that kind of unyielding and strong temperament can inspire men's desire to protect. When this girl appeared, seeing the reaction below, the slave trader showed a proud look. No matter how much money he lost today, he would make it back from this girl. Everyone, I won't introduce this to you in detail, because I don't know much about it. We met her occasionally, when we were out. It's rare for such a little girl to survive alone in the apocalypse for so long. It's fate that you can meet her here. Without further ado, the starting price is 300,000, and the bid will be increased by 50,000 each time. Let's start. As soon as the voice fell, many people began to bid, and the price began to rise all the way. Tang Zheng stood there, and his expression was a little excited at first, but then he gradually calmed down. Because the girl on the stage looked too much like the leader of the intelligence organization in Zhuguang City, the White Fox Luoqiuwen. At the beginning, Tang Zheng even thought that this was Luo Qiuwen, but after a closer look, he was sure that it was not. Luo Qiuwen didn't have that bright red teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. He knew it very well. But the girl on the stage had it, and the teardrop mole was natural with her face, obviously born, so this girl was not Luo Qiuwen. And after Luo Qiuwen left, Tang Zheng also carefully learned about that kind of mental hallucination drug. The drug can slowly corrode the human body. Luo Qiuwen had been controlled by the drug for so long that her body was no longer able to function. Moreover, the dormitory had given her poison at that time. The only two endings left for her were death and becoming a zombie. There was no third way. After so much time had passed, it was impossible for Luo Qiuwen to still be alive, so it was even more impossible for her to be the girl in front of him. But Tang Zheng also decided to buy this girl. It was rare for two people in the world to be so similar, and he could not miss it. When everyone started to raise the price, he did not move at all. It was not until the price soared to 1.2 million and there were fewer and fewer competitors that Tang Zheng spoke. 2 million. With a price, a group of people were immediately driven away, and many people around looked at him in surprise. The slave trader was even more excited. It seemed that he had met a rich man today. He immediately shouted loudly, "This gentleman has offered 2 million. He is really arrogant. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? This woman is of top quality. I guarantee with my head that we have never touched this woman in order to sell her for a good price." A middle-aged white fat man over there seemed to like the woman on the stage very much. He glanced at Tang Zheng and then said, 2,200,000. Tang Zheng immediately replied, 3 million. The fat man showed a trace of anger, but still said, 350. 5 million. Tang Zheng didn't even wait for him to finish his words and directly raised the price to 5 million. The fat man wanted to open his mouth, but it was a little difficult to open. He didn't know whether to offer a higher price. This Hanyu man seemed to be determined to get the woman on the stage. At this time, an old foreign man not far away also joined in and offered a price of 6 million. Tang Zheng did not hesitate and directly offered a price of 10 million. This price directly defeated everyone. The fat man and the old man glared at Tang Zheng, but they had nothing to say. Their wallets were not as thick as his, so if they lost, they lost. The slave trader was already ecstatic. After confirming that no one else was bidding, he brought the girl on the stage to Tang Zheng. "Congratulations, sir. This is definitely the best stuff I have ever seen since I started this business. You really have a good eye." Tang Zheng ignored the slave trader's compliments, asked his men to pay, and then prepared to leave with his men. Just as he was about to leave, his palm suddenly felt cold. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and when he looked back, the girl actually put her little hand into his palm. The slightly cool and smooth touch made him feel like he had seen it before. That feeling made him miss it a little, so he didn't let go of her hand. "Why?" Tang Zheng looked back at her. The girl didn't show any fear at the moment, but directly said, "I see that many of the sisters who were sold were taken away like this. Don't you like it?" Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. He instinctively felt that the girl was not such a person, but he couldn't tell why. But he didn't let go of her hand and let the girl hold his hand and get on the car with him. Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't let go, the girl seemed very happy. Her originally slightly frowned brows also relaxed, and her big eyes narrowed, as if she was enjoying it. Tang Zheng took a look and said nothing, but he was secretly alert in his heart. Her smug and happy little look was very similar to Luo Qiuwen. Is there someone plotting against him in secret? Although this possibility is not great, because almost no one knew about his and Luo Qiuwen's affairs at the beginning. Tang Zheng was a person under the spotlight after all, and there were many people who wanted him dead. If someone carefully investigated, they might find some clues. After carefully observing the girl around him, based on experience, she was not a mutant. Even Tang Zheng turned on the radar, but he didn't find any red spots, nor zombies or modified humans. "What's your name?" Tang Zheng asked. I don't remember. I lost my memory." The girl answered as a matter of course. Tang Zheng didn't expect this answer, but looking at the clear eyes, he couldn't tell whether she was lying. "Then I'll give you a name." "Okay. To be honest, you looked like a friend of mine in the past." I thought I would never see her again. How about calling you Zua? Tang Zheng originally planned to call her Luo, but when he thought of the dead Luoqiu1, he changed his mind and simply called her Zua. He lost Luoqiu1, but found someone who looked exactly like her again, and this feeling of losing and regaining made Tang Zheng temporarily choose such a name. Zua. This is a good name. I agree. Zua answered with a smile, holding Tang Zheng's hand and following Tang Zheng closely with brisk steps. Chapter 295 Tang's arrival. 3 updates. Silver Alliance plus 19. Tang Zheng brought Zua back to his villa, and he asked Zua to cook. Actually, he looked at Zua's age, about 18 or 19 years old, and she didn't look like she could cook, but since he had already bought the food, he might as well let her try. Tang Zheng was even ready to continue eating from the big pot, but he didn't expect Zua to really give him a surprise. Tang Zheng prepared a lot of ingredients in his villa, and Zua cooked for more than an hour and made a full table. A huge flying crab was steamed by her, and the heat was just right. Several other side dishes that were delicious were also fried in good shape. At least Tang Zheng thought it tasted better than what his own personal little chef Zhu Jingqiu cooked. This made Tang Zheng unable to help but say, I really doubt that you opened a restaurant before the end of the world. Zua was also sitting opposite Tang Zheng at this moment. She did not feel that she was a slave. When she heard Tang Zheng say that, she said, I don't know what happened. I can do these things in the kitchen. Maybe you really opened a restaurant before. Tang Zheng ate a few pieces of crabs, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Do a good job, and don't think of yourself as a slave. That's what those foreigners do. I don't use that trick here. I will also give you a good salary. Stay with me for a while. When you don't want to work anymore, you can choose to leave. Zua shook her head slightly. I don't have such an idea. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know why I feel very comfortable around you. Tang Zheng smiled and said nothing. When Zua spoke, he was also observing her expression, but Zua's every move was natural, without the slightest trace of artificiality and disguise, so he couldn't see anything at all. Maybe this is fate. Tang Zheng could only tell himself this, and began to concentrate on eating. After dinner, he arranged a room for Zua on the second floor of the villa. Anyway, there were many rooms in this villa. Ji Yunshan and his friends were on the first floor and the basement, and there was no one on the second and third floors. After the meal, it was getting dark. Tang Zheng rested indoors for a while, and the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, he received a message from Ziguang City. The Combat Command Center informed him that the plane carrying Tang would arrive over his area in 10 minutes. The plane did not fly directly over Dicky Island, but circled around Sanjiang and arrived from the sea. Tang Zheng got up, left the bedroom, and walked out of the villa. After coming outside, he walked to the beach in the backyard of the villa. The strong sea breeze blew over, and there was a salty smell in the air. Turning on the radar, Tang Zheng could clearly see that there were many red spots under the water at the seaside. This is the seaside, and there will not be too big marine life, but even ordinary marine life has a size that was incomparable in the past. For example, the light spots swimming in groups are some marine fish. Now each of them is at least half a meter long and has a much more ferocious temperament. A sea turtle, which is larger than a table, climbed up not far from Tang Zheng and seemed to be hatching eggs here. Seeing Tang Zheng, the sea turtle raised its head fiercely and hissed twice, warning Tang Zheng not to get close. This is why seaside villas are not easy to sell, and his location is located in the corner of the island, which is even more serious. Tang Zheng intends to let the soldiers land here, and this problem must be solved. Fortunately, Tang came, so there is nothing to worry about. After a while, a white light spot representing a unit of the chasing light army quickly entered Tang Zheng's radar range. It was a large An-124 transport plane. In the blink of an eye, it flew over a distance of several kilometers and began to turn about 2 kilometers away from Tang Zheng. Because the distance is too close, it may arouse the air defense alert of some foreign forces on the island. At that location, the plane flew low for a while and then carried out an airdrop. Tang Zheng's position was visible to the naked eye. A huge black shadow fell in the sky. In the distance, water splashed. Tang was coming. Then, Tang Zheng saw Tang Tang waving her huge tentacles and swimming over from a distance. With Tang Tang's arrival, the creatures in the ocean seemed to sense something and quickly fled from this sea area. The school of fish quickly scattered like birds and beasts, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Even the big turtle hatching eggs on the shore took short steps and rushed to the ocean quickly, not even caring about its bastard eggs. Despite this, it still ran slowly. A huge tentacle flew in the ocean, rolled up the big turtle, and threw it directly into the huge and ferocious mouthparts. As Tang Tang's hill-like head emerged from the sea, it rushed straight to Tang Zheng. 8 huge tentacles flew up and down like a deep-sea python, and there was a bloody storm wherever it passed. The huge body came over like a mountain, and it was obvious that it wanted to act coquettishly with Tang Zheng. Stop. Tang Zheng hurriedly gave the order. Tang Tang braked suddenly, bringing up a cloud of sand, which covered Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng raised his hand, and Tang Tang lowered her head, presenting her head, which was bigger than a house, to Tang Zheng. Touching Tang Tang's big head, Tang Zheng said, "Tang Tang, this sea area will be your defense zone from now on. If anyone dares to come, don't be polite, just kill them. If other marine animals approach, you can eat them freely, but don't show up when you have nothing to do, especially during the day, understand?" Tang Tang nodded her huge head. She had evolved to a high level and could understand many of Tang Zheng's commands. Tang Zheng touched her tentacles, which were as thick as a gasoline barrel, and then let her go back into the ocean. Tang Tang also rushed into the ocean happily. She was originally a marine creature. After the end of the world, she had been living in the cramped fresh water, which made her feel suffocated. Now the dragon has returned to the sea and the tiger has gone into the mountains. This is her world. Tang Zheng could even imagine that with the endless food source in the ocean, Tang Tang's size would definitely grow to an incredible extent. Dicky Island, in a residential area of the Rainforest Kingdom. A pot-bellied foreigner looked down with a gloomy face. Black Mamba's legs had been operated on, but the situation was not optimistic. Although he would not die, he might have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He had heard from his subordinates about what happened. He couldn't believe that a newcomer from Hanai dared to break Black Mamba's legs in the trade market. He also didn't believe that the Hanai man didn't know the depth of the situation. Many gangs in this Dicky Island were supported by the embassy behind the scenes. This was almost an open secret. And he was the ambassador of the Rainforest Kingdom on Dicky Island, Chache. Beating Black Mamba was a slap in the face of Chache. The Rainforest Kingdom was not a big country, but Chache was also very prestigious in Dicky Island because he followed the footsteps of several powerful ambassadors and was considered a member of the strong team. Moreover, as an ambassador of a country, he is also a member of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. The members of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau represent the highest authority of Dicky Island. Although this authority does not manage things very well and there are many disagreements among the members, no one can challenge the authority of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. Almost everything on Dicky Island is under the control of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. And this Hanyu man caused such a thing as soon as he came. If he can't get back the face, and it is spread out, he will become a joke in the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. Have you found out the details of that Hanyu man? Yes, there are more than 30 arms dealers coming from the 2 rivers, including a dozen thugs, and the rest are boatmen or something like that. Where does he live? In the northeast corner of the island. There was an ambassador's villa in the past, which he bought. Elena from Magnolia took him there, and he spent more than 10 million. Cha guessed for a moment. I know the villa you are talking about. Before the end of the world, it can be said that it is the best location on the entire island. It is quiet and has an excellent view. But after the end of the world, it is the worst place. Sea monsters crawl to the shore all day long. Several people were eaten by sea monsters there. He was a fool to buy that place. At this time, a subordinate said again. Not only that, he also went to the market to buy slaves today. Today, a top quality woman appeared in the market, which attracted people from the Bohemian Empire and the Football Empire to compete for her, but none of them could compete with Xiaofan. He directly offered 10 million and took the woman away. It is said that people from the Bohemian Empire and the Football Empire hate her to death. Chache was stunned for a moment when he heard this. These arms dealers are really fucking rich. The more so, the more we can't let this man go. Today we must not only take action against him, but also rob all his money. Oh, by the way, and the woman you mentioned, since she is so top notch, she must be brought back. There are several old perverts in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Sir, what should we do now? Go attack his villa directly? Chache thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Not very good. If he dares to do such a thing, he must be on guard. You also said that the group of arms dealers are not easy to deal with. A head-on attack may cost a lot, but we can go from the sea. With that, Chache gave the order. First, organize 30 people and hang around in front of his villa to attract their attention. But remember, don't attack recklessly. The people here are just pretending. Organize another 20 people, take the stolen weapons, prepare for speedboats, and set off from the dock at 12 o'clock in the evening. Remember to move along the shore, and don't enter the deep water area. Take advantage of the night to move directly to the beach behind Xiaofan's villa, then rush into his villa and suddenly attack from the back. When the gunshots are heard in the back, the people in the front will cooperate with the action. If you have any rocket launchers or grenades, just call them and kill him without leaving any chickens or dogs. Oh, by the way, leave that woman for me. Hearing Chache's order, the people of the Rainforest Empire became excited. It was a dark and windy night to kill people. This kind of thing was what they liked most. The gangs of the Rainforest Empire organized 50 capable gunmen, each of whom had been struggling in the end times for a long time, and had rich combat experience. 20 of them were good at sea operations, and were responsible for the main attack mission this time. 50 men split into 2 groups, and at 11 o'clock in the evening, they set out from the sea and the land respectively. The Silver Alliance is only one chapter away from being updated. You can vote for it if you have monthly tickets. After this foreshadowing chapter, there will be another climax. Chapter 296, Hunter and Prey. Saka is a sharpshooter. Before the end of the world, he was the best hunter in the Rainforest Empire. His shooting accuracy can hit the head of a venomous snake swimming in the forest within 100 meters. After the end of the world, he became a mutant, and after training, he has become a mutant of the top level. His skills are even better. With this skill, he is also the top gunman in the gangs of the Rainforest Empire. This time, there was no need to dispatch elites of his level to assassinate the Hanyu man, but when a group of people act, there must always be someone to follow. Moreover, Black Mamba is Saka's good friend. Seeing his good friend's legs broken, he also wanted to avenge his good friend. So Saka got on the last motorboat and followed to the villa of the Hanyu people. The sea was rough at night. Since the end of the world, the weather has also deteriorated. The first 3 motorboats moved forward in the waves and soon ran away. Saka sat on the last motorboat, not as anxious as those younger brothers who had never seen the world. As an experienced hunter, he needed to observe everything carefully to prevent any variables from happening. This variable is not a very low probability event, especially in the current ocean. Going out to sea itself represents danger. Fortunately, this is not a deep sea area, and they are just moving along the seashore, so the danger is relatively much smaller. Seeing that the front is approaching the Hanyu people's villa, Saka signaled the boat to slow down. He picked up the walkie-talkie and asked if the people on land were in place. This time they were divided into 2 groups. The people on land were responsible for fainting, and the real killing move came from them. Soon the call was connected, and his companions were in place and were currently outside the villa. Mr. Saka, don't worry, we have attracted the other party's attention. Now those arms dealers are staring at us and will definitely not pay attention to the situation on the seashore. Saka nodded, hummed, and hung up the phone. To be honest, he didn't really trust these people. As a lone hunter, the only person he trusted was himself. After hanging up the phone, he put on a special vest. This vest was given to him by a scientific expedition team that he had rescued in the rainforest before. There was a doctor named ZHU in that team. In order to thank him for saving his life, he gave him this piece of clothing. It is said that this piece of clothing can block all radar perception and interfere with the surveillance line of sight. It is a perfect item for sneak attacks and secret infiltrations. In addition to this piece of clothing, he also spent a lot of money to buy a pair of glasses. a pair of thermal imaging glasses. This kind of glasses is also a foreign technology product. It can see everything with signs of life in the room through thermal imaging. Humans, animals, and even zombies, even through the wall, can show their shadows on this pair of glasses. And the glasses can ignore the darkness, which is indeed a good thing. After being equipped, they were close to the beach. Why are there 2 motorboats on the beach? Sackle was on the motorboat and saw 2 motorboats parked on the shore. They looked familiar, as if they belonged to his accomplices. Have these guys landed? Why so fast? Don't they know we haven't arrived yet? Next to Sackle, a companion was muttering, obviously dissatisfied with his companion's private actions. The motorboat slowly approached, but Sackle felt worse and worse. After becoming a mutant, his intuition as a hunter became stronger and stronger. Tonight, the dark sea gave him a sense of extreme danger. And under the observation of thermal imaging glasses, he even saw some faint red light on the motorboat. That was blood. And it was just left. Sackle realized that something was wrong. He didn't care what his companion said, but jumped off the motorboat immediately. The waves hit him, making him unstable, but he also knew how to swim, and immediately swam towards the beach as hard as he could. His companions pouted. Sackle, this maverick, always acted strangely. They were used to it. There were 20 people on the sea this time, and they were a team of 19. Sackle was a separate team, so there was no need to care about what he did. And they had to find a 3rd motorboat. This time they dispatched 20 people and 4 motorboats. In addition to the 2 on the seashore, there should be another one in the sea. Just when Sackle relied on swimming to the shore and they were still wandering on the water, looking for companions, suddenly a huge wave on the sea surface rushed up to the sky. A black thing flew directly from under the sea. Whoosh, plop. With the splashing water, they vaguely saw that the flying thing was a motorboat. This is the 3rd motorboat. But why did the motorboat spray out on the seabed? Where are the people on it? These people were a little panicked. When they thought of the legends of various sea monsters nearby, their hearts sank. It can't be so unlucky. Going out to sea once, they really encountered a sea monster. But the current situation was too strange, so they didn't dare to stop and rushed to the shore in the motorboat. Just as the motorboat was about to land, the boat suddenly shook, as if it was sucked by something. Then a huge pulling force came, and the motorboat was pulled directly into the deep sea. Several people on the motorboat panicked and shouted. Some people wanted to shoot at the bottom of the speedboat, but the huge force increased again, and pulled the motorboat to the bottom of the sea. Gulp. All the people fell into the water and choked. They couldn't shoot. They kicked and dug to struggle. In the deep sea, several huge water pythons suddenly entangled them. No, not water pythons. The huge suction cups directly covered their bodies and robbed them of their breath in an instant. Then, the dark mouth attacked from the deep sea, and both the people and the motorboat disappeared at the bottom of the sea. The dark ocean swallowed everything. Bang, plop. Another motorboat was spit out from the bottom of the water and then landed on the shore, together with the other 3 motorboats, floating quite steadily. On the bottom of the sea, the huge sea monster shook its head, thinking that the food of this last ship was still a little less than that of the previous ones. But this was nothing to it, just enough to fill its teeth. The sea monster sank, and the sea surface calmed down again. Sackle was on the shore, watching all this in shock. He had been hunting for so many years, and had seen all kinds of prey, but he had never seen such a thing in his life. With just a glimpse, he knew that the things in the deep sea were no longer something that human guns could deal with. He lurked behind the reef, holding his breath, almost blending into nature. The sea monster did not find him, and he was safe. But he still did not dare to get up, crawling on his stomach, slowly crawling towards the villa. Although all his teammates were dead, he had not forgotten his mission, which was to sneak into the villa and assassinate the Hanyu man. Forget it. Those stupid teammates were not reliable. It seems that he has to do it himself. As for those who cooperated with him before, he didn't care at all. He even threw the walkie-talkie into the sea. This time he was enough alone. He peeked into the villa with thermal imaging glasses and saw the distribution of people in the villa. Almost all of them were concentrated on the land side, especially on the first floor. There were many people on guard at the window, and it seemed that they were going to deal with their accomplices. There was another person standing on the third floor. The thermal imaging glasses clearly outlined the figure of the other person. According to the information he had, and the figure of this person, it seemed that he was the target of his action today, the Hanayu man, the arms dealer's Fan. He didn't want to conflict with those ordinary arms dealers, which would only alert the enemy. As long as he killed the leader, he could complete the task and avenge the Black Mamba. So he couldn't go to the first floor. He had to bypass these people. His eyes swept across the second floor, and he also saw a person in a room on the second floor. A woman with a very good figure. Even if you can't see her face, this figure is considered to be top notch. A vase that was bought and then kept in captivity. Boss Chache still wants this woman, but that is not my job scope. Even I can't take someone away under such circumstances. Killing Fan is what I have to do. Woman, if you are lucky, you won't meet me on the second floor. Otherwise you will hinder my actions and I can only get rid of you. Saka continued to crawl for a while and came to the outer wall of the villa. Then he ignored the monitor, slowly stood up, and then jumped lightly. Whoosh! He grabbed the window frame on the second floor and stuck to it. With a gentle push, the window opened and he flashed into the second floor. His feet landed on the ground, as light as a civet cat. He tiptoed forward a few steps, and when he was about to reach the stairs on the third floor, when he passed the woman's bedroom door, the door was suddenly opened. A girl in a nightgown, with a beautiful face, appeared in front of him. Saka took a look at the girl, and couldn't help saying, "What a pity, what a beautiful girl." But he is a hunter, and he only has prey in his eyes. He is a killer, and he only has targets in his eyes. No matter how beautiful this woman is, she is about to scream now. Commanding is in the way, and she must not be kept alive. Saka gently raised his hand and covered the girl's open mouth, blocking her scream. With the other hand, he pulled out a jungle hunting knife. This hunting knife has killed people, snakes, tigers, and zombies. It is definitely a butcher knife. Now, there will be another soul under this knife. Killing a beautiful woman is not a pleasant thing. But Saka still swung the knife. Yeah. He felt a little stinging on the back of his hand. The girl might be nervous, and she grabbed the back of his hand in a dying struggle. The delicate nails actually scratched a small wound on the back of his hand. It doesn't matter, it's just a small wound. Saka didn't take it seriously at all. Chapter 297. The army marches south. Tang Zheng stood on the third floor and felt that something was wrong today. Because just when he waited for a while and made sure that no one was coming from the ocean, he glanced casually and seemed to see a person staggering into the sea and then disappeared. That moment was very short, causing Tang Zheng to think that he had seen it wrong. He immediately turned on the radar and scanned it and found that under that sea area, only Tang was swimming happily back and forth, and there were no other life forms. He looked inside the building again. The soldiers on the first floor were already in place, and Zua on the second floor had gone to bed to rest. Tang Zheng waved his hand and directly signaled his men to take action. The soldiers of the Ziguang army had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing Tang Zheng's order, they directly launched a grenade attack. The strength of the special forces is indeed not covered. The grenades were thrown far and accurately, directly over a distance of 70 to 80 meters, and accurately fell into the crowd outside the yard. A series of explosions sounded outside the yard, and those who had been lingering at the door and provoking were immediately blown up and cried for their parents. The soldiers showed no mercy and threw the second wave of grenades. It was quiet outside. Of the 30 people, 28 were killed directly. Only 2 people who were on guard were fine, because they were far away. Seeing this situation, they didn't care about anything, and fled in a panic. The soldiers went out, and dragged the dead people directly into the sea. In the current ocean, anyone who smells blood will soon be dead. An enemy's seemingly rigorous assassination ended so calmly. It was so simple. For Tang Zheng and Ziguangjun, who have experienced many battles, and seen countless big scenes, these are nothing. Tang Zheng even went back to sleep quickly. He didn't care if anyone would come in the second half of the night. In the embassy of the Rainforest Kingdom, Chache and others were looking at an electronic screen. There are many light spots on your screen, and each light spot represents a person they are acting. Those light spots are locators installed on them, including Saka. Everyone has a locator. Seeing 20 people riding motorboats to the back of the Hanyu people's villa, they thought that the matter was about to be accomplished, but they did not expect that these people would start to enter the deep sea in groups of 5 or 5. Motorboats were destroyed one after another, and the locators disappeared, and finally gradually disappeared in the deep sea. It might be because of power outages, or being blocked by something, or sinking to the bottom of the sea, and never appearing again. Chache was furious, but he still held a glimmer of hope. Because he saw that Sackle's locator still entered the Hanyu people's villa. He believed in Sackle's strength. As the #1 killer of the Rainforest Kingdom, Sackle was the trump card of this operation. He went into a house, and it was almost impossible for there to be any survivors in this house. But something strange happened. Sackle went in quickly, and not long after, he slowly came out. Moreover, he walked all the way into the deep sea. Like the teammates in front, he disappeared after entering the ocean and never appeared again. Until the end, the Hanyu people threw grenades and bombed, and only 2 of the 3 people in front ran back. Chache finally couldn't help but get angry. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Why were you killed so easily? Why did Sackle give up the action after entering the house and choose to jump into the sea to commit suicide? What's in which house? Is it a cult's den? Is there a curse? But no one could give him an answer. Almost all the people who participated in the action died. Only 2 people who were on the alert survived by chance. The only thing they knew was that the enemy's grenades were very powerful. But then, Chache no longer had the ability to act. The best people were all dead, including Sackle. He had no stronger power unless he used the army. The embassies on Dickey Island all had troops, but the troops could not be mobilized at will. If you want to mobilize the army, you must obtain the consent of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. Otherwise, if the army can be mobilized at will, I'm afraid not many people will survive on this island. Chache was furious for a while, and finally sat down in a somewhat decadent manner. I was careless. I didn't expect this group of arms dealers to be so strong. It seems that I have no choice but to ask for help. Chache's request for help means asking for help from his boss. This boss is the Magnolia Empire. Whether before or after the end of the world, the Rainforest Kingdom is a loyal younger brother of Magnolia. Because Hanyu is also a big country and has a bad relationship with the Rainforest Kingdom, if they want to survive by Hanyu's side, they have to rely on the support of Magnolia. Fortunately, Hanyu is not a nation keen on aggression, and with the support of Magnolia, the Rainforest Kingdom can survive. Chache is no exception now. He can only wait until tomorrow to ask Magnolia for help. If he is alone, there is little hope for him to ask for help. He also plans to find a few allies, such as the Bohemian Empire and the Football Empire. Their people also had conflicts with Hanyu people in the market, and they are more likely to support him. The next morning, Chache came to the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau and asked for help from Magnolia. But Magnolia checked the man named Xiaofan and refused Chache's request for help. Because Xiaofan landed at the dock of Baiyulan and paid the customs duties in full, Elena said that Xiaofan was a generous person and did a good job in the arms business. She suggested maintaining a good relationship with Xiaofan, which was more beneficial to the interests of Baiyulan Empire. Therefore, Chache's request was not supported until he found people from the Bohemian Empire and the Football Empire. There was a slight turnaround. The people of Baiyulan agreed to discuss the matter at the meeting of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. However, the meeting was not held immediately. According to convention, the meeting would not be held until 10 days later. Chache had no choice but to suppress his anger and wait silently. He even needed to bribe some members of parliament to support him at the meeting. But within these 10 days, he had no way to trouble the Hanyu people. The other party's retreat was somewhat beyond Tang Zheng's expectations. But it was good that he also needed some time to wait for the arrival of the Ziguan army. Now the large army has left the Jing River and is advancing on the land of Liang province. It will be almost there in about 11 or 12 days. The other party didn't come, so Tang Zheng calmed down. He didn't go to the market now, but waited patiently for the troops to arrive. Fortunately, Zhua came now, and Tang Zheng's days were not boring. Although this girl had lost her memory, she was very clever and came to pester Tang Zheng to play with her every day. But she also knew the depth and measure. Whenever Tang Zheng had something to do, she would find an excuse for herself and go back to her room obediently, and she would not ask random questions. For example, when the soldiers threw grenades that night and there was an explosion outside the yard, she never asked about it, which made Tang Zheng quite satisfied. Every day, eating different meals made by Zua, the life was warm and comfortable. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Dahu Province. This is the territory of Xian Mingfei and Jailing Empire. It is now mid-March, and it is the time to plant crops in Dahu. After the end of the world, there are not so many people, and large tracts of land have begun to be barren. But Xian Mingfei still attaches more importance to agriculture. After all, the most important thing in the end of the world is food. People have only two desires, one is to be full, the other is other things. So eating is always the first priority, but now there are fewer people and more land, so we need to be selective in farming. The first is that the land should be good, the second is that there should be sufficient water, and the third is that there should be no zombies around. Such places need to be selected, and Xian Mingfei sent some expedition teams to find suitable places for farming. One of his expedition teams came to a wilderness. They began to check the soil and water sources, and there was also a team of guards to protect them and deal with zombies that might appear at any time. A person in charge of agriculture squatted down and wanted to pick up the soil on the ground for inspection. The main test is whether the acidic substances in the soil are still exceeding the standard and whether it is suitable for farming. The moment he picked up the soil, he felt the soil in his hand trembling. The man raised his head slightly and looked at the distance with some doubts. He saw smoke and dust rolling in the distance. It seems that there are a large number of convoys moving forward. How big a convoy, and how fast can it create such a momentum? The people in the expedition team stopped their actions, looking a little nervous. The leader felt even worse, because the direction of the convoy seemed to be from the northwest. Could it be? Is the chasing light army going to attack us? Xian Mingfei announced that the chasing light army was unwelcome, and he asked Tang Zheng to disband the chasing light army. Tang Zheng also announced on TV that he had entered a state of war with the Jailing Empire. The two of them were actually enemies. So the expedition leader was very nervous. He first released the drone and filmed the convoy's arrival. As soon as a picture was fed back, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Large numbers of troops were running all the way, coming in this direction. The signs on the convoys, the people running towards the light, represented the chasing light army. He immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately picked up the wireless phone and called his superior. No, something terrible has happened. The Ziguang army has entered the Dahu province and is suspected of attacking the Jailing Empire. Please be prepared and report to His Majesty immediately. Please mobilize the troops immediately and enter combat readiness. Repeat, red alert. The Ziguang army is coming. Before the words fell, the Ziguang army had already discovered them and fired at them. In the rumbling artillery fire, the entire expedition team was annihilated. However, due to the captain's timely report, the news that the Ziguang army had entered the Dahu had already spread. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Exposed. 3 updates. Silver Alliance plus 20. The news of the Ziguang army's southward march immediately caused an uproar in the south of Hanyu. The most nervous of all was of course Xian Mingfei's side. When the country was first established, they used Tang Zheng as an excuse to attack Li Wuiyao, and even arrogantly asked Tang Zheng to disband the Ziguang army. But those were just slogans. The country was initially established, and there were too many things to deal with. They had no ability or courage to attack the Ziguang army. Maybe someone took the initiative, and they might follow, but no one really thought about being the first to do so. But no one expected that Tang Zheng would be so tough. Not only did he not choose to swallow his anger, but he brazenly announced that he had entered a state of war with them. They thought it was just a pretense, but they didn't expect that not long after the Zhuang army actually came. Although Dahou province was not the capital of Xianmingfei, the land here was fertile and very suitable for farming, and he absolutely could not abandon it. So when the Zhuang army marched south, Xianmingfei immediately chose the highest level of alert. He also immediately issued an order, requiring the jailing empire's 1st and 2nd army to immediately enter a state of combat readiness and march into Dahou to begin defending several important survival bases in Dahou, so that they could not be taken away by Tang Zheng. Because the report of that expedition team was very hasty, he had no idea how many people the Zhuang army had, the specific direction of action, and the specific location. He could only do this. But when the troops arrived at Dahou, ready to fight the Zhuang army to the death, they found that they had completely lost the trace of the Zhuang army. The Zhuang army's whereabouts were uncertain. Sometimes they walked in the wilderness, sometimes on the road, and sometimes even on the mountain road. Sometimes they marched during the day, sometimes at night, and they hardly stopped, running all the way, so that the people who were tracking them could not keep up with their pace. They could only rely on some clues of the troops' advance to judge that the Zhuang army was heading southeast. So the survival bases along the way became nervous, and some bases even began to transfer people overnight to prevent the Zhuang army from raiding. Xianmingfei did not fail to track down the Zhuang army. After all, he still had a plane. He sent out a plane for reconnaissance and reported the location of the Zhuang army once, but the next moment, the plane was shot down. Later, he sent out drones, but the drones often encountered huge mutant golden eagles in the air before they approached the Zhuang army and were then destroyed by the golden eagles. The golden eagles were raised by the Zhuang army, and Xianmingfei knew this. It seems that the Zhuang army has a big move this time, and even the golden eagles have been brought all the way from Zhuang city in the northern territory. It's just that Xianmingfei's hair turned white because he didn't know the specific target of the Zhuang army. Often, when the troops were deployed in a place, they found that the Zhuang army had passed through, and the troops had to rush to the next place without stopping, running around. The Zhuang army had no intention of staying, and kept moving at a very high speed. Gradually, Xianmingfei discovered that the Zhuang army was about to leave the Dahou province, and seemed to be about to enter the Bulk province. Isn't it coming for me, but for Chen Hongchang and others? When this thought came to him, Xianmingfei felt relieved. It is better to go to Chen Hongchang than to come to his side. His strength is not bad, but he is always unconfident in confronting the Zhuang army. Especially he is still carrying out some plans and developing some special forces. Before that kind of force is successful, he really doesn't want to start a war. Xianmingfei was relieved, but Chen Hongchang became nervous. During this period, a considerable part of Chen Hongchang's main force was not in Bulk province, but in Heiwei city. He has taken over the shipyard of Heiwei city, and the construction of ships has been going on for a long time. The time for his first batch of ships to be launched is not far away. He doesn't want to make any mistakes at this time, so he sent a large number of troops to the Heiwei city shipyard and guarded them strictly. There is also a Dangaihu province between Heiwei city and Bulk province. It is obviously too late to let the troops of Heiwei city return now. So Chen Hongchang was more nervous than Xianmingfei, especially when the Zhuang army crossed the Dahou province area and headed towards Bulk province. He began to arrange defenses in a hurry. His capital is not in Bulk province, but in Qianjiang province. However, the importance of Bulk province is self-evident. This is the middle of his territory. If it is lost, his territory will be divided into two parts, north and south. Therefore, there must be no problem here. He not only actively arranged defenses and investigated the direction of the Zhuang army, but also conducted research on Zhuang city. Song Yinghao and Zhao Baksheng, two of his subordinates, knew more about Tang Zheng. According to their investigation, Tang Zheng would personally set out and command the front line when the Zhuang army was dispatched in large numbers. But this time, Tang Zheng did not seem to move in Zhuang city. This aroused the suspicion of several people. So they began to check the news of Zhuang city to see what Tang Zheng was doing. After watching it many times and paying attention to the investigation, they found some clues. There were no close-up photos of Tang Zheng's many appearances. There were only some long distance shots and some slightly blurry photos. Obviously, this is not the normal level of Ziguan TV station. If Ziguan TV station is only at this level, then their director can be dismissed. They took out Tang Zheng's previous photos for comparison, and finally found a huge problem. The Tang Zheng in Ziguan City does not seem to be Tang Zheng. By comparing the details of the photos, they can almost confirm this. This amazing discovery made them panic. Could it be that Tang Zheng has already sneaked in advance? Has Tang Zheng already started his conspiracy in their base? They all knew that Tang Zheng had sneaked into Liao Yacheng's military camp base, and with the help of the inside and outside, he took down the military camp base in one fell swoop, and Liao Yacheng also died tragically in the underground palace. They don't want such a thing to happen to them again. Who knows which base Tang Zheng is in now? Maybe he is next to them. So, a big search began. All the bases under their command began to look for Tang Zheng. The Hanyu people coming from the northwest should not be particularly difficult to investigate. Among them, there are several key base cities that need to be investigated, especially Sanjiang City. Tang Zheng had left there in the beginning, and now there was a high possibility that he would return to his homeland, so the Sanjiang base city was the most severely investigated. Moreover, they had more detailed search targets, one of which was a person named Xiaofan. Because Tang Zheng had used this alias at the military camp, this name must be checked. After checking, they really found out the problem. This person named Xiaofan was an arms dealer. He had passed through the Grand Canal and entered the Bulk province about half a month ago. But it was not known where he got off the boat. Tang Zheng really came. Sanjiang City was even more suspicious. The investigation in Sanjiang City and the Bulk province suddenly reached a new height. This investigation even affected Diqi Island across the river. Of course, the people of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau on Diqi Island had also heard of Tang Zheng's name. They also knew that Tang Zheng was a very scary person and a very powerful war profiteer. Wherever he went, there might be a brutal war. But they didn't think much about it. What did the fight between the Hanyu people have to do with them? They are foreigners, and they are from more than 50 countries. As long as the Hanyu people are not crazy, they should not dare to offend so many countries at the same time, let alone come to Diqi Island to make trouble. So now they are watching the fire from the other side of the river, very comfortable. What should be done is still done, and when it is time to hold a meeting, it is still necessary to hold a meeting. March 20th is the day when the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau holds a meeting. This is their regular meeting once a month. Once a month. The time is accurate and regular. Usually, such meetings are all about the division of spoils and the trivial matters of fighting each other. However, today's meeting has an additional topic. That is, the ambassador of the Rainforest Kingdom, Chache, tried to use the army to deal with the Hanyu person. This matter seems ridiculous to the members of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Using the army to deal with private individuals sounds absurd. They don't plan to pass this matter at the meeting. Unless Chache is willing to pay a lot of price, they will consider it. They have always done this, and everything must be prioritized. On the morning of the meeting, Chache came to the meeting room early and waited for the arrival of the members. After each congressman arrived, as long as he had a say and a good relationship with them, he would give some gifts to win some favor first. For those who he was more confident of, he would even give a lot of expensive gifts, hoping to get their support at the meeting later. The time was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the meeting began. The person who presided over the meeting was Jones, the ambassador of Magnolia, who was also the director of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, an old man who looked like a capitalist. He was also Chache's thigh, his backer on Diqi Island. After Jones arrived, he first said some nonsense opening remarks, such as "Good morning, have you eaten? A certain family's pancake tastes good," and other non-nutritious things. After everyone said some nonsense in a friendly manner, Jones got to the point. "Chache, you said you were going to use the army to deal with the Hanyu person, right?" "Yes, Mr. Director, that's an arrogant Hanyu arms dealer. He's too difficult to deal with. He killed more than 50 of us. I can't handle it myself." "Oh, an arms dealer. What's his name?" At this time, the ambassador of the Bohemian Empire suddenly looked a little solemn and looked at Chache. "His name is Oh, by the way, his name is Xiaofan, that's his name. After Chache said this name, the venue suddenly became quiet. Chache has been studying how to win over the parliamentarians these days, and has not paid much attention to the news from the outside world. He doesn't know what happened yet. Jones, who is still Bayulan, said in a dark and solemn voice, who knows where the Zhuang army's troops are? A secretary-like person checked and then said, according to the latest news, they should have entered the vicinity of Sanjiang City, north of Heojiang. Jones suddenly shouted like a cat with its fur blown up. Fuck. Tang Zheng is not heading for Dayan at all. His target is us and Dicky Island. Damn it, he is on the island now. Hurry up and notify everyone to block all the river bridges. Don't let the Zhuang army rush across the river bridges. Where is the army? Gather. Gather everyone. No need to hold a meeting to discuss. Gather immediately and go to Tang Zheng. That's the villa of the arms dealer named Xiaofan. Take it down for me. Don't let Tang Zheng get away. Otherwise, we will all be in fucking danger. Chapter 299. Persistence for 8 hours. Jones decided to attack without authorization, even without a vote from the Law Enforcement Bureau Council. But now no one blamed Jones for acting on his own, because they thought so too. Tang Zheng mobilized a large army to Dicky Island, which was undoubtedly to seize the island. If he moved slowly, I'm afraid the Zhuang army would come to kill him. The most important thing now is to block the Zhuang army's large army on the other side of the river bridge, and then concentrate on going to the villa to kill Tang Zheng. Once Tang Zheng died or was captured, the Zhuang army's large army would collapse without attacking. All the councillors began to act in a hurry. There are a total of 4 river bridges from Sanjiang to Dicky Island. These river bridges are usually open to traffic. After all, Dicky Island also needs trade. But now, those councillors began to make calls in a panic, ordering the river bridges to be blocked, and no one was allowed to pass. Of course, this blockade is useless for the troops, and they still need to send troops to block it. The embassy near the river bridge hurriedly asked the troops to go to the river bridge immediately and start building fortifications. The current intelligence is that the Zhuang army has entered Sanjiang, but it should still be some distance away from Jiangqiao, and it is estimated that it will arrive in the evening. They still have more than half a day to work on this matter, so it should still be in time. After all, Tang Zheng did not bring many people with him, and the army should be able to take it easily. Therefore, they did not plan to invest too much manpower in the attack on the villa. As long as the embassies near the villa sent troops, 400 to 500 people, they should be able to win. So, the 5 embassies near the villa sent out their troops. Each embassy sent out 100 people, 2 armored vehicles, and some vehicles. 500 people and 10 armored vehicles are basically foolproof. Too many people attacking the villa will not work at all. The Law Enforcement Bureau is taking action, and Tang Zheng is not idle either. Ever since he saw Chen Hongchang and others searching for Xiaofan on TV, Tang Zheng knew that he was about to be exposed. This incident was an accident. The Zhuang army was marching in the wild and was caught and reported. No one had expected this, but Tang Zheng was not in a hurry. Now the main force was only more than 600 kilometers away from here. It would take at most 8 hours to reach the other side of Heojiang River. Tang Zheng's task at the moment was to hold on here for 8 hours. He could let Tang take his people and go deep into the sea so that no one could find them, but in that case, the main force would have no place to land, which would cause this matter to fail. So Tang Zheng had to hold on here and fight against the enemy until the main force arrived. During this period, the troops in Zhuang City were not idle either, and they had been fighting the zombies in Lombard City. A large part of the zombies in Lombard City was hollowed out by the little corpse girl. It was a good time to annihilate them. As long as Lombard City was taken, it would be no problem to collect about 20 million in funds. And now there have been certain results. Tang Zheng currently has as much as 80 million in funds. If there was no place to display on the island, he could have taken down the island with a violent army. However, time is tight now, so defense is a priority. He has been monitoring the movements of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau through radar. When he feels that the other party has made a move, he will start to send troops. The movements of several surrounding families are also under his control. A total of 500 troops have arrived, so Tang Zheng only needs to buy 200 soldiers. After thinking about it, Tang Zheng bought 150 mobilized soldiers, and then bought 10 snipers, 5 rocket launchers, 10 heavy machine gun groups, and 20 marines. After that, he bought 20 medical soldiers, to be ready to treat the wounded at any time. Before the enemy arrived, Tang Zheng asked the soldiers to disperse and guard the important corners of the villa, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. When the enemy was advancing towards the villa, Tang Zheng thought about it and came to Zua's room on the second floor. He wanted to comfort Zua and tell her not to be afraid or to hide in advance. But after he arrived, he saw Zua suddenly covered the quilt, revealing her little head, and deliberately pretended to snore. Tang Zheng smiled, said nothing more, and closed the door. Her room was located on the seaside of the villa. As long as she didn't come out on her own initiative, there shouldn't be any problem. About 10 minutes later, the enemy arrived. Led by the Rainforest Kingdom, they brought the armies of 4 other countries, drove 10 armored vehicles, and drove to the door of Tang Zheng's villa in a mess, and dispersed. Chache personally led the team out this time for revenge. After getting off the car, Chache was quite arrogant. When he arrived in front of the villa, Chache took out a big speaker. He posed, and the people from Dicky Island TV station immediately came over to shoot. A young blonde woman stood in front of the camera and started the live broadcast of TV news. Letson, Giant, welcome to the Dicky Island TV news. I'm Ankaraj. Today, after an investigation by our Dicky Island Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, we have confirmed that the light-chasing army bandit leader Tang Zheng has secretly sneaked into Dicky Island half a month ago and has been carrying out conspiracy activities here. The light-chasing army's advance, which has been a hot topic in recent days, has now been basically confirmed to be targeting Dicky Island. Currently, all the road bridges and docks on the island have been closed, and entry and exit are prohibited. The Law Enforcement Bureau has decided to resolutely intercept the light-chasing bandit army outside the island and never allow them to land on the island. And with our full investigation, the location of the bandit leader Tang Zheng has also been locked. The camera turned, and the seaside villa here appeared. This is the villa. This is Tang Zheng's residence on Dicky Island. According to reliable information, Tang Zheng is now in the villa. It is located in the corner of Dicky Island, with the vast ocean behind him. Tang Zheng has no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth at this moment. He will definitely surrender. At present, our brave warriors are ready to launch an attack at any time. Mr. Chache, the ambassador of the Rainforest Kingdom, has led the way and has come to the front line to persuade Tang Zheng to surrender. Now let's watch the report on the scene. The camera turned again and focused on Chache, who was in high spirits. Chache held a loudspeaker, coughed twice to clear his throat, and shouted to the villa. Tang Zheng, I'm Chache. I know you have seen us coming, and you have seen the current situation. We have surrounded you. It is useless to resist stubbornly in this situation. I advise you to put down your weapons obediently, walk out of the villa and surrender. The villa was quiet for a while, and just when Chache was getting impatient, Tang Zheng replied, "What if I don't surrender?" Chache grinned. "In fact, I really hope you don't surrender. After all, I want to kill you. It's just that the Law Enforcement Bureau Council asked me to persuade you to surrender, so I have to do this. If you really don't surrender, that's just what I want. How arrogant were you when you came here? How did you kill my people from the Rainforest Empire? I remember everything one by one. If you don't surrender, I will blow you up and then personally pull you out, so that you will regret being a human being." In the villa, Tang Zheng checked the time. It was 11:30 in the morning. The troops will arrive at about 7 o'clock in the evening, and there are still more than 7 hours. If the Law Enforcement Bureau attacks like crazy, such a small place like the villa cannot resist, so he has to delay as much as possible. Facing Chache's threat, Tang Zheng thought for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. Give me some time. We have different opinions here." Chache was a little impatient. "How long do you want to consider it?" 5 hours. Chache was furious. "Dream on. 1 hour at most. I will give you 1 hour to deal with your undisciplined subordinates. If you still don't make a decision in 1 hour, I will not be polite." The Law Enforcement Bureau did ask Chache to try to catch them alive. Chache had no choice but to try to catch them alive. At present, Tang Zheng did not say anything definite, which meant that there was hope of catching them alive. He could only wait. The troops he brought continued to disperse and seize the exits around the villa, trying to prevent anyone from Tang Zheng's side from running away. In the sea breeze, more than 500 of them waited silently. At this moment, Chache did not think that Tang Zheng was delaying time. After all, the main force of the Zhuang army was still some distance away, and he would not be able to see their main force, no matter how he delayed. The live broadcast continued, and Chache and his group waited silently and closely monitored the situation in the villa. The villa was not quiet. On the third floor, there seemed to be several people arguing loudly. The specific content of the argument was unclear, but it was clear that it was nothing more than a question of whether to surrender immediately. Chache could understand this behavior. At the critical moment of life and death, the Zhuang army and the others could no longer keep their temper. Tang Zheng, the leader, could no longer suppress his men. Facing death, few people would listen to him. Fight among yourselves. Fight among yourselves. The longer the internal fighting, the better. It's best if you fight among yourselves, so that I can easily deal with you all. Time passed by minute, and soon an hour passed. Chache saw that the quarrel in the room was getting more and more intense, and he even waited for another 20 minutes. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that Tang Zheng and his men had not finished yet, Chache finally couldn't hold back. Picking up the loudspeaker again, Chache roared, "Tang Zheng, are you done yet? Don't try to play some tricks here. If you don't make a decision, we will take action." Tang Zheng shouted anxiously, "Right away." Then it was delayed for another half an hour. Just when Chache was about to lose his patience, Tang Zheng finally spoke up. "We can surrender, but can you guarantee our safety? If not, we would rather die in battle than fall into your hands." Chache was overjoyed when he heard that Tang Zheng was willing to surrender. "Of course we can guarantee your safety. We don't have the habit of abusing prisoners of war." "No, I can't believe you. You are just a small role in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Your words don't count. I want Jones to come and make a promise to me." Chache really wanted to throw the grenade in, but at this moment Tang Zheng had agreed to surrender, and the people in the Law Enforcement Bureau were watching the show through the live broadcast, so he really didn't dare to make a decision on his own. A call was made to Jones, and fortunately Jones agreed to come over and asked them to wait. Chapter 300, The Overlord of the Ocean appears, and the giant cannon blows the land. Hearing Jones agree to come, Tang Zheng felt a little relieved. It would take more than an hour to rush over from there and negotiate. If he thought of an excuse, it would not be impossible to delay for more than 2 hours. But it would definitely not work if it took longer. The other party would be alert and launch an attack. How to fight this first wave of battle is very knowledgeable. It is not good to fight too slowly or too quickly. Let the other party gain a little advantage, but not really win. Now the terrain here in the villa is too small, and it is impossible to make a large-scale violent attack. If the other party uses armored forces, what should he do? Tang Zheng silently calculated, and had an idea in his mind. Jones was also more cautious. Perhaps in order to prevent Tang Zheng from firing a black gun, he deliberately delayed for a while, and found a tank as a bulletproof vehicle for negotiations. After the tank arrived, he slowly got on the car, asked people to investigate, and then set out to Tang Zheng's villa. When Tang Zheng arrived here, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. During this process, countless TV viewers fell asleep in front of the TV. But they dared not leave, fearing that they would miss the most exciting scene. Tang Zheng was trapped on Dicky Island. This was a big news that no one wanted to miss. While the live broadcast was going on, there were also some other reporters who were also broadcasting live. They were at Jiangqiao, where they were urgently deploying fortifications. There were layers of sandbags piled high, armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. A large number of soldiers set up heavy machine guns, and there were a large number of reserve troops behind them, all very nervous. But the tense scene was not as important as what was happening here. A large number of people were still paying attention to this place. After a lot of effort, Jones arrived reluctantly. After arriving, Jones did not get out of the car. He used a loudspeaker in the car and started a conversation with Tang Zheng under the heavy protection of the soldiers. Tang Zheng talked with Jones in a random manner until 4 o'clock and then made a rude request. Jones alone could not represent the entire Law Enforcement Bureau. He had to wait for all the members of the Law Enforcement Bureau to arrive and make a promise in front of the TV audience before he was willing to surrender. Jones and Chache, who could no longer bear it, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Zheng has been dawdling here for 5 hours, repeatedly making rude demands. If the entire Law Enforcement Bureau arrives, I'm afraid the large force of the Ziguang army will have crossed the river bridge. Jones angrily threw down the loudspeaker in his hand and pointed directly in the direction of Tang Zheng. "Asshole, if you don't cherish the opportunity given to you, then don't blame me. I won't accept your surrender now. Get started immediately. Kill these guys, dead or alive." Chache, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately ordered the troops to take action. At this time, the reporter also took the initiative to retreat and prepare to take a panoramic view of the battle at the villa. Chache did make more thorough preparations this time. He did not forcefully attack across the courtyard wall, but first chose to let the soldiers with rocket launchers blow up the gate and courtyard wall of the villa. The rocket launcher fired from a long distance, and the gate of the villa was blown open with a rumbling explosion. Several large gaps were blown in the courtyard wall, and then the armored vehicles led the way, and the soldiers behind followed and advanced. Their attack was immediately counter-attacked by the Ziguang army. The soldiers on the second floor immediately used rocket launchers to attack the enemy's armored vehicles. After 4 consecutive attacks, 4 armored vehicles were destroyed by rocket launchers. The multinational forces were not vegetarians either. The people who rushed in began to fire in a large area to suppress the firepower of the Ziguang army's windows. The machine guns roared wildly, and countless bullet holes suddenly appeared on the walls of the villa, and the glass shattered in the battle. Bullets hit the room, shattering the ceiling and the chandeliers falling down. An exquisite and luxurious villa was instantly riddled with holes. Just when they thought that the Ziguang army was suppressed and couldn't raise their heads, the Ziguang army counterattacked again. Grenades were thrown out of the window one by one. The attackers immediately lay down, which could effectively avoid the splashing of grenade fragments. But they didn't expect that this grenade was not a high explosive grenade, but a smoke bomb. Bang bang bang. Groups of smoke filled the air and instantly enveloped the yard. The smoke was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Not only did it cover the attacking crowd, but it even covered the villa in thick smoke, so that the attacking troops could not see the specific location of the Ziguang army. Just when the multinational forces were somewhat panicked and at a loss, the Ziguang army counterattacked again. The soldiers began to be equipped with a new equipment: individual battlefield radar. This battlefield radar is equipped with thermal imaging technology, which can fight in the dark, thick smoke, fog and other environments. With thermal sensing, they can find the enemy's position. But they did not massacre wantonly, but deliberately missed a few shots, and then sniped one. In this seemingly chaotic battle, the multinational forces were losing people silently, and they did not show their strength. The two sides seemed to be fighting blindly, back and forth, and ping pong. After fighting for more than half an hour, the multinational forces found that they had sacrificed nearly 200 people in the battle. As for how many people were killed and injured on the Ziguang army side, they had no idea. At this time, Jones and others also realized that something was wrong. First, the number of Ziguang army fighters in the villa did not seem to match the number known before. This means that Tang Zheng had already made arrangements on the island, and now his reinforcement should have arrived. Another thing, Jones found that the time he thought was very ample was only more than 2 hours. When the communicator reported again that the large force of the Ziguang army was suspected to be approaching within 200 kilometers of Dickey Island, he realized that he could not delay any longer. But with these people, it seems that they cannot take this villa now. Each embassy must give me 1,000 people, and must be equipped with a tank and an armored vehicle. I don't believe that such a small villa can withstand the attack of 50 tanks and 5,000 people. Jones also got angry and began to order the large force to attack. The island was in chaos, and the embassies began to dispatch troops. About 40 minutes later, the time was 5:30, and the troops finally gathered in front of the villa. hit hard. Jones himself retreated to a distance, and the multinational forces began to line up and attack the villa. Tanks, like steel monsters, began to rush in along the gaps in the courtyard wall, almost completely knocking down all the courtyard walls. At this time, the Zhuang army also demonstrated their fierce firepower. Although there were no heavy weapons, a large number of rocket launchers, flamethrowers, and snipers, and even unknown, when they had laid mines in the yard, they managed to resist the attack of the tank troops. Many tanks had their tracks blown off by anti-tank mines, and some were hit by multiple rocket launchers in succession, and were knocked down. The soldiers who followed were educated by the elusive snipers. One shot killed a child, and every sniper shot killed a soldier. Of course, such a tenacious battle was not enough to turn the tide. The multinational forces relied on their powerful firepower to collapse the villa. On the eve of the villa's collapse, the Zhuang army retreated. They left the villa they had been guarding for a long time, and began to retreat towards the beach. The multinational forces also completed a breakthrough at this time. After sacrificing more than 600 people, they finally almost flattened this annoying villa. The tanks began to bypass the ruined villa and move towards the beach along the green belt of the yard. Although there are some reefs on the beach that can be used for defense, the Zhuang army has no way to retreat. Behind them is a vast sea. There is no possibility for the Zhuang army to survive. The reporters behind also trotted along with the troops. The photographer followed with a camera, making sure to record the scene of Tang Zheng being captured or killed. Tang Zheng stood on the edge of the beach, looking at the villa that was gradually overturning, with no ripples in his heart. He was placing a building, a medium-sized shipyard. This building was unlocked when he came out of Zhuang City, and it was sold for 1 million gold. He had built the building a long time ago, and now he can place it. This is the beach, and there is a large stretch of sand, which is a good place to place the shipyard. At this time, it was already dark, and he chose a beach behind the reef to place the shipyard. With a loud bang, a huge shipyard appeared on the beach behind the villa. If it were normal, Tang Zheng would definitely go to the shipyard to inspect and see the specific situation, but there was no time today, and he had a second thing to do. That is to buy warships. He had even bought it, but because there was no shipyard, the progress was stuck at the end. Now that the shipyard appeared, the progress was immediately full. In the ocean about 1,000 meters away, a huge warship appeared. Battleship, full load displacement 55,700 tons, length 270 meters, width 33 meters, crew 2,200 people, equipped with 3 triple-mounted 406mm main guns, capable of firing armor-piercing shells and anti-personnel grenades, equipped with 20 127mm caliber high-level dual-purpose secondary guns, capable of firing grenades, armor-piercing shells, flares, and anti-personnel shells, equipped with 15 40mm caliber anti-aircraft machine guns and 20 20mm caliber machine guns, equipped with 30 torpedoes, equipped with an all-weather radar system, and can carry 3 helicopters. The price is 1.2 million gold. A medium-sized shipyard is required. This war behemoth that crisscrossed the ocean in the last century appeared. Although this thing has been basically eliminated in modern naval battles, if it is allowed to get close, it will be difficult for an aircraft carrier to withstand it. Especially now that no one has a navy, let alone high-tech ships. This kind of battleship is the overlord of the ocean. At this time, there was another ship docked at the shore. Air cushion landing craft, maximum load 150 tons, can carry 2 main battle tanks, and 150 soldiers, priced at 20,000 gold. This does not require a medium-sized shipyard. Tang Zheng had built it before, and docked here waiting. The soldiers in the villa also withdrew at this time, and Tang Zheng immediately asked them to board the ship. Everyone boarded the ship quickly, and Tang Zheng even saw that Zua, the girl, also followed up swiftly. After Tang Zheng boarded the ship, the air cushion landing craft started and began to rush towards the ocean. At this time, the pursuers from the villa also approached. A large number of tanks, armored vehicles, infantry, and black masses rushed up, and when they saw the air cushion craft, they wanted to chase and kill it and open fire. At this time, Tang Zheng also talked to the captain of the battleship. Captain Luan Junfeng of the battleship, report to the general. Please give me instructions. Nothing to give me instructions. Do you see the pursuers on the shore? Open fire and completely destroy them here. Understood. Make sure to complete the mission. Luan Junfeng issued a battle order. The 3 mounted main guns on the bow of the battleship began to rotate the turrets. Each of the 406mm caliber gunboats is equivalent to the giant cannon of Zhuguang City. And there are 9 guns on this ship. The black missiles are like the eyes of the god of death, pointing directly at the multinational forces on the shore. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.